meant. For instance, in France in the second half of the 18th century, acute contradictions developed between what were at that time progressive capitalist relations and the dominating feudal superstructure. Having become aware of its economic power even in the context of feudalism, the bourgeoisie, its ideological and political spokesman, rose against the system of lord and serf in the economy, politics, and ideology. It had thus been able to win over the support of the broad masses of the oppressed peasantry and urban workers. The countries of Western Europe were swept by wave after wave of bourgeois, anti-feudal revolutions that carried the bourgeoisie to political and spiritual supremacy and opened the road for the development of capitalist relations. In our own day and age, capitalist society creates the material and organizational preconditions of socialism, but socialist relations of production cannot arise in such a society because they are based on social ownership of the means of production, and such ownership cannot be established without a political revolution. The whole of the massive capitalist superstructure stands in defense of capitalism and its economic system. Without a class struggle, without a socialist revolution, the capitalist basis cannot be replaced by a socialist one. In the course of the socialist revolution, the working class and its allies win power and create the foundation of the socialist superstructure in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is used by the working people to get rid of the old basis, to destroy and transform the bourgeois superstructure, and to create socialist economic relations, a new system of social relations. The fact that in the Soviet Union and other socialist countries the socialist revolutions resulted, first, in laying the foundations of the political and ideological superstructure, and, second, in creating the socialist economic system, has provided some bourgeois sociologists and politicians with a pretext for asserting that the practice of socialist revolutions has overthrown the doctrine of historical materialism on the primacy of the basis in relation to the superstructure. But this is not so. The new political superstructure did not arise out of nothing. It expressed the economic necessity of the transition to socialism. The socialist revolution itself would have been impossible without the formation in the womb of capitalism of the necessary material preconditions for socialism, without intensification of the contradictions inherent in the capitalist mode of production between the productive forces and production relations. Moreover, the new political superstructure is not the cause of the socialist economic basis, but only an instrument for building it, an instrument wielded by the working class and its allies. Finally, even in the initial period, the state based on the dictatorship of the proletariat certainly did not exist without any economic basis. It relied on the socialist economic structure that arose immediately after the victory of the revolution, without which any stable political power for the working class would have been out of the question. Only after socialism is victorious in the economy can the transformation of the superstructure be completed with the further development of the socialist state and the victory of socialist ideas in the consciousness of the masses. As historical experience shows, the remolding of the consciousness of broad masses of people, the final and complete victory of new socialist ideas over the old ideas, beliefs, and morals is a lengthy process taking several decades. Consequently, the socialist superstructure is finally formed only after the basis of socialism has been created. Hence we arrive at the logical conclusion that the experience of socialist revolutions, the experience of building socialism, does not refute but rather confirms and enriches historical materialism. We have considered the dependence of the superstructure on the basis, which is expressed in the fact that the economic basis determines the content of the political and ideological superstructure and its components. Changes in the superstructure occur under the influence of changes in the basis. The elimination of the old basis and emergence of a new one bring about the transformation of the whole enormous superstructure. At the same time, the superstructure possesses a relative independence in relation to its basis. A social system can never be so rigid and closely determined as a system of mechanical dependencies. The basis influences the superstructure through the interlocking economic and political. 340. Interests of classes, the complex system of intermediate links between the economy and various forms of ideology, and so on. History is made by the people, by social classes. They transform the basis, carry out a revolution, change the superstructure, make policies, create new ideas and conduct an ideological struggle. The dependence of the superstructure on the basis should not therefore be oversimplified, understood as a mechanism that operates automatically. It is wrong to attribute all changes in the superstructure to economic causes. Various interactions take place within the elements of the superstructure that lead to results which are sometimes not economically conditioned. It is only in the final analysis that the economy determines the social superstructure. The superstructure is always an active force influencing all aspects of social life, including its own basis. The social function of the superstructure is to protect, fortify, and develop its basis. In a class-divided society, the superstructure ensures the political and ideological supremacy of the class that holds the dominant position in the economy. The socialist superstructure ensures the power of the working people with the leading role played by the working class. It helps to strengthen and develop the socialist economy and to create communist relations. The superstructure is not only an ideological force. We have already said that it includes both social ideas and political, legal, and other institutions in the form of political parties, voluntary organizations, and so on. A political superstructure such as the state depends not only on ideology but also on certain forms of social control. It employs coercion, includes such material factors as army, police force, courts, prisons, and so on. In the present age there has been a sharp increase in the role played by the superstructure as an active factor in history. The activity of the bourgeois superstructure is aimed at using all means of political and ideological influence on the masses to preserve the capitalist system, at using the bourgeois state to regulate the capitalist economy, to buffer social antagonisms, to build up the army and intensify the arms race against the socialist world. On the other hand, the socialist superstructure, while protecting and strengthening the socialist basis, serves the creative aims of building. 344. The new society. It is the necessity for conscious, planned building of new social relations that conditions and explains the increased activity of the socialist superstructure. Changes occur in the superstructure itself. It undergoes a process of adaptation to the changes in the basis. Obviously, the more closely the superstructure corresponds to its basis, the more effective will its influence be on that basis. The socialist superstructure itself, while promoting the development of economic relations, assumes new forms that are better adapted to the new level of these relations, to the new level of material production and culture. This makes it an even more effective instrument of development of the socialist basis. The basis and the superstructure are the fundamental structural elements of any socio-economic formation. They characterize its qualitative uniqueness, the difference between it and other formations. Besides the basis and superstructure, a socio-economic formation includes other elements of social life, but it is the basis and the superstructure that determine the specific nature of the formation as a complete social organism. 3. Unity and diversity of the historical process. The development and replacement of socio-economic formations determine the progressive course of history. One aspect of the mode of production, the productive forces, is the element that ensures continuity in the progressive development of society, determines the direction of this development from lower to higher stages. The other aspect of the mode of production, the production relations, expresses the discontinuity in historical development. Obsolete production relations are abolished and replaced by a higher type of production relations and a higher formation. Consequently, the emergence and development of a socio-economic formation, the transition to a higher formation, are due to the action of the law of correspondence of production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces. This law manifests itself as a tendency in the development and replacement of formations. 342. As already noted, man has always, from the very beginning, lived and developed in society. At first this took place on the small scale of a clan or a tribe. The tribe was simultaneously an ethnic community, whose internal ties were based on blood relationship, a production unit, because tribesmen worked jointly to obtain a livelihood, a form of social organization and a linguistic unity. The necessity for joint work was dictated by the weakness of the individual in the face of the spontaneous forces of nature. People had to unite in order to survive. Joint activity, equality in distribution, strict tribal rules and full compliance of the individual to them, and an elaborate system of conditioning of the younger generation for the daily rigorous struggle for survival, characterize the social relations of this period in the life of mankind, which lasted for thousands of years. Here the dependence of the way of life and the whole system of relations on the level of production stands out clearly in all its primeval simplicity. The primitive communal formation was universal. Nevertheless, slowly, the productive forces developed within its framework. Man's labor became more and more productive, a division of labor occurred between agriculture and stock raising, between agriculture and the crafts. Exchange, a new form of economic relations took place between the tribes, the instruments of labor acquired an individual character and it became possible to store products, to redistribute them and to accumulate wealth in the hands of a small part of society. One element of such wealth was man himself because it became economically profitable to exploit labor power. Agriculture demanded a settled way of life, the development of crafts and the resultant appearance of a considerable variety of different products enabled people to form more extensive communities and create urban settlements. All these circumstances led to the decline of primitive communities and the breakup of their primitive relations of equality, which were superseded by class society with its private property and exploitation of man by man. Class society did not spring up everywhere at once. It first appeared in the valleys of the Yangtze and Huanghe, the Nile and the Ganges, the Tigris and the Euphrates. The fertile and easily tillable soil of these areas yielded comparatively good harvests even with the use of only primitive implements of agriculture, and it was here that the primitive commune first began to decline and slavery appeared. The slave-owning formation arose where slavery became the basis of social production. It achieved its peak development and acquired classical forms in the Mediterranean. Slaves were obtained mainly by conquest, and the mass exploitation of slaves was the source of wealth of the slave owners. The whole social organization and culture of the ancient world developed on the basis of slave labor. Greece and Rome are usually taken as the model by which we judge the whole formation, but this approach is not historically accurate. The development of India, China, and a number of states of the Near East, assumed somewhat different forms. There, slavery did not develop so widely as in Greece and Rome. The system of relatively isolated agricultural communes and a centralist despotic state which, besides its political functions, performed the economic functions of building and maintaining irrigation works on which agriculture depended, and the strict caste barriers that went with this system, created a special type of society based on a mode of production that Karl Marx called the Asiatic. This type of society, which existed in Asia and also in some countries of Africa, was a class society divided into exploiters and exploited, but it retained significant traces of communal relations and certain communal forms, and this feature was specifically expressed in the low level of development of private ownership of land. Definition of the specific features of the Asiatic mode of production and the society based upon it is a matter for concrete historical study. Whether this mode of production constitutes a special socio-economic formation or not one's a question that is being discussed by historians, but in any case it is clear that this was a specific type of social organization, extremely sluggish and averse to change and development, which feature sharply distinguishes it from the dynamic world of the Mediterranean. Feudal society is a higher form of socio-economic formation compared with the Asiatic mode of production and 344. Slave-owning society. The same individual instruments of labor, crafts, agriculture, and stock raising constitute the material and technical base of this society, but they are developed to a higher level. By creating a certain interest in labor among the direct producers and better conditions for the reproduction of the labor force in comparison with the slave society, feudalism opened up wider possibilities for the development of the productive forces than had the previous formations. At the same time, feudalism is a static society. The routine technology, local isolation and separateness, lack of communication and transport facilities, rigid ordering and control over all forms of activity, hierarchical divisions of the estates, heavy burden of traditions, strict regulation of spiritual life by the church and domination of religion in the ideological sphere put a brake on all progressive changes. Life revolved in a circle, following a set and unchanging rhythm. But slowly, deep inside the feudal system there evolved the material preconditions for the breakthrough to new social forms of life. The development of the division of labor, the growth of commodity-money relations, the appearance of new markets, etc., brought into being new productive forces, cooperation and manufactory, which paved the way for the appearance of machine production. The new productive forces demanded new economic and social forms to provide them with scope for development. Thus feudalism was compelled to give way to a new socio-economic formation, capitalist society. Under capitalism, history becomes world history in the full sense of the term. The former isolation both of peoples and territories disappears, and for the first time a single OE system of economy, a single world market comes into being. The source and foundation of the development of capitalism are the productive forces connected with machine production. In this period the rate of economic and social development increases sharply, but the development itself proceeds in antagonistic forms because it is based on the capitalists' appropriation of surplus value, the unpaid labor of the workers. Competition, the scramble for profit, anarchy of production, and periodic crises are the 345 characteristic features of the development of capitalist economy. In a comparatively short historical period, capitalism passes through a number of stages, beginning from the early capitalist accumulation and proceeding through the system of free enterprises to the age of imperialism, of state monopoly capitalism. Continuing Marx's analysis of capitalism, Lenin showed that the transition from free competition to monopoly, to the omnipotence of finance capital, which brings under its control the bourgeois state, marks the beginning of a trend towards stagnation and decay and heralds the decline of capitalism as an economic and social system. But this trend towards stagnation must not be interpreted as a complete halt in the development of production. On the contrary, modern science and technology make it possible to achieve high rates of economic development. But under capitalism this development takes place very unevenly. Some capitalist countries or monopoly groups get ahead of others in the rat race for profit, thus changing the distribution of forces and intensifying contradictions. Imperialism in general brings about intensification of all the contradictions of capitalism, growth of militarism, political reaction, and the like. All this weakens the system of capitalism and creates preconditions for the socialist revolution. Subsequent development has confirmed Lenin's conclusions. In recent decades, however, the bourgeoisie has taken a number of measures to buttress its crumbling positions. It tries to regulate the process of production and consumption in order to avoid the economic cataclysms that would threaten its very existence. It endeavors to profit by the advances of scientific and technological revolution, and develop economic integration. But these attempts cannot solve the fundamental contradictions of capitalism between the social character of production and the private form of appropriation, between labor and capital, between the clique of monopolists and the broad masses of the working people, between the capitalist countries themselves. On the contrary, the measures taken by the bourgeoisie only intensify the social character of the productive forces of capitalist society and hence the necessity for transition to a system of economic relations that corresponds to the modern productive forces to socialist production relations. Capitalism is the concluding stage of a tremendous period of human history, the period of class-divided society. During this period all major social problems are resolved in the course of the acute struggle of social classes which permeates all class-divided formations, for although the classes themselves change, as do the contradictions, the type of historical development remains common to them all, proceeding in various forms of conflict between the economic and political interests of social groups, the class struggle. Beginning with the cruelest form of human enslavement, slavery, the history of class formations witnessed the gradual modification of forms of exploitation, the replacement of non-economic forms of compulsion by economic forms, the development of material interest in the results of productive activity both among the direct producers and among the owners of the means of production. A great achievement of this stage of human history was the tremendous development of technology, science, and culture, which raised man to undreamed of heights and created the preconditions for overcoming social antagonisms and moving on to a fundamentally new level of social existence. Thus the first stage of the historical process, the primitive communal formation, resulted in the emergence of the human race and the creation of the prerequisites for its social development. By building primitive society, man broke away from nature, from the natural state, and was able to stand on his own feet. The final result of the development of class-divided society is the achievement of a level of development of science and material production that allows man to place the forces of nature at his bidding. The objective of the new stage in history, the communist formation, is for man to master his own social relations and develop himself comprehensively on the basis of the highest development of material and non-material production, the development of relations of comradely cooperation and communist mutual assistance. Such is the logic of world history. Today the transition from capitalism to communism is taking place on a world 347 scale. The long period of the existence of class-divided society is nearing its close and a new formation is emerging. This new era in the history of mankind was launched by the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia. Socialism then spread beyond the bounds of one country and the world socialist system came into being. The new world is being born in a harsh struggle, amid difficulties and contradictions. It is moving ahead, making mistakes and correcting them as it goes along, summing up the experience of development and learning lessons from what it has passed through. Socialism has already firmly established itself in a number of countries, and nowhere in the world is there a force capable of turning back the will of history. We have examined the general trend of historical development to the extent that it is determined by the laws of motion of material production. But this does not imply that we have explained social development at every point of the historical process. Concrete history is much richer, and is affected by a great number of factors that vary and modify that process. We cannot therefore regard this process as something that proceeds in a single line. Historical development springs from the interaction of many forces, and to understand it in its concrete forms we must take into consideration all the essential factors contributing to this interaction. Historical materialism provides the method for studying concrete history because it reveals not only the unity of history and its general direction, but also shows us how to perceive its diversity. The founders of Marxism gave many a warning against vulgarization of historical materialism and turning its propositions into a formula to be imposed on concrete history, and thus provide a substitute for studying the concrete facts. Thus Engels wrote, "According to the material conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase." Engels goes on to say that various elements in the superstructure, ideology, and so on, influence the course of development. If we disregard this historical interaction and fail to see the accidents through whose multitudes economic necessity forces its way, the application of the theory to any period of history would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. All kinds of causes diversify the general course of world history. We have already mentioned the influence on society of geographical conditions, which, particularly in the earlier stages of social development, was one of the essential factors determining the uneven course of world history, the advance of some and the backwardness of other peoples. Thanks to its geographical position, every people lives in a certain specific historical environment and feels its effects. Nor must we disregard the influence on the course of history of such secondary factors, compared with economics, as the state, cultural originality, traditions, ideology, social psychology, etc. Let us take culture, for example. The concept of the German philosopher Oswald Spengler and the British historian Arnold Toynbee on the existence of isolated and autonomous cultures, which implies a denial of the unity of world history, contradicts the historical facts. But it would be quite wrong to deny the originality not only of national cultures but also of whole regions and continents. Thus one may observe in the cultures of the peoples of Europe and Asia certain common features and a considerable originality which must not be disregarded when studying the history of these peoples. The influence of one people on another is also an important factor in history. It has occurred in all kinds of forms, from wars and conquests to trade and cultural exchange. It may take place in all spheres of social life, from economics to ideology. Ideological influences have been of tremendous significance in history. The spread of Christianity played an important historical role in Europe and America, for instance, and in various countries of Asia and Africa a similar role was played by the spread of Buddhism and Islam. The development of the revolutionary working class movement paved the way for the wide propagation of scientific Marxist ideology, which is exercising a tremendous influence on the course of world history. The uniqueness of individual countries cannot be understood without taking into consideration the unevenness of world historical development. Some peoples forge ahead, others lag behind. For various concrete reasons some are able to leapfrog over whole socio-economic formations. So, in every period throughout written history there existed not just one formation, but peoples at various stages of social development, and between them there were complex interrelations. This means that we do not find the same sequence of formations in the history of all peoples. Thus, among the Slavs and the Germanic peoples inhabiting Central and Eastern Europe the disintegration of the pre-class system occurred in an age when the slave-owning formation had exhausted itself and was in a state of decline. For this reason the slave structure that had begun to take shape did not develop into a formation, and the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe passed straight from the tribal system to feudalism. The character of the mutual influence exercised by peoples that are at different stages of historical development depends on the nature of their social systems. Thus it was in the nature of capitalism that capitalist Europe should have used its technical supremacy to enslave the peoples of other continents and subject them to colonial oppression. The development of these peoples was not only held up by colonialism, in many cases they were actually thrown back both in their economic and cultural development. The present epoch, when the capitalist formation is in a state of crisis and decline and is being superseded in one country after another by the socialist system, offers many peoples who have fallen behind in their social and economic development the possibility of passing over the stage of capitalism and taking the road that leads to socialism. Socialist society has worked out an entirely different type of relations between peoples as compared with capitalism. It does everything to create actual equality between nations and to accelerate the economic and cultural advance of formerly backward peoples. How will they develop in future? This depends not only on what part is played by the working people in these countries, by the progressive anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist social forces, but also on the struggle and competition between the two world systems, socialist and capitalist, on how the socialist system demonstrates its superiority over capitalism and exerts its active economic, social, political, cultural, and spiritual influence on the developing countries. While recognizing the progressive character of social development, the replacement of lower social formations by higher formations, historical materialism does not by any means regard this as a predetermined process. The diversity of history, the specific features in the development of continents and countries are conditioned, as we have noted, by a whole set of diverse causes. But diverse though the history of various peoples may be, there are in every historical period certain leading trends of social development. In defining a period of world history according to its leading trends we use the concept of historical epoch. For example, we speak of the epoch of slave society or the epoch of feudalism, relating them to the time when these formations were dominant. In our own day vestiges of feudalism are still to be found in certain countries, but it would be absurd to speak of the present day as the epoch of feudalism. The concept of the epoch may be associated with definite stages of the leading formation. Thus, for example, we distinguish between the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism and the epoch of imperialism. To single out the leading trend in an epoch we must, as Lenin taught, establish what class plays the central role in the epoch and determines its main content, the main direction of its development, its main features. Unlike the concept of the socio-economic formation, which characterizes a certain stage in the development of society, the concept of the historical epoch is more concrete, expresses the diversity of processes occurring at a given time in a given stage of its story. In one and the same epoch in various parts of the world there have existed various formations. For example, alongside the peoples of Greece and Rome who lived in slave-owning society there lived other PEO. 354. Please who were still at the stage of the primitive communal system, alongside the capitalism that had established itself in Europe and North America there still remained feudal and pre-feudal relations in certain other countries. The concept of the historical epoch embraces both the typical and the non-typical for any given period of history. In each epoch, Lenin explained, there may be and will be separate, partial movements forward or backward, there may be various deviations from the average type and rates of movement. Finally, the concept of the epoch may be associated with the transition from one socio-economic formation to another, when mankind is going through a transitional period, when tremendous changes are occurring in its life. Thus the different periods of transition from feudalism to capitalism are characterized as the epoch of the Renaissance, or the epoch of bourgeois revolutions. Regarded from the standpoint of world history, our own time is also a transitional epoch, the epoch of transition from capitalism to communism. This transition is the leading trend of contemporary social development, reflecting the profound crisis of the whole system of capitalism, the formation and development of the new communist society. At the same time we must not forget that today there exist peoples which are at various other stages of social development. This gives rise to a tremendous diversity of social problems. They can be fundamentally solved only on the road of socialism and communism, which will raise the peoples to a higher stage of social progress. At the present stage, with socialism firmly established on a sizable part of the globe and steadily developing, with forces intent on a revolutionary remaking of society growing within the capitalist states, with the struggle for national liberation in many countries developing into a struggle against the whole system of exploitation and oppression, the fact that imperialism has no historical prospects becomes even more obvious. The transition to socialism on a world scale has matured as a historical necessity and it forms the basic content of the present epoch. Unlike the general laws of development applicable to all socio-economic formations, class struggle is a law of development of only some of these formations. Mankind progresses from the primitive communal system, which knew no class division, through the various class-divided formations to the communist system, in which class distinctions will disappear forever. Why do classes exist at certain stages in the development of society? What are classes? What place do class relations occupy in social life? The correct answering of these questions supplies the key to our understanding of the essence of such important social phenomena of the modern world as the state, political relations, and ideological life. The class approach to the analysis of the life of any society divided into classes is one of the fundamental methodological principles of Marxism. Explaining the significance of this principle, Lenin wrote, "People always have been the foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics, and they always will be until they have learned to seek out the interests of some class or other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations and promises." 1. Origin and essence of classes. Classes are large groups of people into which society is divided. But there are many other large groups in society, divided on different principles from those which divide classes. There are age groups, for instance, groups based on sex, race, nationality, profession, and so on. Some of these divisions have natural causes, while others are social in origin. The natural differences between people do not in themselves cause social distinctions and only under certain social circumstances may be connected with social inequality. Thus, racial inequality is historical, not natural, in origin. The different levels of social, economic, and cultural development of people belonging to different races cannot be ascribed to the color of their skin or kind of hair. Similarly, the social inequality of the sexes is due not to natural but historical causes. At the early stages of history, during the matriarchy, woman held an honored place in society which she subsequently lost owing to her changed role in production. Class divisions in general usually have nothing to do with natural differences, they exist within one and the same race, one and the same ethnic group, and so on. Some bourgeois sociologists seek the causes of the division of society into classes in political factors, in coercion, for instance, in the subjugation of some people or peoples by others. Of course, the transition from classless society to class society did not occur without coercion. But coercion only accelerated and deepened social inequality, it was not its cause. Violence does not explain the origin of classes any more than robbery explains the origin of private ownership of the means of production. Robbery may result in the passing of some property from one owner to another, but it cannot create private property as such. The division of society into classes is due to economic causes. It existed, for example, in places such as ancient Athens, where no conquest had taken place. Its source is the division of labor within society, which presumes the isolation of producers engaged in various forms of production and the exchange between them of the products of their labor. First, stock raising and agriculture form special branches of labor, then the crafts break away from agriculture and finally mental work is separated from manual labor. The social division of labor and exchange brings in its train private ownership of the means of production, which supersedes the previous communal form of property and gives rise to social groups that have 28-951. 354. Unequal standing in social production classes. Society is divided into rich and poor, exploiters and exploited, and a state of inequality reigns. The first and crudest form of class division was slavery. Because slavery involves the use of undisguised physical force, it might appear that it was created by coercion. But this notion is incorrect. Armed clashes between tribes and their battles over hunting grounds and so on took place long before the appearance of classes, but they did not lead to the emergence of slavery until the growth of productivity of social labor made possible the systematic production of the surplus product. Classes were formed in two ways: first, through the emergence within the commune of a small group of exploit-ers consisting first of the tribal aristocracy, and then of a wider section of rich people, and second, by means of the enslavement of the members of other tribes captured in battle and, later, of the impoverished members of one's own tribe who had fallen into debt. As Engels puts it, these warring classes of society are always the products of the modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their tithes. 432. What are social classes? What are their distinctive economic, social, and spiritual features? Classes are groups of people that are distinguished primarily by their place in the historically determined system of production. This means that every class must be regarded in connection with the mode of production by which it is engendered, and that each antagonistic mode of production creates its own specific division of society into classes. Within every system of production, classes occupy different or even diametrically opposed positions, this being determined by their relationship to the means of production. The relations of production in a class-divided society are, as we know, relations of exploitation, of domination, and subordination. This is due to the fact that the ruling class has a monopoly of the means of production, that is, it possesses all or at least the most important means of production, whereas the oppressed class has none. Wherever one section of society monopolizes the means of production, the workman must, in addition to the working time he spends on providing for himself, spend additional working time on providing for the owner of the means of production. The relationship of the classes to the means of production also depends on their role in the social organization of labor. Classes perform various functions in social production. In class-divided society, some of them manage production, control the economy and all social affairs, and are engaged predominantly in mental work, while others bear the whole burden of compulsory, arduous physical labor. As social production and the whole life of society grows more complex, various functions of control become necessary. In the countries of the ancient Orient, for example, large-scale irrigation works demanded a kind of centralized control that was not needed in small individual farming. The large-scale machine production of today would be unthinkable without organizing activity, without management of production in all fields. In class society, the control of social production is usually in the hands of the class that owns the means of production. Marx observed, "It is not because he is a leader of industry that a man is a capitalist, on the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist." The leadership of industry is an attribute of capital, just as in feudal times the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property. When certain production relations begin to hold up the development of the productive forces, the role of the ruling class in the social organization of labor also changes. It loses its organizing function in production and declines into a parasitic growth on the body of society. This happened with the landowning aristocracy in its time, and the same thing is happening today to the bourgeoisie. Classes also differ from one another according to the size and source of their social income. This distinction between classes is undoubtedly of great importance, but it is still not the defining factor. We can see this quite easily if we ask ourselves the question, why do various sources of income exist and consequently various conditions for the existence of classes? The chief reason lies in their position in the system of social production. At first sight it may appear, as Marx said, that a class is formed by people having common sources of income. But this view does not go to the bottom of class relationships. What it assumes to be the main and determining relationships are, in fact, a form of distribution that depends on the relations of production. If we only consider the sources and sizes of income, we cannot correctly define classes and distinguish them from the multiple social strata and groups that also may receive their income from various sources. Under capitalism, for instance, civil servants receiving their salaries from the state and many doctors whose bills are paid by private patients have different sources of income. But does this give grounds for treating them as special classes? We cannot arrive at any scientific definition of this concept if we place an artificial emphasis on any one attribute of classes. All their attributes must be considered together in their organic unity. It was Lenin who gave us a fully integrated, consistently scientific definition of classes. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. Classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. Class division, which is based on the economic system of OO, is also reflected in its political system and spiritual effect. Class divisions run right through social life from top to bottom, affecting the whole system of social relations. These relations, as we have seen, are divided into the material and the ideological. But what kind of relations are established between classes, material or ideological? The answer is both. Classes are connected by certain economic relations which enable the exploiting classes to appropriate the labor of the exploited. The sum total of these relations forms the class structure of society and constitutes the material, economic basis of the class struggle. The relations between classes, however, are not confined to the economic field. They acquire their most concentrated expression in political life. Finally, the relations between classes, the class struggle, are revealed in the sphere of ideology in the spiritual life of society. As the founders of Marxism noted, the opposition between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, which is rooted in the production relations of capitalism, affects the whole of social life, the living conditions of these classes, their domestic relations, and also the fact that the workers have different ideas and ideons, morals and moral principles, and conduct different policies from those of the bourgeoisie. Such differences characterizing the position of members of classes in everyday life, in education and culture, their ideas, beliefs and social psychology, etc., are derived from economic relations. Besides class distinctions in society, there are other social distinctions, such as the inequality between people holding unequal positions in production, in social labor, between people possessing different property status, conditions of life, culture, and so on. This includes, for example, the distinctions between town and country, that is, in the final analysis between the population engaged in industrial and agricultural work, and also distinctions between people engaged in physical or mental labor. The division between town and country splits the whole population into two parts, one living in the town, the other in the country. This division has unique features in every class formation. For example, in feudal society the classes of peasants and the feudal lords were concentrated mainly in the village, whereas the towns were mainly the centers. 358. Of the artisans, the traders, the emerging bourgeoisie. In capitalist society all social sections are represented, although to a different degree, both in the town and in the village. Hence the division of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie into urban and rural, the division of the working class into the urban and rural proletariat, and so on. Group distinctions expressing the existence of smaller groups within classes are also considered social distinctions. For example, the bourgeoisie itself is divided into small, medium, and big capitalists depending on the amount of means of production that they own. We must also take into consideration the division of the bourgeoisie into monopolistic and non-monopolistic bourgeoisie and also note those groups among the monopolists that are directly connected with the war industry, with militarization of the economy. These are the most aggressive section of the bourgeoisie, which quite often has a decisive influence on the policies of imperialist states. There may exist in society more or less significant layers of people that do not belong to any definite class, and also the déclassed people, who have lost their connection with their own class. Among diverse social distinctions the main and definitive are class distinctions. First, they spring from the deepest foundations of society, that is, directly from the relations of people to the means of production, from the essence of the production relations, which determine all other social relations. Second, classes are the most powerful and usually the most numerous social groups, whose interrelations and struggle exert a decisive influence on the whole history of society, on its entire social, political and ideological life. Bourgeois sociologists often attempt to dissolve the concept of class into the more general concept of the social group, to replace the division of capitalist society into classes by a division into social layers, strata. All kinds of criteria are used to determine the composition of the various strata, such as occupation, wealth, education, place of residence and so on, but no emphasis is placed on the main and decisive factor, the relationship to the means of production, which in the final count determines people's social status. In his analysis of the social composition of the population of the United States, for instance, the American sociologist F. Z. Nanitsky circumvents the existence of classes but deals with several dozen separate religious groups, ethnic minorities of immigrants and their descendants, with various cultures, numerous clubs and professional and commercial groups, a certain number of governmental groups, and also with scientific, literary, and artistic associations. The hidden purpose of such a classification of groups is to obscure the basic fact of the existence of class contradictions in society. By taking groups classified according to income, profession, cultural level, psychology, and so on, and substituting them for classes, bourgeois sociologists proclaim the disappearance of classes in the capitalist countries or their absorption in a kind of middle class. Marxists do not deny the existence in contemporary society of various social layers and groups, various political, economic and cultural organizations. But in the first place, it is a mistake to confuse groups of people that have formed objectively, such as classes, nations, and so on, with organizations created for certain purposes. And second, the true social significance of any groups may be revealed only insofar as we establish their place in the class structure of society and their role in the class struggle. 2. Social structure and how it changes the sum total of classes, social layers, and groups. The system of their relationship form the social structure of society. When one mode of production is replaced by another, the distribution of the means of production among classes is altered, with the result that certain classes are replaced by others. 360. The history of class society records three basic forms of class enslavement: slavery, serfdom, and hired labor. The consecutive replacement of these modes of exploitation has meant that the workman's personal dependence has gradually been replaced by economic dependence. In the age dominated by the slave-owning mode of production, the slave owner possessed not only the means of production but also the worker in production, who was regarded merely as an instrument of production. The Roman author Marcus Terentius Varro, in his treatise on agriculture, divided the implements for tilling the fields into three categories: implements possessed of speech, implements that emit inarticulate sounds, and dumb implements. The speaking implements are slaves, those that emit inarticulate sounds are oxen, and the dumb implements are wagons. Under the feudal mode of production, the peasant had a small farm and certain instruments of production. But the feudal lord was the owner of the main means of production, the land, and it was this that allowed him to appropriate the peasant's surplus labor. The serf was not regarded as completely the property of his feudal lord. The latter could buy or sell him, but not kill him. The feudal lord appropriated the peasant's surplus product either by means of corvée or by means of quit rent, or in the form of money rent. These forms of appropriation changed consistently at various stages of the development of the feudal mode of production. In slave-owning and also feudal societies, the social structure takes unique forms. In a number of Oriental countries, society is divided into castes, isolated groups of people connected by the unity of an inherited profession. The crude form in which the division of labor appears with the Indians and Egyptians calls forth the caste system in their state and religion. In ancient India, the free population was divided into four castes: the Brahmans, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Sudra. Lower than all these were the slaves. The caste division was strengthened by the slave state of the Asiatic type and hallowed by religion. In other slave-owning societies and also in feudal society, class distinctions were strengthened with the help of the state by the division of the population into estates. The law laid down for every estate a special position in the state, and certain rights and obligations. The estates were formed on the basis of the class division but did not entirely correspond to it, since they introduced an element of the hierarchy of power and legal privilege. The capitalist mode of production simplified the class division of society and, at any rate, in principle, abolished the hierarchical privileges. Under capitalism, the direct producers, the workers, are legally free, but they are deprived of the ownership of the means of production and are economically dependent on the capitalists. For this reason, Marx and Engels called the capitalist mode of exploitation a system of hired slavery. Thus, the character of antagonistic modes of production calls into being various modes of exploitation and at the same time various divisions of society into classes. 1. In ancient Rome, the population was divided into patricians and NS, who in their turn were subdivided into several grades according to ownership of property. In feudal Europe, the highest estates, the aristocracy, who unlike the third, lowest estate peasants, etc., enjoyed certain privileges. They were freed from paying tribute, were exempt from physical punishment, could not be judged except by a court of their own estate, and had the right to own land and the serfs who were bound to it. In pre-revolutionary Russia, there were 5 estates: the nobility, the clergy, the merchants, the meshchain, and the peasants. Plebea inctuti were the priests, but they are also linked with the proletariat by being workers themselves and experiencing the oppression of capital. The development of production alters the status and numbers of classes. In the middle of the 19th century, the bourgeoisie was rather numerous because the instruments of labor were owned mainly by medium and small capitalists. In England, this class constituted 8% of the able-bodied population. In other countries the proportion was even larger, while the army of hired labor did not account for more than half of the able-bodied population. The development of monopoly capitalism, the link-up of the monopolies with the state and the scientific and technological revolution that began in the middle of the 20th century have brought about considerable changes in the capitalist mode of production. There has been an unprecedented concentration of production and centralization of capital, particularly since the Second World War. Thus the share of the 200 largest companies in the general active capital of industrial companies in the United States increased from 45% in 1950 to 57% in 1964 to 1965, they appropriated 68% of the net profit. All this has had the effect of building into the capitalist class a powerful layer of monopolistic bourgeoisie. The numbers of the bourgeoisie in relation to the population has decreased owing to the monopolies crushing many small and medium-sized capitalists. It now numbers between 1 and 4% of the able-bodied population of the highly developed capitalist countries. At the same time, the power and wealth of the monopoly bourgeoisie in these countries have multiplied. The army of hired labor confronting capital has grown considerably, its ranks having been swelled mainly by numerical reduction of the petty bourgeoisie in both town and country who have been driven out of business. As capitalism develops, the petty bourgeoisie disintegrates, a small portion of it adds to its wealth and joins the capitalists, while the larger part goes bankrupt and assumes the position of either economically dependent property owners or semi-proletarians and proletarians. This is a regular process based on the advantages of large-scale production over small-scale production, on the law of the concentration and centralization of capital discovered by Marx. But this process does not entirely oust the small producers. Of course, the technical progress in capitalist society does drive the small producers out of business. They cannot stand the pace, cannot keep on replacing old. 364. Equipment with new, introducing means of automation, telemechanics and other complex and expensive machinery. But it is not to the advantage of monopoly capital to take over all the functions of production. The monopolies leave a number of such functions to the small businessmen. Marxists have never claimed that the trend towards proletarianization of the middle strata must lead to their complete disappearance. As Lenin observed, the development of capitalist production follows a contradictory course. A number of new middle strata are inevitably brought into existence again and again by capitalism. These new small producers are just as inevitably being cast again into the ranks of the proletariat. The petty bourgeois survives in contemporary developed capitalist countries not because he is stable as the reformists aver, but because he is needed by the large-scale capital which opposes him. Taken as a whole, however, the small businessman is being steadily pushed out by monopoly capitalism into the ranks of the proletarians and hired labor in general. The army of hired labor, liberated by capital from any, even small, ownership of the means of production, constitutes in the developed capitalist countries the overwhelming majority of the population. In 1968 it accounted for 93% of the able-bodied population in Britain, 85% in the United States and Canada, 81% in the Federal Republic of Germany, 76% in France, 65% in Italy, and 60% in Japan. The numbers and proportion of the basic sections of the urban industrial proletariat have considerably increased in the last 10 years, as against a decrease in the agricultural proletariat. At the turn of the century there were 29.9 million industrial workers in the United States, Britain, Germany and France, but by the middle of the 20th century the figure had almost doubled to 58.1 million. The army of the working class is now worldwide. With contingents in Europe, America, Asia, Australia, and Africa. It is more mature and educated, more conscious and organized, and has enhanced its political role in society. The conditions of scientific and technological revolution alter the composition of the working class, the number of skilled workers having considerably increased as against a decrease in unskilled workers. The introduction of the assembly line supplemented the ordinary type of factory workers handling all-purpose tools and machines with a great number of specialized workers trained to perform comparatively simple operations on the line. Automation, however, is doing away with the one-skill man and producing a new layer of highly skilled workers servicing, adjusting, and repairing automatic lines. Bourgeois ideologists often assert that in the context of the scientific and technological revolution the proletariat is destined to disappear, first, because of the decrease in the numbers of people engaged in production and the increase in those employed in the service industries, and secondly, because of the increase in intellectuals and white-collar workers in general. It must be noted first of all, however, that bourgeois sociologists and economists wrongly associate the concept of the proletarian exclusively with the manual worker. Marx himself introduced the concept of the collective laborer, comprising manual and brain workers, those directly engaged in the production process and those performing various subsidiary functions. The scientific and technological revolution by increasing labor productivity makes it possible to expand the sphere of services. More than half the able-bodied population of the United States are already engaged in this sphere. But this sphere also reproduces the structure of capitalist society. People employed in services do not stand outside the class division of society, they become part of those classes and social strata into which people engaged in industry and agriculture are divided. Similarly, the rapid growth of the intelligentsia and white-collar workers, which considerably exceeds that of 366 the fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist. The able-bodied population as a whole, does not testify to the deproletarianization of the population or to the emergence of a new middle class absorbing the proletariat. The term intelligentsia is generally used to denote the section of people professionally engaged in work of an intellectual nature. It may also include a considerable number of white-collar workers, but not all of them, of course, because many are not employed in intellectual work as such but perform various purely technical functions. The intelligentsia never has been and never can be a separate class. It is not homogeneous in the class sense because it is formed out of representatives of various classes and serves various classes. As the Russian Marxist Vorovsky put it, the intelligentsia resembles an ideological parliament in which the representatives of various classes enter into all kinds of groupings according to how the interests of the classes that sent them there coincide. Hence there can be no grounds for speaking of the class features of the intelligentsia as a whole. One scientific and technical progress, the development of education and culture have vastly increased the number of intellectuals and white-collar workers in the capitalist countries. Their share in the able-bodied population of the United States, for example, increased between 1880 and 1959 from 10.4 to 34.6%. At the same time, the social status of the intelligentsia has considerably changed. Formerly it was a comparatively small and relatively privileged section of society, far removed from people of manual labor. The intelligentsia today is so large because it serves all branches of material and spiritual production. Scientists and engineers form the most rapidly expanding section of the intelligentsia. Indeed, a large number of engineers and technicians are acquiring a status close to that of the working class. In the last century, the intellectuals and white-collar workers were a comparatively privileged enclave, but today they have turned into white-collar proletarians. From the standpoint of working conditions and salary, white-collar workers are often not better but worse off than the wage worker. In the United States at the beginning of the 20th century, the average salary of office workers in the processing industry was more than 2.3 times the wage of the average manual worker. At present it is only a little more than 9/10 of that wage. A large proportion of engineers have lost their former superiority functions, which made them what Marx called the industrial commissioned and non-commissioned officers of capital. The rate and rhythm of work of these employees, like those of the workers, are now increasingly determined by the actual technological process. So the growing proportion of engineering and technical personnel and white-collar workers, which bourgeois sociologists present as the deproletarianization of society, actually implies that an ever-increasing portion of this section of society is being placed by capitalism into conditions of life that resemble those of the working class. At the same time, a part of the intelligentsia employed in the traditional professions remains close in status to the middle sections of society, and the upper class of the bourgeois intelligentsia usually merges with the ruling class. Thus we see that the class structure of society is remarkably complex, comprising various non-basic classes and intermediate layers besides the basic classes. What is more, the classes are not closed groups of people like the hierarchical estates of feudal times. Individuals are constantly moving from some groups or social strata to others. Bourgeois sociologists try to present this fluidity in capitalist society as the disappearance of class divisions. Some of them maintain that classes are in constant movement with people entering them and going up and down inside them, like lifts in a large building. Of course, there is far greater social mobility in capitalist conditions than under feudalism with its numerous hierarchical barriers. But class barriers do not disappear under capitalism and class contradictions increase. Whereas in the early stages of the development of capitalism some members of the 368 nobility, village kulaks, etc., were able to penetrate the ranks of the ruling class, today it is no easier to enter the circle of the monopolists than it was in the age of absolutism for a petty bourgeois to gain admission to the nobility. The American economist Ferdinand Lundberg in his book The Rich and the Super-Rich shows how the power of money has grown in the United States. According to his figures, the United States has at present 200,000 very rich people, most of whom belong to the 500 richest families. More than 60% of them inherited their wealth. Although the class status of certain individuals may change, this does not eliminate the distinctions between classes which form the class structure of society. Moreover, the changes occurring in the social status of the masses under capitalism, the ruining of small businessmen, the proletarianization of peasants and craftsmen, the growth of unemployment among the workers only broaden the gap between the basic classes of capitalist society. 3. Class interests and class struggle. Forms of class struggle and organization. Class struggle has persisted throughout the history of society, ever since the collapse of the primitive commune. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. This is how Marx and Engels characterized the basic forms of the class struggle in the days before capitalism in the manifesto of the Communist Party. The age of capitalism brought further intensification of the class struggle. What is it that causes the conflict between classes? Is it historically inevitable? Bourgeois historians and sociologists maintain that it is the result of a misunderstanding, a mutual failure of communication between classes, the misguided policies of the ruling sections of society, of incitement by evil-minded elements, and so on. Many of them make an appeal for social and moral values capable of uniting the warring classes. But to express hopes that it is possible to unite classes with irreconcilable, antagonistic interests with the help of even the best ideas or moral values implies a false, idealist approach to the question. In reality, there can be no stable social, political and spiritual unity in a society where classes are thrown into opposition by the conditions of their economic existence. The class struggle is evoked by the diametrically opposed social position and contradictory interests of the different classes. What are class interests? What is behind them? It is sometimes asserted that class interest is determined by the consciousness of the members of the given class. This is incorrect. The working class of any given capitalist country may for a certain time not be aware of its fundamental interests and restrict itself to fighting for certain particular interests. But this does not mean that its fundamental class interests do not exist. Class interest is determined not by the consciousness of the class but by its position and role in the system of social production. Since the proletariat is deprived of ownership of the means of production and subjected to capitalist exploitation, it is interested in abolishing capitalism, and thus it is a revolutionary class. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat are antagonistic classes because their interests are diametrically opposed and irreconcilable. The same was true of the basic classes in the societies that preceded capitalism, slave owners and slaves, lords and serfs. There may be antagonistic relations not only between the opposed classes of one socio-economic formation but also between the classes of different formations, one of which is superseding the other. Such, for example, were the relations between the bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy in the period when bourgeois methods of exploitation came into conflict with those of feudalism. But in as much as both classes were exploiters, they were able to unite. Feudal methods of exploitation merged with bourgeois methods in the economies of several countries, and in the political field the bourgeoisie and the landowners often formed a common front, particularly when faced with a common enemy, the mass of the people led by the proletariat. Whereas the opposition or divergence of class interests forms the basis of the struggle between classes, coincidence of the interests of different classes creates a possibility of their working together. In the situation created by contemporary capitalism, there are objective conditions for combined action on the part of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, the bulk of the intelligentsia and white-collar workers, against the monopolies. As the most revolutionary, organized and united class, the proletariat is the natural leader of any alliance of these groups. In the class struggle, even radically different social classes, when faced by a common enemy, may find that their interests temporarily coincide. Thus, the nationwide objectives, for example, the struggle for national independence in the colonies and semi-colonies, may provide grounds for combined action on the part of the mass of the working people and the national bourgeoisie. But in such a situation each class acts according to its own rights, according to its own class interests. This is why Lenin demanded a precise analysis of those varied interests of different classes that coincide in certain definite, limited common aims. Bourgeois sociologists and the advocates of reform, and the right-wing socialists, deny the necessity of the class struggle. They assert that the driving force of progress is class cooperation. But in point of fact, the driving force of development of class-divided societies is the revolutionary struggle between the classes. Materialist dialectics tells us that the source of all development lies in the struggle of opposing forces and trends. In class society, this law of dialectics manifests itself in the class struggle. The class struggle exerts a profound influence on the development of the productive forces. One of the incitements to introduce machinery was the desire of the capitalists to break the resistance of the workers, to force them to submit to the compulsory rhythm of factory production. Marx observed that in Britain, since 1825, the invention and application of machinery has been simply the result of the war between workers and employers. The workers' resistance prevented the capitalists from multiplying their profits mainly by increasing working hours and forced them to concentrate their efforts on reducing the amount of necessary working time by increasing labor productivity, by employing more efficient machinery. But the Marxist proposition that the class struggle is the driving force of development of class-divided societies does not imply that it is the prime cause of development of the productive forces. The class structure of society and the class struggle it produces are themselves determined by the development of the productive forces and production relations. The class struggle acts as the driving force of historical development primarily because it is the means by which an obsolete social system is transformed into a new and higher system. The conflict between the new productive forces and the obsolete relations of production finds its expression in an antagonism between classes. This conflict is resolved by a social revolution, which is a higher manifestation of the class struggle. The class struggle acts as the motivator of historical events not only in an epoch of social revolutions but also in so-called peaceful epochs. The reforms, the minor improvements lauded by the reformists are, in fact, a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle. The degree of democracy achieved in any country depends decisively on the scope of the revolutionary struggle of the progressive classes. Lenin contrasted the socialist theory of the class struggle as the only real mover of history to the bourgeois theory of cooperation between classes as the driving force of social progress. He wrote, according to the theory of socialism, i.e., of Marxism, the real driving force of history is the revolutionary class struggle. According to the theory of bourgeois philosophers, the driving force of progress is the unity of all elements in society who realize the imperfections of certain of its institutions. The first theory is materialist, the second is idealist. The first is revolutionary, the second is reformist. The first serves as the basis for the tactics of the proletariat in modern capitalist countries. The second serves as the basis of the tactics of the bourgeoisie. The class struggle may vary greatly in character and form. It occurs in various spheres of social life in the economy, in the social, political, and spiritual fields. It may have different degrees of intensity, from passive opposition to a hostile class to active attack on its positions and drastic class clashes. It may be hidden or open, spontaneous or conscious. The substitution of some forms of class struggle for others depends on changes in the situation, on the degree of intensity of the contradictions between the inspi of the various classes, on the development of each class. The forms of the class struggle are connected with the forms of class organization. This comes out very clearly in the example of the class struggle of the proletariat. The proletariat conducts its struggle against capitalism in three main forms: economic, political, and ideological. The economic struggle is, historically, the first form of the class struggle of the proletariat. In all countries the workers' struggle began by their defending their immediate daily economic interests. They fought for higher wages, reduced working hours, improvement of working conditions, and so on. It was in this struggle that the proletariat's first organizations arose, the trade unions that were to become its school of class struggle. Strikes, partial or general, are a vitally important means of economic struggle. Under present-day conditions in certain countries, such as Italy, the workers reply to the employer's attempts to reduce production or close down factories with the work-in strike, during which they occupy factories and take over the management so as to make it impossible for the owners to stop production. The economic fight for daily needs is of vital importance to the working class, but it cannot rid the working class of exploitation and insecurity. The ideologists of capitalism maintain that the proletariat's class struggle is becoming pointless because its position is gradually improving and the profits of the monopolies are seeping down into all strata of society. In fact, however, wage rises are lagging behind rising prices and productivity of labor, which means that the actual degree of exploitation is systematically increasing. The reformists, the right-wing socialists, idealizing capitalism, enthuse about the social legislation on wages, working conditions, and social security, etc., that has been introduced in some capitalist countries, but they hide the fact that these are concessions won from the capitalists by the working class and in no sense the fruit of the goodwill of the monopolies. A certain rise in the workers' standard of life has occurred in a number of capitalist countries, mainly owing to the class struggle of the proletariat. Out of the tremendous wealth produced by their hands and brains, the proletarians in some capitalist countries have won for themselves more or less tolerable conditions of life, a certain improvement in living standards compared with their plight as it was in the 19th century. But we must not forget that even in the richest capitalist country, the United States, millions of working people live on or near the poverty line. The social status of the working class has not changed at all. It is still exploited like the other working people, it is allowed no part in the management of production or any real participation in the affairs of society. It is provided with only the lowest quality, cheapest standardist homes, the cheapest mass consumption motor cars, and so on. Millions of workers still live in slums. What is more, the improved standard of living won by some groups of workers in the capitalist countries is reduced to naught by the rising cost of living, by inflation. Wages lag behind the material and cultural needs of the worker and his family, which tend to grow with the development of society. It should also be borne in mind that the relatively tolerable standard of life in a small group of developed capitalist countries is built on the plundering of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, on unfair exchange, on unequal pay for women, on harsh exploitation of Negroes and immigrant workers, and also on the intensified exploitation of the working people in these countries themselves. Contemporary bourgeois ideologists argue that today the working class of the capitalist countries is integrated in capitalist society and has a stake in that society because it receives from it some of the good things of life. However, they conceal the fact that all these good things have been produced by the working class itself and that only its persistent struggle has restored to it a part of what was created by its own labor. As in the old days, the worker, whose productivity has now grown so much, still does not receive a considerable part of the wealth he creates, is still cheated of the surplus value. He is still exploited by capital. This is confirmed by the development of the workers' strike campaign. The total number of strikers in the developed capitalist countries, amounting to 74.5 million between 1919 and 1939, doubled between 1946 and 1959 and quadrupled between 1960 and 1969, when it reached 360 million. Significantly, it is the part of the working class concentrated in the main monopolist industries, at the large factories belonging to the monopolies, where wages are higher than in the non-monopoly sector, that displays the greatest activity in the strike campaign. Class conflicts at factories become even more intense with the further advance of the scientific and technological revolution, which in the conditions of capitalism brings much hardship to the worker. The economic struggle not only counteracts the process of impoverishment of the proletariat, it also gives it the organization to deal with wider revolutionary tasks. If the workers did not fight the rapacity of capital, they would be degraded, as Marx put it, to one level mass of broken wretches past salvation. By cowardly giving way in their everyday conflict with capital, they would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. Significant though it may be, the economic struggle is not in itself enough to do away with capitalist exploitation. To achieve this, there must be political struggle on the part of the proletariat. Even the struggle for partial economic demands, for example, for reduction of working hours, for a guaranteed minimum wage, for social security, inspires the proletariat to undertake political action. In present-day conditions, the defense of the working people's economic interests depends to a great extent on successful struggle against militarism and the arms race. So the strike campaign often acquires political significance and is closely linked with the fight against the imperialist preparations for a new war, with the fight for democracy and national independence. The political struggle exerts a powerful influence on the struggle in the economic field. It is characteristic that with the general fight against socialism on their hands, the capitalists, fearing that the class struggle may grow into a mass revolutionary movement, have been compelled to make some concessions to the workers' demands and try to employ better disguised forms of exploitation of the working people. The existence of the world socialist system and the achievements of the socialist countries greatly increase the strength of the proletariat of the capitalist countries. Political struggle takes many forms, ranging from participation in elections to parliaments, local councils, and other state organizations to mass demonstrations, from the peaceful use of the parliamentary platform to the revolutionary struggle for power. The chief objective of the proletariat's political struggle is to overthrow the power of the capitalist class and establish its own power, the dictatorship of the working class, and, once this power has been won, to consolidate it as the instrument for building socialist society. Historically, political struggle developed after the economic struggle, but it ranks first in importance because it is a higher form of class struggle. The reasons for this are as follows. 1. In the economic struggle, action against the exploiters may be confined to separate contingents of the working class, whereas in the political struggle the workers and capitalists are ranged against each other as classes, each in its entirety. 2. In the economic struggle the workers defend their own immediate, daily interests, sometimes the interests of separate groups of the working class, but in the political struggle they are defending their own fundamental, general class interests. 3. In the economic struggle, if it is conducted separately from the political struggle, the workers acquire only a trade union type of consciousness, that is, an understanding of their own narrow professional interests. In the political struggle, led by a Marxist party, the working class evolves a truly class, proletarian socialist consciousness, an understanding of its fundamental general class interests, of its historic mission and revolutionary objectives. 4. The economic struggle provides the proletariat with the organization it needs in the form of trade unions. The political struggle demands the creation of a Marxist political party, the highest form of class organization of the proletariat. The ideological struggle is also a highly important form of the class struggle of the proletariat. To rouse the working class for a broad economic and particularly political struggle, one must make it aware of its fundamental class interests. The theory of Marxism-Leninism, scientific socialism, gives the working class this awareness. It reveals the laws of social development, the laws of the development of capitalism, and shows the working class the ways and means of struggle for freedom from exploitation, for socialism. The theoretical, ideological struggle of the working class, of its parties, is aimed at freeing the workers' minds from bourgeois ideas and prejudices. The introduction of Marxist socialist ideology into the spontaneous working class movement raises it to a higher level of development. So the ideological form of a class struggle is just as essential for final victory of the proletariat as other forms of the class struggle. In the course of this struggle, classes acquire political and ideological shape. Their complex path of development transforms them from a passive object of history to its conscious and active subject, its makers. From being classes in themselves, they become classes for themselves. Economic conditions, wrote Marx, had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The combination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, this mass becomes united and constitutes itself as a class for itself. In the formation of a class as an actively operating subject, as a class for itself, an important role is played by the emergence of the corresponding political organizations, particularly political parties. The class struggle finds its most definite form of expression in the struggle of political parties. Political parties express the interests of classes and lead their struggle. Parties differ from classes in that they never embrace the whole of a class but represent only part of it. The very word party derives from the Latin word pars, meaning a part. They are the result of the conscious joining together of the advanced, most active representatives of the given class in the name of definite political ideas and aims, whereas classes themselves arise spontaneously as a result of the economic development of society. The party therefore arises after the class has taken shape. Bourgeois ideologists, and also reformists and revisionists, try to obscure the connection between parties and classes. Admittedly, not all classes undergo this transformation. The ruling classes usually become aware of their fundamental interests before the oppressed classes. Some of the oppressed classes cannot grasp their fundamental interests at all, or can only realize them when they embark on the road of struggle under the leadership of a more developed class. Many bourgeois sociologists follow the German sociologist Max Weber in dividing society into three independent orders: economic, social, and political. Classes are placed in the economic order, the so-called status groups, which are distinguished by the degree of respect they command in society, make up the social order, and parties are assigned to the political order. This approach to the question offers the possibility of isolating parties from classes. Of course, the division of society into parties does not usually coincide with the division into classes. A class is quite often represented not by one but by several parties expressing, along with the general class interests, the interests of separate groups within the class. The contradictions between the bourgeois parties are often somewhat superficial in character, but sometimes they reflect deeper differences between the various factions within classes and can be used by the proletariat in the interests of its class struggle. The class struggle reveals the true face of each party. The division of any society into different political parties, Lenin wrote, is revealed most clearly of all in times of profound crises shaking the whole country. All phrasemongering, all that is petty and extraneous, is brushed aside by the gravity of the struggle. The parties strain every nerve and appeal to the masses, and the masses, guided by their unerring instinct and enlightened by the experience of an open struggle, follow the parties that represent the interests of a particular class. The party of the working class is the advanced, politically organized, and active part of the working class, its vanguard. The majority of workers are too much overburdened by exploitation to be able in the conditions of capitalism to rise to the level of class consciousness that distinguishes the vanguard. Even a trade union, a simpler kind of organization more easily understood by the less developed sections of the workers, cannot take in the whole proletariat. No one, therefore, should cherish the illusion that in capitalist conditions the dividing line between the vanguard of the working class and the whole class can automatically disappear. This line will be erased only when communism wins final victory. All other organizations of the proletariat, trade unions, cultural and educational associations, etc., serve as necessary means in the class struggle, but they cannot solve the fundamental problem, the problem of abolishing the capitalist system and carrying out a socialist revolution. Only a Marxist-Leninist party, which is the highest form of class political organization of the proletariat, is capable of uniting the activities of all proletarian organizations and guiding them to the one goal of socialist revolution. But there are opportunist parties as well as revolutionary parties of the working class in many capitalist countries. Opportunism and revisionism are not accidental phenomena in the working class movement. They have their social roots. They are a result of bourgeois pressure on the unstable sections of the workers. The working class is not homogeneous, it includes various interlayers, such as recent arrivals from the petty bourgeoisie, and the upper crust of highly paid workers, the working class aristocracy. In the conditions of imperialism, the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries is able to bribe the upper sections of the proletariat out of the profits obtained by plundering the colonies and economically dependent countries and by fixing high monopoly prices. It is this that feeds and supports opportunism in the working class movement. The corruption of part of the proletariat can be paid for not only out of colonial superprofits but also out of the superprofits obtained by monopoly capitalism through its appropriation of the fruits of the scientific and technological revolution, the achievements of science and technology. The heterogeneous nature of the working class leads inevitably to divergence of views and aspirations among its different sections, and every turn in the development of the class struggle intensifies these divergencies, evoking both ultra-left and right-wing deviations and trends. The dialectics of the revolutionary movement is such that its very growth, the involvement of the wider sections of the working class and particularly other social strata, which is in itself a positive phenomenon, may at the same time help to cultivate both right-wing and left opportunism. Opportunism, internal division in the working class and dissension between workers of different nationality are used by the bourgeoisie as the chief means of weakening the working class movement. But although the bourgeoisie in certain countries may temporarily be able to slow down the development of the class struggle of the proletariat, it has no power to stop it. The class struggle is the basic law of development of class societies, and its driving force. This law discovered by Marx and Engels consists in the fact that, all historical struggles, whether they proceed in the political, religious, philosophical, or some other ideological domain, are in fact only the more or less clear expression of struggles of social classes, and that the existence of these classes and thereby the collisions, too, between them are in turn conditioned by the degree of development of their economic position, by the mode of their production and of their exchange. Determined by it. This law, as Engels put it, is as important to historical science, to understanding of the development of class society, as the law of the conversion of energy is to natural science. For historical necessity and the ways to abolish classes. The ultimate goal of the class struggle waged by the proletariat is to abolish capitalist society with its inevitable antagonism between classes, and to create the classless communist society. This goal has become attainable only in the epoch of the crisis of capitalism. Admittedly, awareness of the injustice of a society divided into antagonistic classes and calls for its abolition are to be found much earlier, at the very dawn of capitalism. But at that time they ran counter to the needs of economic progress. The economic conditions for the abolition of classes had not yet matured. Only in the epoch of developed capitalism does the mighty growth of the productive forces create conditions in which the abolition of class distinctions can be a real progress, can be lasting without bringing about stagnation or even decline in the mode of social production. In such a situation, the desire of the oppressed and exploited masses to destroy classes and social distinctions, to abolish class inequality, coincides with the needs of economic progress, with objective necessity. The development of contemporary capitalist society also creates the material preconditions for abolition of the old social forms of division of labor between town and country, between people of mental and physical labor. It makes this abolition necessary. The abolition of the antithesis, and subsequently of all essential differences between town and country, is not merely possible. It has become a direct necessity of industrial production itself, just as it has become a necessity of agricultural production. It secures free and all-round development not only for the minority but for all members of society, and this tremendously accelerates social progress. Economic advance has not only necessitated the destruction of classes, it has also given birth to the social force that is capable of carrying out this historic task. That force is the modern proletariat. Of all the oppressed classes that have ever fought for their freedom, the working class is the only one capable of putting an end to the class division of society. When the slaves liberated themselves, they destroyed not all forms of private property and exploitation but only the relationship of slavery. When the serfs obtained their emancipation, they became owners of their own little patches of land. The proletarian, on the other hand, cannot free himself in any other way than by abolishing private ownership of the means of production in general and ending all forms of exploitation of man by man. For this reason the proletariat by its revolutionary class struggle rids not only itself of oppression but all working people. The proletariat is the most revolutionary class not because it is the poorest and suffers most. Capitalism condemns to beggary and hardship millions of needy peasants and urban poor, many thousands of lumpen proletarians who often suffer even more than the proletarians, but this does not make them any more revolutionary. The consistent revolutionary drive of the proletariat is determined not only by the fact that it is an exploited class interested in overthrowing capitalism, but also by the fact that of all the oppressed and exploited groups of the working people it alone is the vehicle of the new, higher, that is to say, socialist, mode of production. What is more, the proletariat is the most organized and conscious class. Because it is connected with large-scale production, the proletariat, as Lenin says, economically dominates the center and nerve of the entire economic system of capitalism. For it is united and trained in discipline and organization by the very conditions of labor in large-scale production and therefore is more capable than any other class of working people of undertaking united, conscious action. In contrast to the revolutionary classes before it, which were not always able to unite even within the bounds of one nationality, the proletariat wages the class struggle against capitalism on an international scale. Internationalism is an inseparable and essential feature of the proletariat's class struggle. Marxists single out the proletariat as the sole consistently revolutionary class not in order to oppose it to the rest of the working people but to reveal its role as the leader of all working people. Marx flatly rejected the assertion of the German socialist Ferdinand Lassalle that in relation to the proletariat all other classes are a solid reactionary mass. Lassalle's precept is incorrect and politically harmful, it condemns the proletariat to isolation. In order to defeat capital, the proletariat must win over the broad masses of the working people, above all the peasantry and also the working intelligentsia, the white-collar workers. Capitalism brings ruin to the small and medium peasantry, it turns a considerable number of intellectuals and white-collar workers into proletarians, it threatens the people with the disasters of militarism and war, with the destruction of all that has been achieved in the sphere of culture and art. The present epoch therefore holds out the possibility of winning over ever broader sections of the working people to the side of the working class. Only with their support can the proletariat successfully carry out its historic mission. The scientific and technological revolution considerably extends the range of the social conflicts into which various groups of working people in capitalist society are drawn. Now these groups comprise not only workers thrown out of their jobs by automation or deprived of their skills and compelled to switch to low-paid occupations. They include also the bankrupt small producers who have to adapt to new proletarian conditions of life, as well as many of the rank-and-file office workers and intellectuals whose life is growing more and more difficult and who are becoming ever more keenly aware of the inhuman and anti-popular nature of capitalism. These groups also comprise a considerable section of the young people, who are unable to obtain the education and skills they need in the situation created by the current scientific and technological revolution. Some of the ultra-left theoreticians argue that the enhanced activity of these groups of working people means that the working class is losing its revolutionary role. The ultra-leftists pin high hopes on the students, whom they present as the most revolutionary force, the modern substitute for the allegedly conservative proletariat. The students are indeed capable of great political activity. As the British Marxist Palmatude has written, in this 24th year since the end of the Second World War, a whole new generation has come to the front which has never known the war or fascism, and which looks with eager candor and open eyes and anger at the horrors and evils of the modern world, the bomb, poverty, social inequality, racialism, the gulf between rich and poor nations. This political stirring of wider numbers of young people than in any previous period, including in the advanced capitalist countries, is one of the most positive features in the modern situation. The students, who hate the despotic, authoritarian bourgeois system in higher education, do not wish to become the servants of business, but they are unstable and come from different classes. They are not one of the productive forces of society and are therefore unable to undertake independently the historic mission of abolishing capitalism, which can be performed only by the organized working class. The growth of the social activity of several groups of the population in the capitalist countries today testifies not to the loss by the working class of its worldwide, historic role, but to the fact that in these countries there are considerably wider possibilities for the working class to rally the broad social sections of the population in the struggle against the capitalist monopolies. No matter what capitalism's apologists may say, the development of capitalism does not conduce to the elimination of class distinctions. On the contrary, it sharpens them. The capitalist mode of production is constantly recreating and deepening the opposition between the capitalists, the owners of the means of production, on the one hand, and the proletarians, the working people deprived of the means of production, on the other. Only a proletarian revolution does away with this mode of production, replaces it with the socialist mode of production, and thus abolishes the division of society into antagonistic classes. The victory of the socialist revolution and the proletariat's conquest of power launches the process of elimination of classes. This is a complex and lengthy process which takes place in two stages: the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, in the course of which the exploiting classes are abolished and the non-proletarian masses of the working people are placed on the road of socialism, and the period of development of socialism and its gradual growing into communism, when the remaining class distinctions are overcome. The specific forms and time span needed to carry out these tasks differ from country to country, depending on the social structure that is inherited from the old system. In the more developed countries, where capitalism has simplified the class structure of society, where the polarization of society into two great classes is expressed more distinctly, the process of the destruction of classes may proceed at a faster rate. On the other hand, in countries where small producers constitute the majority, or a considerable part, of the population, where pre-capitalist social strata continue to exist, This process goes through a number of transitional stages and inevitably becomes more complex and prolonged. Private property may be of two kinds, large or small, based on the exploitation of other people's labor or relying on the labor of the owner himself. Whereas the first can be expropriated, the second must be gradually transformed into socialist property through cooperation or amalgamation of the small farms or enterprises. This task demands means and time limits differing from those applied in the expropriation of the big property owners, but it is just as essential to the abolition of classes because, until it is carried out, the sources that engender capitalist elements and exploitation of man by man cannot be eliminated. The complete elimination of class distinctions presupposes not only a change in the relations of ownership but also the overcoming of the previous forms of social division of labor, the distinctions between people, based on the part which they play in the organization of social labor, and also inequality in the distribution of the social wealth. Lenin observed that, in order to abolish classes completely, it is not enough to overthrow the exploiters, the landowners, and capitalists, not enough to abolish their rights of ownership, it is necessary also to abolish all private ownership of the means of production, it is necessary to abolish the distinction between town and country, as well as the distinction between manual workers and brain workers. This is the only way of transition to a society that is socially homogeneous, and guarantees complete social equality. This problem is not solved in the first phase of communism, that is, under socialism. Elimination of all the exploiting classes in the transitional period from capitalism to socialism means that the basic sources of social inequality are eliminated. Society is no longer divided into groups of people, one of which can, thanks to its position in the system of social economy, appropriate the results of the labor of others. But classes still do not disappear completely under socialism. There still remain class distinctions between the working class and the peasantry, depending on the level of development of the productive forces and production relations in town and country. These distinctions are connected with the existence of the two forms of socialist property, state property, i.e., the property of the whole people, and cooperative, collective farm property. The fundamental thing here is the uneven degree of socialization of production, of the development of the productive forces in industry and agriculture. The classes that continue to exist in socialist society are the workers and peasants. They are united by the socialist system of economy, by the one type of social ownership of the means of production, and by their work together, and yet they still differ within the framework of a given community by their relationship to the means of production, their role in the social organization of labor, and underscore their means of obtaining their income. These distinctions are gradually erased, but they are still far from disappearing altogether. The working class retains its leading role in society because these distinctions survive. This is due first to the fact that the working class is directly connected with the highest form of the socialist economy, because it works at enterprises that are the property of the whole people. Secondly, the working class makes up the great bulk of workers in industry, which is the driving force of the whole economy. Thirdly, the working class is more organized than any other group of working people. On the basis of the socialist interests and communist ideals of the working class, all classes and social groups in Soviet society are coming closer together and acquiring greater cohesion. Class distinctions are by no means the only social distinctions that exist under socialism. Besides the differences between the working class and the collective farm peasantry, there are distinctions between the urban and rural population in general, distinctions between the people mainly engaged in physical work and those whose occupation is largely intellectual, and finally, distinctions between the sections whose work involves a different content, different skills, different levels of income within the working class, within the peasantry, and within the intelligentsia and offs and other workers. The overcoming of these distinctions is mainly a matter of solving two major social problems: the elimination of the essential differences between town and country and people performing mental and manual labor. It is therefore determined above all by the development of production and growth of culture. The workers and peasants are steadily coming closer together through their position in the system of economic relations, through their relationship to the means of production, because the two forms of socialist property are also coming closer together. Another thing that is bringing all social groups closer together is the character of their labor. On the basis of technological progress, agricultural labor is gradually being transformed into a kind of industrial work, and mental and manual labor are steadily beginning to acquire an organic unity in people's production activity. As this process of the evening out of the character of labor proceeds, the cultural and technical level of the peasants gradually approaches that of the workers, and the level of both of these classes moves up to that of the intelligentsia, implying a general cultural upswing of the whole people. Finally, in the process of advance towards communism on the basis of the growth of productivity of labor and elimination of distinctions in the cultural and technical levels of the working people, the preconditions are gradually created for the elimination of distinctions both in the forms of distribution of income and also in the conditions of everyday life of all social groups. The experience of the transformation of class relations in the USSR and other socialist countries shows the economic, political, and social significance of the overcoming of class antagonisms and class distinctions. It confirms the prediction of the classics of Marxism-Leninism that social progress in the present epoch would be possible only through the abolition of exploitation of man by man and the emancipation of humanity from class oppression. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production and of class exploitation brings about the social, economic, and moral renovation of society, because it puts an end to the longing to accumulate wealth, the power of money, the enmity, selfishness, war, militarism, and other evils of class-divided society. In its day the emergence of classes was a progressive phenomenon, but now the abolition of classes is a condition of historical progress. The emergence of classes was a result of the spontaneous development of society connected with the appearance of private property and economic inequality between people. Conversely, the abolition of classes can result only from the conscious class struggle of the proletariat. This leads to the establishment of its political supremacy, which is an essential transitional step towards the removal of all class distinctions. In the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, the class struggle, as Lenin showed, and as has been confirmed by historical experience, does not disappear but merely changes its forms. It is inevitable for as long as there are forces in society that resist the establishment of socialism. The people become socially, politically, and ideologically united in a developed socialist society. The relations between the working class and the collective farm peasantry, and also the relations between these classes and the intelligentsia, are no longer relations of class struggle but relations of friendship and lasting, unshakable alliance under the leadership of the working class. The elimination of the exploiting classes and the establishment of social, political, and ideological unity in society implies that the full intensity of the class struggle shifts to the international arena, where the competition between the two systems, socialist and capitalist, is in full swing. The interrelations between the two systems, no matter what form they take, are essentially an arena of class struggle. The struggle between the forces of socialism and capitalism assumed its most acute form in the period of civil war and foreign intervention, in 1918 to 1920, and also in the period of the invasion of the Soviet Union by Nazi Germany and her allies. Nazi Germany, fascism, was the spearhead of imperialism, and it was directed mainly against the USSR. The defeat of Nazi Germany and imperialist Japan signified the victory of the forces of socialism over the reactionary forces of imperialism. In the context of the peaceful coexistence of the two systems, economic competition is of decisive importance. The world socialist system is called upon to prove its superiority over capitalism by achieving a higher productivity of labor, a higher level of material and cultural life for the whole population, and by the creation of conditions for the all-round development of the individual. This economic contest is accompanied by political and ideological struggle between the forces of world socialism and world capitalism. The struggle between socialism and capitalism is reflected to a certain extent also within socialist society, inasmuch as it remains necessary to prevent the activities of the agents of the capitalist world. It is still necessary to fight against survivals of the old views and morality, and against the antisocial and anti-patriotic actions of those who hold them. This struggle does not now imply a conflict between classes or social groups within socialist society, but it does possess a certain class content because it is connected with the need to overcome the ideological opposition of the old world. Socialist society is a stage in the process of growth into classless, communist society. The elimination of the class divisions is a gradual process which, given correct policy, excludes any class conflicts or clashes. The policy of the CPSU, designed to enhance the influence of the working class in all spheres of social life, strengthen its alliance with the peasantry, and further unite the workers, collective farmers, and intellectuals in their joint labor, promotes this objective process. The progressive drawing together of all sections of the people helps societies advance towards communism, where all class distinctions will disappear and the historical mission of the working class will be fulfilled. The development of society thus confirms the proposition of Marxism-Leninism that class division is historically transient in character. Class society, which supplanted the primitive communal system several thousand years ago, turns out to be not an eternal form of the life of humanity but only its prehistory, to be followed by a genuinely human history free of all forms of oppression and offering broad opportunities for the full flowering of man's strength and ability. Chapter Shiu. The historical forms of human community. Tribe, nationality, nation. As we have seen, the mode of production of material goods forms the basis of all social relations. It determines the structure of society, the types of social groups, and also the more or less stable historical forms of the human community: clans, tribes, nationalities, and nations. 1. The clan and tribe as historical forms of human community in pre-class society. In the pre-class period, the main form of human community is the clan and tribe. The data gathered by anthropology, ethnography, and archaeology tell us that the clan or Gentile organization superseded the herd form of life evidently during the Upper Paleolithic period, when the modern type of man first appeared. The clan may be defined as a primary productive, social, and ethnic group of pre-class society possessing a common origin, language, customs, beliefs, and common features of everyday life and culture, a group in which blood as well as production relations play the primary role in the performance of all activities. The clan has its common settlements and hunting grounds. The economic basis of the clan is primitive communal property. The group of people forming the clan run their economy together on the basis of social ownership and egalitarian distribution of what they produce. Change and development in their economic activity lead to modification of the organizational forms of Gentile society. The tribe is a larger community than the clan, usually comprising several hundred or several thousand of people. If well developed, it may comprise several clans. Every clan remains an independent unit of social production within the tribe, but the tribe brings into being a new form of social property, a new form of social organization. There is now tribal property as well as the property of the clan. For the most part, this is territory. This means that there is a need for government of the tribe as a whole, and hence there appear chieftains, priests, warlords, and administrative bodies, such as the tribal council and the general assembly of warriors or elders of the tribe. In its day, the clan or tribal form of community was the only possible form in which production, or for that matter primitive society as a whole, could function and develop. Hence the existence of such a form among all peoples at the stage of the primitive communal system, and also its ability to survive for thousands of years. The clan or tribal community offered scope for the development of economic activity and culture and brought people closer together. It created favorable conditions for the preservation and accumulation of production experience and the rudiments of culture, and for the improvement and perfection of the language. At the same time, blood relationships limited the numerical growth of the social groups and hindered communication, particularly people's movements and the development of economic relations. The force of tradition that facilitated the functioning of the social organism was so great that it prevented any substantial change in the life of the tribe. The growth of contradictions in the clan-tribe organization ultimately led to the supplanting of this form of community by other forms. Strictly speaking, the formation of tribes had already initiated the splitting up of the united multifunctional community. Inasmuch as the tribe performed only some of the social functions, this was the beginning of the breakaway of the ethnic community from its immediate economic functions. Then came the pair-based family and the tendency to separate family marital relationships and consanguinity relations from common ethnic relations. 392. 2. The emergence of classes and development of forms of human community. Nationality. Nation. With the beginning of the social division of labor, with the appearance of barter relations and unequal property relations, the clan-tribe organization was compelled to yield place to a new form of human community. This new form of community was based not on blood relationships but on certain territorial links between people belonging to different tribes who were, however, closely connected with one another by the character of their economic activity, their trade, or other economic relations. This new form of community was the nationality. Formed on the basis of the class production relations that superseded the primitive communal relations, the nationality is a community of people who live on one territory and are bound together by a common language, mentality, cultural features, and way of life, as expressed in their customs, morals, and traditions. Instead of the primitive communal economy known to the tribal organization, the economy becomes based on private property, and the private property of exploiters appears and develops. Thus the formation of nationality gradually destroys the direct connection of the economy with the wider form of human community. Because they are more developed communities than tribes, nationalities promote the development of production, accumulation, and exchange of production experience and cultural achievements, the perfection of language and all other forms of human communication, over a relatively wide area, inhabited by tens or hundreds of thousands of people. But in the course of time even this form of community begins to restrict the development of the production of material goods and exchange, which by now embraces almost every kind of human activity. The patriarchal subsistence economy gives way to commodity production. Commodity capitalist relations do away with economic isolation of the different economic regions and strengthen the ties between the people of a given nationality and other nationalities. Help to give them a common language, common cultural features, and bring people together in even more stable communities. Nations. The capitalist origin of nations was brilliantly expounded by Marx and Engels in the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The bourgeoisie keeps more and more doing away with the scattered state of the population, of the means of production, and of property. It has agglomerated population, centralized means of production, and has concentrated property in a few hands. The necessary consequence of this was political centralization. Independent, or but loosely connected provinces, with separate interests, laws, governments, and systems of taxation, became lumped together into one nation, with one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one frontier, and one customs tariff. Marx and Engels had in mind the process of formation of nations in the countries of Western Europe, where the maturing of capitalist relations simultaneously abolished political isolation and consolidated people into nations. The fact that these two processes were simultaneous usually led to the formation of one nation centralist states, although even in these states internal differences found expression in dialects and local customs, or even the survival of national minorities in many one-nation states. Sometimes for various reasons the centralist state is formed before all the nationalities living on the given territory can be absorbed into the nation. In such cases a multinational state is formed with a privileged position for one or several nations which, having evolved before the others, become the driving force in the creation of the centralist state. Multinational states also arise when the ruling classes of an emergent nation, with centralist state power in their hands, subjugate other peoples, which as a rule are at a lower level of economic development. Thus many one-nation bourgeois states in the 19th century, in the period when they divided the world between them, turned into colonial empires with a great diversity of nationalities among their populations. In all cases, however, nations are formed on the basis of capitalist production relations. 394. In a polemic with the Narodnik Mikhailovsky, who followed the bourgeois sociologists in regarding national ties as the continuation and generalization of tribal ties, Lenin showed that the actual merging of provinces, lands, and principalities into the Russian nation had taken place on the basis of commodity capitalist relations, which had led to the formation of a market embracing the whole of Russia, since the leaders and masters of this process were the merchant capitalists. The creation of these national ties was nothing else than the creation of bourgeois ties. Consequently, nations arise in the process of the disintegration of feudalism and the formation of capitalism on the basis of the development of stable economic ties that determine the economic life of the people. It is this that makes a nationality or a part of a nationality into a nation, or creates the foundation for the merging of related nationalities into a single nation. There can be no nation without a common economic life. But this feature produces a nation only in combination with other features that arise in the earlier, pre-capitalist period but develop on the basis of close economic ties. Besides the community of economic life, the basic features of a nation include a common language, common territory, and certain peculiarities of the people's social psychology, as expressed in specific features of culture. However, the fact that a people may have certain minor psychological and cultural features in common does not do away with the fundamental psychological difference between the members of opposing classes within that nation. Thus, a nation is a stable community of people bound together by a common language, common territory, community of economic life, and certain peculiarities of social psychology, as expressed in the specific features of the culture of the given people, which distinguish its culture from that of other peoples. The nation was the form of human community corresponding to the capitalist mode of production. It promoted the development of productive forces of the society and played an important part in overcoming political separateness. The formation of nations and national movements helped to abolish feudalism and establish capitalism. But in the course of time, even the national framework proves too narrow for capitalist society as it develops. Capitalism creates a national and also a world market, which not only consolidates the nation as an economic community but also establishes economic ties between all nations, ultimately turning capitalism into a world economic system. This leads to profound contradictions, to the emergence of two tendencies in the development of nations under capitalism. The first tendency is that of the formation of nations, the rise of national life and national movements, the struggle against feudal separateness and pre-capitalist forms of oppression. The second tendency intensifies economic intercourse between nations and breaks down national barriers by means of international capital. Both tendencies, wrote Lenin, are a universal law of capitalism. The former predominates in the beginning of its development, the latter characterizes a mature capitalism that is moving towards its transformation into socialist society. The contradiction between these tendencies assumes antagonistic forms. The bourgeoisie of the developed countries seizes foreign territories, enslaves other peoples and pursues a colonial, expansionist policy. Conversely, the peoples enslaved by imperialism rise against it and fight for their liberation. Under socialism, the development and drawing closer of nations occur on the basis of the supremacy of social property, on the basis of common social and political relations, and the common ideology of socialist internationalism and patriotism. The nationalities and nations that are formed on the basis of socialism, like the old nations that are transformed on this basis, acquire new features expressing the nature of the new social relations. The nations of socialist society have the same basic attributes as those of bourgeois society: common territory, economic life, language, etc. But the content of these attributes changes fundamentally inasmuch as these nations are based on the socialist mode of production and share the essentially common interests and psychological features. Under socialism, nations are not split into opposing classes, as under capitalism. The national community therefore coincides with the social community, with the unity of the working people based on social property and joint activity. The further development of these nations comes about through their voluntary and equal cooperation and mutual assistance, which prepares them for the future merging in developed communist society. Thus we have three types of human community, which historically supersede one another in the process of the progressive development of human society: the clan or tribal community, the nationality, and the nation. Their supplanting of one another shows that the development of social production and the social progress that it brings demand wider ethnic communities with greater stability and stronger external ties. The types of historical community correspond only basically, however, to certain socio-economic formations. Situations seldom occur in history when these types of community appear in their pure form. Owing to the unevenness of economic development, one can find on our planet all types of economic relationship and correspondingly all historical forms of community, from the primitive communal to the socialist, from the tribal community to that of the developed nation. Genetically, the tribe precedes the nationality, and the nationality precedes the nation, but in actual history on a world scale, and very often within the framework of one people, they are to be found side by side and interacting. For this reason, the tribes and nationalities that have survived to this day in many parts of Africa, Asia, and other continents differ considerably from what they were even in the recent past, inasmuch as they have, in some way or another, been included in the system of new economic relations. We must bear in mind that colonialism played a decisive role in holding back economic and cultural development of the peoples of many countries, and particularly in delaying the process of their emergence as nations. 3. National relations under capitalism. The formation of nations gave rise to the nationalities question, whose development under capitalism may be considered in three stages. The first stage is the epoch of the establishment of capitalism and the decline of feudalism, the epoch of the transformation of nationalities into nations, when this process was as a rule led by the bourgeoisie. In this period, mankind experienced the first round of national liberation wars and revolutions. The second stage is the period of the spread of capitalism and the growth of free capitalism into imperialism, when the developed capitalist countries divided the world and evolved the colonial system of oppression. This was an epoch of powerful national liberation movements, when peoples that had not yet consolidated into nations rose to fight for their liberation against colonial oppression, against imperialism. Today we are in the third stage. The present epoch, if considered from the standpoint of the nationalities question, is the epoch of the collapse of the colonial system of imperialism, the epoch of nationhood for the peoples who have liberated or are liberating themselves in the course of anti-imperialist struggle. This process is made easier by the existence of the world socialist system and has already embraced a large part of mankind. The urge for nationhood coincides with the great social transformations that lead from capitalism to socialism. Objectively, in their character and role, the national movements of emergent capitalism were anti-feudal. They formed one of the conditions for the assertion of capitalism in the struggle of the bourgeoisie and the mass of the people against the feudal order. In the age of imperialism, the bourgeoisie of the dominant nation oppresses the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, and the latter rise to fight for their independence against colonial oppression. The nationalities question here expresses the conflict between the revolutionary, liberating, profoundly democratic movement of the working class, the peasantry, and part of the national bourgeoisie and other progressive forces, on the one hand, and the imperialist bourgeoisie, on the other. Every class taking part in the national movement approaches this problem from its own standpoint. For instance, the national bourgeoisie seeks to replace the colonial system with its own system of domination. This explains its inconsistency, its vacillation, and its occasional conciliation of the imperialist bourgeoisie. The interests of the working class demand the complete abolition of all forms of oppression, hence its consistency and determination in the anti-imperialist struggle. Under capitalism, all social movements directly or indirectly acquire a political character and become socio-political movements and trends. Political activity itself, however, inevitably develops in national forms. This can be seen not only in the case of the bourgeoisie fighting for political supremacy under the banner of nationalism, but also in the case of the working class. This class becomes a political force when its movement assumes a nationwide scale, or, as Marx and Engels put it, when numerous local struggles merge into one national struggle between classes. But every class struggle is a political struggle. The working class fights mainly against its own bourgeoisie, and this fight acquires the forms conditioned by the historical stage of development of the given nation. The nationalities question is a political one also because in a situation in which relations are regulated by state and law, it is bound to involve both the country's constitution and state organization, the policy conducted by the ruling classes. To this should be added the fact that interstate relations, which inevitably have a political character, usually assume the character of national relations. National relations under capitalism play a tremendous part also in the sphere of the spiritual life of nations. All kinds of spiritual activity, particularly in the sphere of art, assume a national form. Ideological life itself develops, if regarded from the national standpoint, on the basis of the struggle of the two trends that correspond to the two great class camps throughout the capitalist world and express the two policies in the national question. These two trends are bourgeois nationalism and proletarian internationalism. The nationalist does not simply proceed from the existence of a certain community of national interests and fight for their realization. In contrast to the internationalist, he exaggerates the significance of these interests. Moreover, he regards all other social interests from this standpoint, either ignoring them or subordinating them to the national interest. Within the country this finds expression mainly in denial of the opposition of classes and class interests, in denial of the class struggle as the driving force of development. In relation to other peoples, nationalism takes the form of adulation of everything that is ours, of the Nationale, regardless of its socio-political content, including adulation of obsolete conservative social and political institutions, customs, and traditions. It is also expressed in neglect of, or contempt for, the peculiar features and interests of other nations and nationalities, and in the overt or covert assumption of the inferiority of other peoples and the exceptional superiority of our people. Nationalism also opposes the establishment of broad ties with other peoples. It recognizes such ties only with peoples that are ethnically close to one's own nation, and is hostile to the historically progressive process of the convergence of nations and the merging of some of them with others, even if this process occurs in a natural way, in the course of the country's economic development and not as a result of violent measures or forced assimilation. In its extreme form, nationalism becomes chauvinism. Here a contempt for the peculiarities and interests of other peoples grows into dislike and even zoological hatred, which can reach the point of a desire not only to enslave and exploit them but to destroy them altogether. Chauvinism very often assumes such extreme, man-hating forms when nationalism is combined with racialism. Racialism became particularly widespread in the age of imperialism, when the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries, which were mainly populated with people of the white race, subjugated numerous colored peoples and in some cases conducted a policy of physical extermination. Racial differences are external biological differences that play no essential role in the physiological processes occurring in the human organism and have no influence on the structure of the brain or people's ability to think and feel. These external biological differences play no part at all in the social, historical processes. Racialism in any form, like the extreme forms of nationalism, is the ideological and political weapon of the most reactionary, most militaristic, most terroristic groups and parties of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Nationalism is closely bound up with cosmopolitanism. Outwardly they stand in opposition to each other. Nationalism exaggerates national peculiarities while cosmopolitanism denies their significance. Nationalism and cosmopolitanism are, as it were, the ideological expression of the two basic tendencies in the nationalities question under capitalism. Cosmopolitanism expresses the tendency towards internationalization of economic relations between countries, towards the internationalization of capital. But by isolating this tendency and opposing it to the second tendency, the tendency towards national unity, cosmopolitanism justifies the economic enslavement of other peoples and is the ideological weapon of the expansionist policies of the major capitalist countries towards world domination. Cosmopolitanism serves the imperialist chauvinist aims of the great power which under the flag of abandoning national differences, imposes on other countries its domination, its language, its way life, etc. Cosmopolitanism is the reverse side of nationalism. From what has been said it follows that the concepts of the national and the nationalistic by no means coincide. The national embraces the field of relations between all ethnic communities of capitalist society. No class can ignore national peculiarities, they are all involved in national relations, which are a historically transient feature of social relations, they must all define their position on the issue of nationalities. Nationalism, on the other hand, is a bourgeois policy, the bourgeois world outlook, the bourgeois ideology in the nationalities question. We must not, of course, confuse the reactionary imperialist nationalism with the nationalism of the bourgeoisie of the countries that are fighting against colonialism and imperialism. The content of the latter is directed against imperialist oppression and consequently against imperialist nationalism. Bourgeois nationalism is opposed by proletarian, socialist internationalism, which reflects the position of the proletariat in society, its fundamental interests, the nature and character of its liberation struggle. It expresses the essence of the policy, the world outlook and ideology of the working class in the nationalities question. Any departure, even the smallest, from internationalism towards nationalism implies a shift from proletarian class positions to bourgeois positions and harms the struggle of the working class and all working people, the cause of communism. This is why the revolutionary theory of the working class Marxism-Leninism is profoundly internationalist and implacably opposed to all manifestations of nationalism, no matter what form they assume. At the same time, the working class cannot take a nihilistic approach to the nationalities question, mainly because national relations constitute an important element in the social and political environment in which every national contingent of the working class has to fight. In contrast to the nationalist and cosmopolitan, the internationalist is a patriot. Internationalism and patriotism are as inseparable as the nationalism and cosmopolitanism which oppose it. The working class expresses the true interests of the people of its country, their desire for progress and prosperity. It is deeply concerned about what happens to its people, and fights for their better future. No class or party is better equipped than the working class and its party to represent and defend the real interests of its nation, to lead the general national movement for social progress, for socialism. The working class cannot stand aside from the national movements of the age. As an active revolutionary force, it must reveal the socio-political content of each movement, its objective role in the life of society, define its own attitude to this movement and, depending on the prevailing conditions, either lead it or, conversely, actively oppose the bourgeois nationalist trends and groups which play a reactionary role and divert the masses from the struggle against imperialism. 26-951. Various changes may occur in the course of the national movement. It may become democratic or it may lean to the right, it may become differentiated in the process of democratic transformations. So, in order to define one's revolutionary policy and tactics in the nationalities question, one must make a concrete analysis of the actual situation. The main criterion of the progressiveness of a national movement is the interests of the working people, which are ultimately the interests of socialism. National relations enable us to see the decisive role of classes and class interrelations in social life. At first glance, classes appear not to be connected with nations, since classes divide a nation into opposing groups, whereas national community unites people belonging to different classes. But in actual fact there is a direct and close connection between nations and classes. National movements are always one of the aspects of the unfolding anti-imperialist class struggle. Moreover, every class and every party conducts its own policy in the nationalities question. Bourgeois ideologists usually do all they can to obscure the class approach to this question. The great majority of them reject such attributes of nation as stability of economic ties, common language, etc. They see the origin and cause of the rise of nations in a national idea, in a feeling of national identity, in certain features of social psychology. For this reason they often fail to distinguish between the terms nation and nationalism, national and nationalistic. Maintaining that nations stand above classes, bourgeois ideologists ignore the difference between progressive national movements and reactionary movements. They try to boost nationalism and chauvinism in order to divide the peoples fighting against imperialism and drive a wedge between the socialist countries. In this they are well served by the right and left revisionists, who bark on separating the socialist countries from one another and thus on weakening the world socialist system, on splitting the world communist movement. The revisionists, while paying lip service to internationalism, reduce it merely to a demand for the equality of nations and non-interference in the affairs of others, thus throwing out the fundamental principle of socialist internationalism, the class approach to the problem of nationalities, and place the interest of certain countries in opposition to the general cause of socialism. Marxist-Leninist theory provides a correct and fully consistent solution to the question of nationalities. One of the most important conditions on which the solution of this problem rests is its subordination to the tasks of the struggle and the interests of the working class and all working people. The abolition of classes and the causes that give rise to class distinctions is the main condition for the gradual disappearance of national differences in the future, when communism is completely victorious. 4. Communism and the future of nations. When they achieve power and abolish national oppression, the working class and the whole mass of the working people usually inherit a grim legacy in the sphere of national relations, economic and cultural inequality among nations, the backwardness of various tribal communities or nationalities involving pre-capitalist relations, and general distrust of one nationality for another. Socialism cannot be built without throwing off this heavy burden of the past. Only by overcoming the actual inequality of nations, by arranging things so that the more developed nations help other peoples, by consistently practicing the principle of equality of all nations and nationalities, the principle of fraternal cooperation, can one draw all nations of a multinational state into communist construction. Fraternal cooperation between the peoples and the abolition of exploitation allow every nation to make use of its own specific abilities for the rapid development of culture. This means that socialism does not kill national differences but encourages a national renaissance. The nationalities and tribes doomed by capitalism to extinction and forcible extermination are restored to new life and together with other nations develop their economy and culture, improve their native tongues and give them a written form. Some of them adapt themselves to the life and culture of the bigger nations and gradually merge with them into a single nationality or nation, but the majority consolidate into independent nationalities and nations on the basis of the new socialist relations. Under socialism, the tendency towards internationalization of the economic, social, and intellectual life of society comes into its own. Socialism brings the peoples together, gives them more and more common features and evokes a need for a new form of communication that is wider than the national form. Within the framework of the multinational socialist state, a new multinational community takes shape which has adopted and developed all the best, progressive traditions of all its socialist nations. Such a community, for example, is the United Soviet People. This second tendency towards drawing peoples closer together does not clash but combines with the first, which is expressed in the flowering of nations. Socialism provides a basis for the fusion of the specific interests of separate nations with the interests of the whole multinational population, for the unity of the national and international. The operation of this law of development of a nation under socialism shows itself not only in the framework of the separate multinational state but also in the whole world system of socialism. Here the relations between nations constitute not an internal state problem but an interstate problem. Every socialist country contributes to the consolidation of the world socialist system, above all by its successes in economic and cultural construction. But this is only one side of the matter and expresses only one tendency in the nationalities question. The other side lies in strengthening and further improving the economic, political, and cultural cooperation with other socialist countries. In contrast to capitalism, which sets one nation against another and encourages powerful imperialist countries to use even the historically necessary drawing together of nations for the purpose of enslaving small and weak peoples. Socialism does everything to achieve a harmonious combination of the two tendencies in the nationalities question. But it offers only the possibility of such a solution, a possibility that has to be turned into reality. The Soviet Union has accumulated tremendous experience in dealing with the nationalities question from the standpoint of internationalism. It has achieved not only political and legal equality for its nations, but also actual equality in the things that really matter. Even greater difficulties are involved in the problem of uniting peoples that have radically different historical and national backgrounds, peoples that represent independent state formations and are at different stages of economic and cultural development. In this situation, the process of rapprochement between nations is complicated by the tenacity of nationalistic prejudice. Nationalism of this kind may take various forms: treatment of all questions and problems exclusively from the standpoint of the interests of one's own country, exaggeration of the peculiarities of development of one's country and placing them in opposition to the principles of socialist construction that are common to all countries, imposition of one's own experience on other countries, and support for a policy of splitting the communist movement and the socialist community. In pursuing this policy, the imperialist bourgeoisie relies on manifestations of nationalism and any kind of difficulty that may occur in the process of rapprochement of the socialist states. This is why it is so important today to adopt a consistent, principled international policy towards the nationalities question, a policy based on the scientific management of society, and to resolutely oppose all varieties of nationalism. Without such a policy, it will be impossible to achieve unity and merging of all nations and peoples in the future. An important step in this direction will be the achievement of complete unity of nations in the course of the construction of communism in the USSR. 406. The victory of communism on a world scale will provide the necessary material and intellectual preconditions for the merging of nations. A communist economy developing according to a single plan and securing a degree of economic integration never known before will gradually be formed throughout the world. There will emerge a common moral code which will fully absorb all that is best in the character of each nation. There will be a common language, a common means of communication for all people. Mankind will become one united, fraternal community completely free of antagonisms. Chapter 2. The political organization of society. The appearance of classes and the exacerbation of class antagonisms complicates the structure of social life. New forms of social relations, political and legal, arise. The sphere of political life comprises a number of organizations and social institutions that were unknown to underscore pre-class society. Most important of them is the state, which is the organization of the political power of the ruling class. In class society, political parties and other public organizations arise that are designed to win or maintain power, to fight for the interests of this or that class. All these organizations and social institutions, taken together, form the political organization of society. The political organization of any class society may thus be defined as a system of institutions and organizations regulating the political relations between classes, nations, and states. The sphere of the political life of society embraces political institutions and relations, political consciousness, and activities. One transition from the non-political organization of society to its political organization. In primitive tribal society, social relations were regulated by the force of habit, custom, and tradition, embodying centuries of life and work in common. The main force in social life was the people. The appearance of more developed forms of social division of labor and private ownership of the means of production rendered the tribal organs of administration unfit for the new conditions. As Engels observes, the tribal system was burst asunder by the division of labor and 408. By its result, the division of society into classes. Its place was taken by the state. Whereas the tribal organs of power rested on social ownership and the community of interests of the primary human groups, clans and tribes, the state was to serve the needs that had arisen out of the relationships of private property. Inasmuch as private property had become increasingly concentrated in the hands of a small group of people who used it for bending the poor and needy to their will, the state represented and defended the interests of the exploiters against the oppressed and exploited masses. Its appearance was a result and objective indication of the implacability of class contradictions. When these contradictions become irreconcilable, there has to be a special organization of power which is no longer identified with the people itself and whose function is to hold down the oppressed classes. In place of the instrument of society that the organs of tribal administration were, the state emerges as a force that seems to stand above society and increasingly alienates itself from society. The state is characterized by three basic features or attributes. First, it is a public power in contrast to the direct organization of the armed people which existed in tribal society. A feature of the state, as Lenin explained, is not its power of coercion in general, which is to be found in some form or other in any society, but above all its public power, that is, a power that does not coincide with the mass of the population and is exercised by a special category of people. A permanent civil service, special contingents of armed men, punitive and intelligence organs of the state and their corresponding material attributes, prisons, concentration camps, and other places of confinement, such are the essential components and instruments of the public power. Second, the state organization of society presupposes the levying of taxes that are needed for the upkeep of the apparatus of power. As internal and external contradictions become more intense and underscore the state apparatus grows, its maintenance swallows up more and more of the resources of society. Not for nothing is the exploiting state compared to a gigantic octopus, whose tentacles encircle all society and suck its blood. Third, the subjects of the state are divided not according to blood relationship but on the basis of territory. The power of the state is exercised directly over a certain territory and its population. The territorial division of people promotes the development of economic ties and the creation of political conditions for their regulation. The state protects the interests of the ruling class primarily within the boundaries of the given territory, keeping the oppressed classes there in subjection. This is its main task inside the country. But it also protects the interests of the ruling class beyond its borders, guarding certain territories, their wealth, and population from the incursions of other exploiting states or attempting to extend these territories at the expense of neighbors or countries further afield that have not sufficient strength to resist. This is the external function of the state, which is subordinate to the main internal function and continues it. The state is thus a political superstructure on an economic basis. It is the organization of the power of the economically dominant class, which thanks to the state acquires political supremacy as well. The essence of the state is thus determined by the relationship of the ruling class to other classes. The state is the organization of the ruling class for the protection of its fundamental interests and, above all, the form of property which this class represents. The basic function of the state in exploiting society is to hold down the oppressed classes, for which purpose it relies on force, on the organs of coercion. The internal activity of the state is not limited to this main function, however. As an organization of the ruling class, it seeks to regulate also the relations between the members of that class, in order to promote its unity in the struggle with the opposing classes. In some cases the state also regulates interrelations between the exploiting classes inasmuch as it defends their common interests. The state also has means of regulating the whole system of social relations, ethnic, family, and so on, thus promoting the consolidation of a certain socio-economic order. Finally, the state deals with a number of economic and cultural problems. The emergence and development of private property, of course, shifted the center of gravity in the leadership of economic activity onto the property owner himself and his representatives. But in almost any society that has passed the primitive communal stage, there are certain needs of the development of production and culture that the individual exploiter cannot and does not wish to deal with. It was not the tribal organization but the first states, specifically the despotisms of India, China, and the Near East, that were able to build with the help of forced labor irrigation works, canals and roads, which for those days were magnificent achievements. In capitalist society, particularly at the imperialist stage of its development, this activity becomes ever more extensive. The state acts as major property owner and investor. It levies up to a third of the national income from the population in the form of taxes and redistributes it in favor of the monopolies by means of a system of state subsidies, credits, state contracts for armaments, and so on. As the process of material production becomes more and more complicated, involving the use of increasingly sophisticated equipment, higher demands are placed on the cultural level of personnel and, consequently, on the system of public education, which is partly, or even mostly, financed and organized by the state. Bourgeois ideologists cite the diversity of state activities as an argument for denying its class essence. They regard the origin of the state as mainly due to spiritual factors: mutual consent, the growing spiritual maturity of people who have become aware that social life cannot be organized without the state, and also certain features of human nature, the needs of social psychology, morality, and so on. This approach implies that politics and the state, having once arisen, must exist forever. Marxism-Leninism, on the contrary, argues the historical character of the state, which is connected with the class essence of state power. The functions of the state, though diverse, are all subordinated to its main function, which expresses its class essence. No matter how we approach the state in class-divided society, it turns out to be an organization of the ruling class defending the interests of that class. This, of course, refers also to the economic function of the exploiting state. Thus, in building canals, roads, and irrigation works, the state is mainly concerned with the development of production and exchange in the interests of increased profits for the exploiters. In contemporary bourgeois society, the state, by using funds obtained from the population through taxation for subsidizing the monopolies and placing orders with them, by paying for research and development, enables the bourgeoisie to exploit the working people not only directly at their own enterprises but also indirectly, throughout the system of social production. By the same token, expenditure on public education, which is met out of the taxes paid by the working people, is mainly designed to prepare a sufficiently skilled labor force for the employers. The state protects the property of the ruling class and its privileges through the law. In primitive communal society, human relations were regulated by custom, tradition, and morality. The appearance of private property and the division of society into classes complicated social life and created a demand for standards that could be imposed on the oppressed. Law is the sum total of the standards of behavior laid down in legal acts sanctioned by the state. Any violation of these standards evokes the intervention of the punitive organs, which apply forcible sanctions to the offenders. The state lays down in its legal acts the customs and standards of conduct that are of vital importance to the ruling class and secure the functioning of the social organism without any serious disturbances that might threaten the supremacy of the exploiters. 412. Law is the will of the ruling class embodied in legal acts. Therefore, like the state, law has a class character, and in class-divided society is an instrument in the hands of the ruling class for holding down the working people. Law legitimizes also the standards that regulate relations between property owners themselves and provides the judicial sanction necessary for the normal functioning of economic relations. Every property owner in dealing with other property owners wants to safeguard his own interests, whether in the field of commerce, finance, or anything else. The transfer of his property to his heir or another person also demands judicial regulation. All these factors gave rise to the need to strengthen and supplement the objective relations of property that form part of the economic structure of society with legal acts. Law formulates the economic relations and the social relations depending on them, that is, the relations between classes and social groups, the family, and the relationships between its members, the position of national minorities, and so on. It also defines the legal status of all social institutions and organizations, religious communities, and legally specifies the position, rights and duties of individual citizens. Law embraces in some degree all aspects of the life of society, all forms of people's activities, and all forms of social relations. Just as the state cannot manage without law, so the law cannot function without the state, which safeguards the legal norms. Law originated together with the state and together with it will wither away when the causes that engendered it have disappeared. For this reason Marx and Engels always regarded the state and legal superstructure on the economic basis as a single institution. With the formation of the state and the appearance of law there came into being new forms of relations between people that had never been known before: political and legal relations. Political relations are, at bottom, relations between classes *, but not all relations between classes may be regarded as political. When the workers sell their labor power to the capitalist or even when they fight for increased wages, these relations and this struggle are economic and social, but not by any means political. But if the workers at even one factory present demands to the whole class of capitalists or to the bourgeois state, this is conscious political struggle, political relations. Political relations between classes express in a concentrated form their fundamental economic interests. These relations, like all superstructural relations, take shape through the medium of people's consciousness. They are built up in accordance with political ideals and goals, with the ideas and views of political parties and politicians. The policy of a class is the more or less conscious line of conduct of this class in relation to other classes, social groups, and the state. This line of conduct is pursued in the economic, social, and cultural spheres, although in themselves these spheres may lie beyond the bounds of politics. Thus we can speak of the economic policy of the bourgeoisie, which it pursues mainly through the medium of the state, of the policy of the bourgeoisie in the sphere of national relations, the sphere of public education, and so on. Of course, education is a sphere of culture, not of politics. But under capitalism education is subordinated to the interests of the ruling class, and the needs of capitalist production. This is, in fact, the essence of bourgeois policy in the sphere of public education. It follows, then, that political relations in class society not only constitute a special sphere but also accompany all other relations in one form or another. In the broad sense of the term, political relations between classes, states, and nations include legal relations. Every law passed by the state, every law enforcement measure is a political measure. How does politics, and specifically its organized social form, affect the whole of society? How does politics influence economics? Above all, the whole system of political relations expresses the economic relations of class society and is the only form in which these relations can function. It is because the economy cannot function and develop at a certain stage outside this form that it gives rise to politics. Politics has a direct influence on economics through the economic policy of the ruling class, which is pursued mainly through the state, through its military policy, and finally through the non-military aspects of its foreign policy calculated to obtain more favorable economic conditions for business activity, for the investment of capital in other countries and for export of goods to foreign markets. Politics also influences the economy indirectly. It does so by supporting the social system that engendered a given type of state or by creating new political forms that play a decisive role in the victory of progressive economic relations over those that have become obsolete. The active role of politics in relation to economics may, as Engels observed, proceed in three basic directions: either political factors operate in the same direction as economic development, in which case they accelerate it, or else they operate against the laws of economic development and naturally retard it, or, finally, they slow down the development of economic relations in some directions and push it forward in others. For instance, the policy of the young revolutionary bourgeoisie in the epoch of the establishment of capitalism on the whole stimulated the development of production and accelerated economic growth, although in most cases it sought compromises with the former ruling classes and thus to a certain extent held up economic development. The influence of the policy of the imperialist bourgeoisie on the economy may be ranked in the first or second category, although the accelerated development of certain branches of the economy is mainly connected with war preparations and technological progress. At the same time, the policy of colonialism or neocolonialism, the plundering of dependent countries has retarded and continues to retard the economic development of whole continents. On the whole, the economic movement gets its way, wrote Engels, but it has also to suffer reactions from the political movement which it itself established and endowed with relative independence. We must also note the undeniable increase of the role of politics, and particularly political organization, in the life of society and its economic development today. There are many reasons for this: the development of social production and increasing scale of direction of the economy and society, the accompanying increase in the number of conscious elements in social life, despite the spontaneous character of the development of the economy of class-divided society as a whole, the growth of the proportion and significance of political forms of struggle, particularly under capitalism, and the enhanced economic role of the state in the life of society. 2. Development of political organization and its role in social life. In the course of history, private property has changed its types and forms, and the types of class structure and modes of exploitation have changed with it, bringing in their train different political relations, beliefs, and institutions, in short, a completely different political organization of society. In slave-owning society, the rightless position of the slaves, the division of the free members of society into castes and exclusive groups, some of which enjoyed a privileged position, were established in law and legal relationships. The state was, in essence, the dictatorship of the slave owners. It guarded their property and privileges, and kept the slaves and other opposing sections of the population in subjection. In addition, the state and the army held in obedience the population of subjugated territories. There were various forms of administration in slave society: oriental despotisms, empires, and republics. As Lenin wrote, at that time there was already a difference between monarchy and republic, between aristocracy and democracy. A monarchy is the power of a single person, a republic is the absence of any non-elected authority, an aristocracy is the power of a relatively small minority, a democracy is the power of the people. All these differences arose in the epoch of slavery. Despite these differences, the state of the slave-owning epoch was a slave-owning state, irrespective of whether it was a monarchy or a republic, aristocratic or democratic. Other political organizations had scarcely evolved, although there did exist certain political groupings and associations of slave owners, and secret organizations and leagues were not uncommon among the slaves. In the political life of nearly all slave-owning countries, religious organizations played a prominent part. The feudal mode of production brought into being a new type of political organization of society, and new legal and political relations. Here, too, economic compulsion was supplemented with other forms, although the exploiter did not have the legal right of life and death over the exploited. Feudal law granted privileges to some estates and deprived others of almost all rights. The state in feudal society showed considerable growth in comparison with the state in slave-owning society. The officials, the judiciary, the standing army and officer corps became so numerous that they accounted for a considerable or even the greater part of the ruling class. A characteristic feature of the feudal state was the hierarchical system and vassal relationships. For a long time, while its various provinces were economically isolated, the feudal state remained politically diffuse. Dukes, princes, and barons were essentially independent rulers with their own armies, sometimes even their own coinage, etc. But with the growth of the bourgeoisie and the development of market relations, the central power began to combat this feudal isolation with the help of the expanding towns, and it was then that the transition to absolute monarchy began. Republican forms of government were far less frequent in the epoch of feudalism and were to be found mainly in the medieval cities. The distinctive feature of feudal society is the tremendous role played by the church in the system of state power. It was a political as well as an ideological force. Catholicism in Europe, for example, was a mighty centralist force with its own military formations. The feudal lords had to share their power with the church and were quite often subordinate to the clergy. Besides the state, legal institutions, and the church, the political organization of feudal society comprised various hierarchical organizations and associations. Political organizations and parties in the modern sense were almost non-existent. The organizations created by the oppressed masses, when taking part in peasant wars and city uprisings to defend their freedoms from the incursions of the feudal lords, were often religious in form. The political organization of class-divided society achieves its peak development under capitalism. The legal and political relations of capitalist society reflect the peculiarities of its production relations. In contrast to the hierarchical inequality of the feudal estates, formal equality before the law is a characteristic feature of the legal standards of bourgeois society. The law ceases to be localized and is enforced throughout the country. The complexity and diversity of the economic and other social relations is paralleled by the complexity and diversity of legal standards, which regulate not only the relations between classes but also all forms of economic relations in the field of production and distribution of products, particularly commodity money and financial relations, the status of social organizations, political parties, and the press, the norms of the civil and criminal law, the personal rights of citizens, and so on, are worked out in great detail. Despite all this, however, just as in previous epochs the law mainly expresses the interests and will of the ruling class, the bourgeoisie, and protects bourgeois property. The process of the centralization of state power that began under feudalism is completed under capitalism. National centralist states arise, including some multinational states. The feudal monarchy yields place to the republic or limited monarchy. The legislative, executive, and judicial powers are separated. Instead of a mercenary army there is usually conscription. The main organs of state power, the civil service, army, police, intelligence, and prisons, become larger and more sophisticated. Political relations, political forms and methods of struggle acquire added weight and importance as the class struggle gains wider scope and becomes more open. The political parties, along with the state, occupy an extremely important place in the system of political organization. The press, radio and television become instruments of tremendous power in the political struggle. The abolition of medieval relations, of serfdom, and the privileges of the feudal estates, was a tremendous step forward in human progress. It was an important gain for the working class and all working people, who for the first time acquired the right to have their own political parties, organizations, and press organs. But despite this advance from the system of the feudal monarchy, bourgeois democracy remains restricted and formal. This is not merely because capitalism cannot fully realize a single democratic demand. The universal franchise, for instance, is never in any capitalist country truly universal. The system of qualifications deprives considerable sections of the working people of their electoral rights. In the overwhelming majority of even the most advanced bourgeois countries, women do not have equal rights with men. Nowhere has the bourgeoisie and bourgeois democracy ever completely eliminated national oppression. But the main point is that bourgeois democracy does not abolish human exploitation. It is this that deprives it of its democratic character and true humanity. What is more, bourgeois democracy is the political form that provides the bourgeoisie with the best opportunity of exercising its economic advantages at the expense of the working people. Open forms of coercion are used even in the most democratic bourgeois republic. One has only to recall the anti-worker legislation, the persecution of the communist parties, and the rigging of trials against them. To this must be added the existence of reactionary terrorist organizations and groups, inspired and financed by the monopolies, their beating up of progressives and similar acts of coercion. In any serious crisis, the bourgeoisie places further restrictions on democratic freedoms and in some cases seeks to abandon them altogether and establish the dictatorship of terror. This swing towards reaction is particularly evident in the epoch of imperialism. It culminates in fascism, which is an openly terroristic form of dictatorship of the imperialist bourgeoisie. All these facts expose the bourgeois ideologists' assertion that with the emergence of a democratic republic the state loses its class character and becomes representative of the whole of society. This is the position of the right-wing socialists and reformists. Thus, Bernstein and Koski in their day acknowledged, though with some reservations, the class nature of the state, but only in relation to the past, pre-capitalist society. In their view, the bourgeois republic no longer serves any particular class. It offers the opportunity to the working class and all working people to win the electoral struggle and place the state apparatus at their service. So the task of the working class is allegedly not to destroy the bourgeois state machine but to take it over and use it. The reformists regard the whole system of bourgeois parliamentarism, the system of elections, separation of powers and existence of several political parties as pure democracy. In reality, however, the democratic system of elections does not in itself change the class essence of the bourgeois state or make it an instrument of majority rule. If the means of production are owned by capitalists, if the capitalists still retain their economic and political power, any laws, even those passed under pressure from the working people, can be turned against them. No matter what these laws are, the ruling minority ensures the protection of its interests through the machinery of the executive power, which is virtually independent of the parliament elected by popular vote. The executive apparatus consists of officials who are not accountable to the electorate, and who form a privileged caste associated with the bourgeoisie. 420. In every respect, it is the apparatus of officials and the military that runs the affairs of state. There is always the possibility that in a situation of revolutionary upswing the progressive or even Marxist party supported by the democratic forces of society may be victorious in the elections. But, in the first place, this testifies not so much to the merits of bourgeois democracy as to the force of the revolutionary upswing, and secondly, without such an upswing and mobilization of the masses even a victory of the left-wing forces in parliament can change nothing. Without popular support such a parliament comes into conflict with the monopolies, the military and the reactionary machinery of state administration and suffers defeat. The restriction of democracy under capitalism arouses opposition among the working people and intensifies their democratic aspirations. From this there arise two opposite tendencies that make themselves felt to a greater or smaller extent in the capitalist countries. The bourgeois governments, in restricting democracy, subordinate their policy to the interests of the monopolists, while the working people seek to preserve and extend their democratic gains. The transition to imperialism has enhanced the economic role of the state. The accumulation of state property, militarization, allocation of increasing tax revenues for economic development, state subsidies for research and development, all this has enlarged the bourgeois state's role in production programming, price policy and direct involvement in social relations. The intensification of state monopoly capitalism is regarded by many bourgeois ideologists as a revolution in the functions of the state. But the alleged increase of the organizing role of the state, as an economic leader and public servant, in reality signifies only the strengthening of the capitalist monopolies, which subordinate the state machine and use it for their own enrichment. In doing so they apply not only indirect methods, but also take direct action. The major capitalists, the directors of banks and presidents of corporations assume ministerial and other important posts and see to it that the policy pursued is in favor of the monopolies. The state economy does not replace the private sector, but coexists with it and supplements it. It develops on the basis of private capitalist property and strengthens its positions by adapting them to the growing socialization of the process of production, to the demands of the scientific and technological revolution. The state sector itself develops according to the laws of capitalist production and is regulated not so much by the executive organs of the state as by the influential monopoly groups. Thus, the expansion of the economic functions of the bourgeois state does not abolish its class essence, does not eliminate the basically spontaneous character of economic development under capitalism. Therefore the bourgeois ideologists and right-wing socialists are wrong in asserting that the bourgeois state is becoming a welfare state, the organizer of economic and social life in the interests of all members of society. The Marxist view of the state is distorted not only by the reformists but also by the anarchists. Taking their cue from the petty bourgeois, socialistic criticism of capitalism, the anarchists find themselves incapable of pointing out any practical way of abolishing capitalism. Anarchism as a petty bourgeois trend in the age of pre-monopoly capitalism was characterized by inability to distinguish the working class as the progressive organizing force of the revolutionary movement of the masses, by bowing down before spontaneity, neglect, or underestimation of political work and the counterposing of the revolutionary instinct of the masses to the tasks of their planned preparation and organization for social revolution. The anarchists of today do not usually deny the significance of the political struggle. But they still ignore the leading role of the working class and the painstaking work that has to be done to rally the masses. Instead, they constantly urge rebellion, remain hostile to any state, one including the socialist, and completely deny the significance of centralism, which they contrast to autonomism. 422. In the present epoch, anarchism does not usually appear in its pure form. It leaves an imprint on the actions and tactics of various trade union organizations and political parties, and on the student movement. Ideas related to anarchism are often advanced by bourgeois or petty bourgeois critics of capitalism. In the communist movement, the influence of both these trends, which are hostile to Marxism-Leninism, is reflected in the form of revisionism from the right and from the left. The right-wing revisionists, like the reformists, try to tone down present-day class conflicts, to dilute the class content of democracy and quietly assume a position of pure democracy that is allegedly beyond classes. When confronted by socialist construction, the revisionists belittle the role of the Communist Party, the role of the socialist state in economic life, and the role of politics in general. In this respect, they fall in line with the anarcho-syndicalists. In the opinion of many revisionists, the socialist state is an inevitable evil, and the sooner it withers away the better. They also regard centralism as such an evil and contrast to it workers' self-administration in autonomous economic units. In effect, the revisionists oppose representative institutions, reducing everything to the direct democracy of autonomous communes. Left revisionism, which takes a stand of leftist adventurism, radicalism, and super-revolutionism, denies the significance of objective conditions in evolving revolutionary tactics, denies the importance of organizational and educational work among the masses, and recognizes only military guerrilla methods of struggle against the bourgeoisie. It also rules out the possibility of agreement and compromise, the use by the working class of the bourgeois state, parliament, and other institutions at a certain stage of its struggle. On this point, left revisionists are in agreement with the anarchists. At the same time, while the anarchists deny the role of the socialist state, the advocates of left revisionism absolutize its role, which they reduce mainly to coercion. For the method of persuasion and education, which is the essence of the leadership of the working class and its party, they substitute command, high-handedness and compulsion. They pay lip service to the dictatorship of the proletariat, but in practice deny its essence. They are further characterized by a belief in the omnipotence of political means and methods, which are allegedly capable of bringing about a transformation of the economy regardless of the operation of economic laws. This adventurist policy, as experience has shown, sooner or later leads inevitably to disaster. 3. Political organization of socialist society. The winning of power by the working class creates the new type of political organization of society essential for building socialism and communism. The basis of this political organization is the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is essential to the working class for suppressing the opposition of the defeated exploiting classes. But the main element in the dictatorship of the working class is not coercion. The working class leads and rallies all the working people, and draws them into socialist construction. Thus the socialist state is, above all, an instrument for uniting the masses and educating them in the spirit of communism, an instrument for building the new society. This state is dictatorial in a new way, because it is directed against the bourgeoisie, and democratic in a new way because it secures democracy for the working people. Here we have the class essence of the socialist state, as opposed to the bourgeois state, which is the instrument of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The political forms of the socialist state may be of various kinds. But the essence of all these forms is one and the same, the dictatorship of the working class, its leadership of society, of the state. The functions of the state based on proletarian dictatorship are also fundamentally different from those of the 424 pre-revolutionary state. From being an instrument for holding down the working people, it becomes an instrument of the power of the working people themselves, led by the working class. This means that it retains its suppressive function, while giving it a fundamentally different content. The socialist state suppresses the exploiters insofar as they continue to exist or until their resistance is broken. The forms and means of suppression depend on the degree and character of this resistance. The economic and cultural activities that constitute important aspects of the activity of the exploiting state but do not count among its basic functions now acquire increasing significance and become the main internal functions of the socialist state. A fundamental change takes place in the content and social essence of the external functions. The state based on proletarian dictatorship has no aggressive aspirations, no desire to seize territories or subjugate other peoples. Its external functions are to defend the socialist country and strengthen the international solidarity of the working people, to support the just struggle of the oppressed peoples or peoples subjected to imperialist aggression, and to normalize economic and cultural links with all countries of the world. Abolition of the old apparatus of power, its complete renewal is a general law of the socialist revolution. This is one of the things that distinguishes the socialist revolution from the bourgeois revolution. Instead of destroying the old apparatus of executive power, the bourgeois revolution preserved and perfected it. The proletarian revolution, on the other hand, destroys the state machinery designed to oppress the people. The scrapping of this apparatus and its replacement by a new one may be effected in various ways, depending on the specific conditions at once, as was the case in Soviet Russia, or gradually. Recognition of the need to do away with the bourgeois state machine is what fundamentally distinguishes Marxism-Leninism from the right opportunism and reformism, which demand that the old state machine be handed over intact to the working class. At the same time, Marxism-Leninism, unlike anarchism, does not refuse to make use of bourgeois parliamentarism, of bourgeois democracy. 425. In the interests of the revolutionary struggle against capitalism. The scrapping of the old state machine does not rule out the possibility of using certain of its elements in building the new state, particularly the elements connected with the control of economic and management functions. In the conditions of working-class dictatorship, the state ceases to be a bureaucratic institution standing in opposition to the people. The vestiges of bureaucracy that survive in certain departments of the state apparatus during the transitional period and even later, under socialism, are alien to the nature of the socialist state and are successfully overcome as socialism becomes more firmly established, as the culture and communist consciousness of the population grows and socialist democracy and administration get into their stride. The new type of state brings into being a new type of law. Socialist law serves the interests of the working people and legalizes new social relations, it safeguards social property and defines the legal position of the state organs and mass organizations, the rights and duties of individual citizens, etc. The socialist state functions on the basis of legal standards, and these play an active role in the life of society because they are safeguarded by the state. Taken together, they form the constitutional and legal superstructure of socialist society. Tremendous changes take place in all departments of the political organization of society under socialism. The mass organizations of the working people that sprang up in the days of capitalism to fight the exploiters become part of the system of the new political organization and draw the masses into the management of society and the state. Some of them may become the foundation and political form of state power. Others undertake individual state functions. But as a whole, the working people's mass organizations are not in the direct sense organs of state power, although they cooperate closely with them in defense of the working people's interests, and in organizing socialist construction. The Communist Party becomes the ruling party, the directing and leading force of the socialist. 426. State and the entire political organization of socialist society. UOD, the forms of political organization of socialist society are as diverse as the forms of the socialist state. The countries of socialism differ from one another in certain features of their political structure, the scale of rights granted to various organizations, the methods of work derived from the historical specifics of these countries and from the tasks of socialist construction, the absence or existence of several political parties, and so on. But their socialist character, the leading role of the Communist Party, which directs the activity of the state and all mass organizations, the fundamental principles of organizing the masses and building up public and state bodies, faithful adherence to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, these remain the same in all cases. The role of politics increases in the period of socialist and communist construction. Why does this happen, and does it not contradict the proposition of Marxism which states that politics is part of the superstructure of society? The enhanced role of politics in the epoch of socialism is due mainly to the fact that the working class, constituting the basic productive force of society, is a class that was oppressed in the past and has come to power for the first time. In alliance with other sections of the working people, it conducts its policy against the exploiters, the insignificant minority of the population who are not engaged in productive work. In doing so, the working class relies on social property and a centralist economy developing according to plan. The role of the socialist state as an economic force sharply increases, and this expresses the fundamental needs of socialist production. Social property and centralist direction of the economy constitute the basis of the active influence of the state, of its planning, economic and financial organs on the development of the economy and society as trademark a whole. Without merging with the basis, the state and its policy begin to play a qualitatively new role in comparison with that of the old state in the epoch of state monopoly capitalism. They operate as necessary. 427. Instruments of the construction of the new society. The more fully they conform to the demands of material production and the laws of social development as a whole, the greater the role of politics, and the political organization of socialist society. In the process of building the new society, political organization passes through two basic stages, the first corresponding to the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, and the second, to the period of socialism and its growing into communism. The dividing line between these two stages in the development of the socialist state in the USSR may be drawn in the mid-1950s, although the actual transition from the first stage to the second had, in effect, taken place in the mid-1930s, when socialism had already been built in the main. The victory of socialism secures the undivided supremacy of social ownership as the only economic basis of the socialist state. The exploiting classes disappear, and the activities of all the non-proletarian sections of the working people are based on socialist property. The people rally around the working class, forming a single monolithic force. All this evokes important changes in the political organization of society. From being an instrument of the majority of the population directed against the exploiters, the state becomes the instrument of all members of society. It ceases to be a means of suppressing the resistance of the exploiters, who have disappeared, and embodies forms of the people's unity. Thus the state becomes a state of the whole people. It still remains a socialist state, however, and its essence, born of proletarian revolution, does not change. It is therefore wrong to counterpose the dictatorship of the proletariat to the socialist state of the whole people. The new stage in statehood that comes with the complete victory of socialism does not interfere with the leading role of the working class in the life of society. The transition from the first to the second stage involves not only dealing with the problems of the transitional period and building the foundations of socialism. Socialism must also be consolidated and developed, certain international conditions created, and so on. 428. Even in this period the state cannot renounce the use of compulsion upon members of society who break its laws and act against the interests of society, of the people. But as socialist society develops and the communist consciousness of its citizens is enhanced, measures of education and persuasion acquire ever greater significance. There are closer ties between the state organs and mass organizations and all working people, and the democratic character of the socialist state is more fully revealed. The policy of the party and the Soviet state is dictated by the fundamental interests of the working people. This policy is worked out by the representatives of the working people in the elective bodies, with the active participation of the masses in the discussion of major plans and decisions, and in control over their fulfillment. Changes also occur in the functions of the state. The task of crushing the resistance of the exploiters within the country has already been carried out, so this function becomes obsolete. But all the other functions of the state have been preserved and developed and have actually been supplemented by new ones stemming from the domestic and international successes of socialism. Thus we see that the political organization of society under socialism is preserved, acquiring an ever greater role in social life. This by no means contradicts the thesis on the withering away of the state and politics in general under communism. The peculiar feature of the political organization of socialist society lies in the fact that in its content it is profoundly democratic and its form and organizational structure secure further development of socialist democracy and conscious discipline of the masses, who gradually grow accustomed to fulfilling their duties voluntarily. This is a most important precondition for the transition to the stateless system. The perfecting of the political organization of socialist society makes it possible to evolve within the framework of this organization the mechanism of the future communist self-administration, which will no longer need any political envelope. This envelope will become obsolete and wither away, but only 429. In the relatively distant future, in conditions of developed communism, and we cannot yet estimate the rate and forms of this process without departing from the demands of strict scientific inquiry. For the present historical epoch and the political organization of society, the diversity of political life is not confined to basic types of political organization of society considered above. Every type of political organization has diverse forms conditioned by the specific historical conditions of this or that country, by the relation of its class forces, and the character of the alliances and blocs that are concluded between the ruling classes and political parties taking part in the government coalition. The present epoch is particularly rich in forms of political organization. This epoch, the main content of which is the transition, on a world scale, from capitalism and pre-capitalist relations to socialist relations, offers examples of various types of state and gives rise to many states of the transitional type which are bringing the people of various countries to the socialist state. A distinction must be drawn between the imperialist states and the states led by the national bourgeoisie in former colonies, which are compelled in one way or another to fight against neocolonialism and imperialism and, accordingly, rely on the working masses of their countries to defend their independence and promote economic and social progress. There are also feudal and semi-feudal states, which either cooperate with the imperialist forces or fight against them and therefore play either a completely reactionary role or, on the contrary, are supported by the masses and carry out democratic reforms. Finally, in the countries that have not passed through the stage of capitalism, there are young democratic states led by the most radical sections of the national bourgeoisie, the democratic intelligentsia and progressive military, who are fighting actively against imperialism and conducting democratic reforms designed to abolish the pre-capitalist forms. 430. Of oppression and extend the working people's social rights, to accelerate economic and cultural progress. Some of these states take the course of non-capitalist development and seek to orient their activities on cooperation with the socialist countries. In some countries it is possible to create democratic revolutionary states which, although not socialist, are not bourgeois either and may even become, in the character of their activity, to some extent anti-bourgeois because they have a conscious orientation towards the socialist path of development. This kind of state forms a stepping stone to the state of proletarian dictatorship and may grow into it. Lenin saw examples of such states in the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, and in the popular revolutionary state, which leads the country along the path of non-capitalist development. Democratic states whose activity clears the way for socialism may arise not only in the economically backward countries. Under certain conditions they may be created even in developed capitalist countries on the basis of the victory of a broad democratic bloc, including the communists, and the formation of a government which with popular support could restrict the privileges of the monopolies, extend the social and democratic rights of the working people, curb the activities of the pro-fascist and other extreme reactionary groups, and work for peace and friendship among nations against aggressors and all who seek to unleash war. But no matter how diverse the types of state and types of political organization of society may be in countries with different socio-economic relations, there exist in the modern world two opposing centers of attraction: socialism and capitalism. Their struggle determines the content of our epoch and leaves its mark on the economic, social, and political processes in all countries of the world. Up to this point we have considered the political organization of society mainly from the standpoint of individual countries. But there are grounds for speaking of a political organization of society embracing all or many countries of the world. 431. Capitalism itself, when it became a world system of economy, needed legal standards for regulating economic and other relations on an international scale, including the relations between states themselves, and it created international legal and political organizations, etc. Needless to say, states have continued to function in their national, territorially restricted framework, but at the same time there have arisen world economic and political associations of capitalists, interstate blocs, and political alliances directed not only against competing groups of bourgeois states but also against the working people of their own countries and against the countries of socialism. In their turn, the revolutionary political and other organizations of the working class do not confine themselves to individual countries, but join their efforts on an international scale to coordinate their actions and the working class struggle of all countries against the bourgeoisie of every country and against international capital. With the emergence of the world system of socialism there naturally arises its political organization, which in essence is a system of countries, each of which is governed on the basis of dictatorship of the proletariat. Every state that belongs to the world socialist community is completely independent and sovereign. The relations between them are based on equality, trust, fraternal friendship, and proletarian internationalism. The functions of the individual socialist states largely coincide, the differences between them springing mainly from their different levels of economic development and historical and national peculiarities. These differences account for the fact that the socialist countries, besides their common interests which bind them together, have their own specific interests which, if correctly interpreted, do not conflict with their common interests. The forces of socialism have grown to such an extent politically as well as economically and socially that international legal and political relations can no longer take shape on the basis of the domination of the forces of capitalism. The bourgeois states are compelled to seek certain agreements with the socialist states, and these are set down in international treaties. Such agreements and treaties conform to the interests of the socialist states. Because they are 432. The result of mutual concessions, they reflect the current balance of forces. The socialist states seek to make the general content of these treaties as democratic as possible. Their activities in such international organizations as the United Nations are also directed to this end. In the sphere of political relations, the opposition between class interests is particularly evident and the struggle between them becomes acute. Political organizations and institutions play a tremendous part in this struggle. It is therefore extremely important to take into consideration the role of the political organization of society not only in individual countries but also in the system of world relations in any given historical epoch. Chapter XUI. Social Revolution. Social revolutions are major turning points in history. They overthrow the obsolete and establish the new social system, thus launching epochs of rapid progress. Bourgeois philosophy and sociology usually deny the law-governed nature of social revolutions, regarding them as disruption of the historical process and deviations from the normal evolution of society. Some bourgeois ideologists declare, as does the American professor Arthur M. Schlesinger, that modern science has given the ruling class power which renders mass revolutions obsolete. But life refutes such assertions. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the collapse of the fascist empires in the Second World War were followed by a great wave of socialist and national liberation revolutions. The world revolutionary process today is spreading ever wider. No wonder then that in these circumstances many bourgeois politicians and sociologists try to take advantage of the popularity of the idea of revolution among the masses. They declare themselves spokesmen of all kinds of revolutions, managerial revolutions, income revolutions, etc., which are supposed to have changed the nature of capitalism. Thus the repudiation of revolution is now being replaced by attempts to distort its essence, to deprive it of the thing that really matters, the overthrow of the obsolete social system. Historical materialism exposes the falsity of such ideas and allows us to arrive at a scientific definition of social revolutions, their role in history and the jaws of their rise and development. 1. Social revolution as the law of the replacement of socio-economic formations. We have already seen that in the development of society there occur both gradual evolutionary changes and leaps in various fields of social life, science and technology, the means of production and communications, people's outlook, and so on. The most significant of these are termed revolutions. But even significant changes in certain aspects of social life, taken by themselves, do not yet signify social revolution. Social revolution means a fundamental change in the whole social system. Qualitative transformations may also occur within one and the same socio-economic system, during transition from one phase or stage of its development to another. Such, for example, is the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism, or imperialism. But this is not a social revolution because the basic features of capitalism, its main pillars, continue to exist. Revolution, on the other hand, a change which breaks the old order to its very foundations. Social revolution implies a qualitative leap in the development of society resulting in the replacement of one socio-economic formation by another. The replacement of socio-economic formations is a complex and lengthy process involving changes in the material and technical base of society, in its economic system, political life, ideology, and culture. These transformations do not occur simultaneously and not always in the same sequence. Many of them belong not to the revolution itself but to the process of its preparation or spontaneous maturing. The appearance of new productive forces in the womb of the old society, changes in the economy and the disposition of the class forces, the aggravation of contradictions between new elements in social life and the obsolete socio-political system, the awareness of these contradictions among individuals and classes, all these are different aspects of the process that leads up to a social revolution. The revolution itself is a phase in the development of society when, as Lenin put it, the numerous contradictions which slowly accumulate during periods of so-called peaceful development become resolved. What are these contradictions? First of all, the contradictions between the new productive forces and the obsolete production relations, and, secondly, between the new allegements in the economic system of society and the old constitutional and legal superstructure, and also between various sections of the superstructure itself. The deepest cause of social revolutions lies in the contradictions between the new productive forces and the obsolete production relations. New production relations corresponding to the character of the new productive forces are usually conceived in the womb of the old system. Capitalist relations, for instance, developed significantly within the framework of feudal society, when commercial enterprises, banks, and manufactories appeared. The development of new economic relations undermines the obsolescent economic system from within. But the eater does not disappear of itself, because it has behind it the obsolescent classes, which make every effort to retain their positions. The feudal system in France, for example, at the end of the 18th century was riddled with decay, and yet the landlord class, which had huge estates, privileges, and political power, did everything it could to preserve the system. There had to be a revolution to sweep away the old economic and political order, which was preventing the development of the new productive forces and bourgeois relations. Thus the conflict between the productive forces and the production relations manifests itself in the clash of classes. Some classes defend the obsolescent production relations and the socio-political system which is founded upon them, while others seek to abolish them. The revolutionary classes destroy the outdated political superstructure, abolish the old state power and create a new one. They use this power to complete the breakup of the old production relations and reinforce the new. The social revolution is called upon to carry out fundamental transformations in the main spheres of social life, economic and political. Revolution also involves more or less profound changes in the intellectual life of society, in its culture. Admittedly, not all revolutions have completely solved these problems. As we shall see below, the correlation of economic, political, and cultural changes in the course of revolutions of various types is not always the same. In the economic field, the main purpose of the social revolution is to resolve the conflict between the developing productive forces and the obsolete relations of production, to replace the old system of economy with a new and higher one. The main requisite for this is a complete change in the relations of ownership of the means of production. Whenever classes displaced each other, they changed property relations. In the political field, the revolution resolves the conflict between the obsolete political superstructure and underscore the emerging new economic relations or mature needs of economic development. It creates the new political and legal superstructure required to reinforce and develop the emergent socio-economic formation. The main feature of revolution is the transfer of state power from one class to another. This is the primary distinction between revolution and all kinds of coups d'état, haute palace revolutions, which do not uproot the power of this or that class, but merely replace the governing groups or individuals. Not every transfer of power from one class to another, however, may be described as revolution. If an obsolete class again assumes power, having temporarily regained the upper hand, this is not revolution, but counter-revolution, or the restoration of the old order. In bourgeois philosophy and sociology, this fundamental distinction is usually deliberately ignored. A West German philosophical dictionary, for example, defines revolution as a sudden, violent change in the existing socio-political system contrasted to evolution, gradual change. Although revolution is indeed the opposite of evolution, the fundamental fault in this definition is that it does not make any distinction between revolution and counter-revolution. Their fault in this and similar definitions is that they equate revolution and violent change, which implies an armed seizure of power. Of course, any revolution overthrows the power of the obsolete class, which never relinquishes it voluntarily, and in this sense, as historical experience has shown, revolution is impossible without the use of some kind of force. But force may be applied in various forms and does not necessarily presuppose armed struggle. Everything depends on the specific conditions in which the revolution is carried out. In general, the concept of revolution is not to be identified with the concepts of armed uprising or civil war. Although the majority of revolutions have involved armed conflict between classes, history provides examples of armed uprisings and civil wars which could not be called revolutions because their purpose was not to establish a new socio-economic system. On the other hand, revolutions are possible without either armed uprising or civil war. Social revolution may be realized in various forms, but its content is always the destruction of the obsolete socio-economic and political system and its replacement by a new system. The development of revolution depends on the course of the class struggle, on what forces gain the upper hand and to what extent the revolutionary classes are capable of. The founders of Marxism-Leninism admitted the possibility of peaceful socialist revolution in a number of cases. Thus, at a meeting in Amsterdam in 1872, Karl Marx spoke of the possibility of a peaceful conquest of power by the workers in the United States and Britain, and possibly in Holland too. Marx linked this possibility with the absence at that time in those countries of a strong military bureaucratic bourgeois state machine, with the use by the proletarians of the democratic rights that they had already won, and with their power and organization. Lenin also believed in the possibility of peaceful development of revolution and transfer of power to the working class in Russia in the period of dual power, after the February Revolution and before the July events of 1917. Pursuing their historical goals to final realization. History has recorded the ebb and flow of revolutions, the periods of their decisive victories as well as instances of the temporary triumph of reaction and restoration of the old order. A striking example is the history of France, where the tasks of bourgeois democratic transformation took nearly a century to complete, beginning with the revolution of 1789 to 1794 and ending with the revolutions of 1830 and 1848. The development of the revolutionary process is further complicated by the interplay of internal and external contradictions. The main source of revolution is the internal contradictions between the antagonistic classes, but this does not imply that external contradictions, i.e., contradictions between states, are of no significance. The latter always have some kind of influence on internal contradictions, they may intensify them, speed up or slow down the development of the revolutionary crisis. Certain revolutions, such as national liberation revolutions, which are aimed against the dual oppression of foreign exploiters and reactionary classes within the country, the allies and social bastion of external oppression, seek to resolve both internal and external contradictions. Revolutions differ from one another in their character and driving forces. The character of revolution is determined by what social contradictions it resolves and what kind of social system it establishes. Why, for example, was the Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907 bourgeois in character, although its leader was the proletariat and not the bourgeoisie, because its aims were the overthrow of the autocratic system and destruction of the vestiges of the feudal production relations, and these are the aims of a bourgeois revolution. The driving forces of a revolution are the classes that carry it out, drive it forward and overcome the resistance of the obsolete classes. They depend not only on the character of the revolution but also on the specific historical conditions in which it occurs. Revolutions may be of the same type and character, but owing to differences of historical conditions they may differ profoundly from one another in their driving forces. For example, the driving force of the bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries in the West European countries included the peasantry, the plebeian sections of the urban population, the emergent working class and the petty bourgeoisie of the cities. The bourgeoisie was not only a driving force but also the leader of these revolutions. But in the revolution of 1905 to 1907 and the February Revolution of 1917 in Russia, the bourgeoisie, far from being the leader of the revolution, was not even one of its driving forces. The driving forces of the bourgeois revolution in Russia were the proletariat and the peasantry, led by the proletariat. Social revolutions are the real festivals of history, they tremendously accelerate the development of society. In a few years, or even months, of revolution the masses bring about more significant changes in social life than in the course of many decades of peaceful evolutionary development. Marx called them the locomotives of history. Some bourgeois ideologists assert that revolutions are always carried out by a minority, by small groups of revolutionaries and not by the masses. These views coincide with the ideas of the petty bourgeois ultra-left revolutionaries, who reduce preparations for a revolution to conspiracy by a revolutionary minority. The active revolutionary minority, of course, may be a catalyst of revolution, but without popular support revolution inevitably turns into a putsch or coup d'état. The mass of the people propel the revolution forward in their desire to bring about its completion. In some bourgeois revolutions the masses advance their own independent demands and their struggle leaves a deep imprint on the course of events. Such revolutions are called bourgeois democratic revolutions. They differ from other bourgeois revolutions not in their character but in the degree of involvement of the masses in active independent struggle. Such, for example, were the Revolution of 1905-1907 and the February Revolution of 1917 in Russia. At the same time there have been bourgeois revolutions in which the masses of the people took no active or independent part. Such revolutions do not usually leave a deep mark in history. but in some cases a revolution, beginning as an upper crust revolution, may become in the course of its 440 development a profound and historically significant event because it sets in motion the broad masses of the people. For the masses to become involved in revolutionary struggle, they must appreciate the necessity of overthrowing the old system. So in periods of revolution, new revolutionary ideas reflecting the historical problems that are ripe for solution acquire a special importance. These ideas help to mobilize the masses and weld them into a political army capable of breaking the resistance of the obsolescent classes. Consequently, a political upheaval is usually preceded by an ideological upheaval, a profound change in the consciousness and mood of the masses. Such a revolution in men's minds occurred, for example, on the eve of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia, when the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" took possession of the consciousness of millions of the working people. The question arises whether there must be a revolution in order to resolve social contradictions. Cannot they be resolved by means of reforms, partial concessions on the part of the ruling classes, by means of gradual change? The opponents of revolution regard reforms as salvation from revolution. They deny the law-governed character of revolutions and see them merely as a result of the mistakes of the ruling circles, who failed to make the necessary concessions to the revolutionaries in time. Thus, Winston Churchill explained the events of 1789 in France as being due to the fact that the monarchy had been unable to set the country's administration in order. But for the death of Mirabeau and the mistakes of Louis XVI, the extremists would, in Churchill's view, have failed to achieve power and the revolution would have ended in a constitutional monarchy. The possibility of temporarily softening or damping down social contradictions by means of reforms, does not however remove their source, does not resolve fundamental contradictions, but only postpones their ultimate solution. Historical experience shows that the transition from one socio-economic formation to another is in essence a revolution, although it may assume various forms and achieve its aims in different ways. The bourgeois revolution in England, for instance, ended in a compromise between the bourgeoisie and the feudal aristocracy, whereas in France feudalism was smashed in a decisive assault. Regard reforms in the conditions of capitalism as a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle and use them to develop and expand this struggle, subordinating reforms to the basic tasks of the revolution. In our time, when the world socialist system has acquired solid shape and exerts ever-increasing influence on the course world history, when capitalism has been considerably weakened, the bourgeoisie's fear of social revolution compels in certain cases to make concessions to the working class. In many countries conditions have arisen that have enabled the working class to force the bourgeoisie to take steps whose scale and significance go beyond the limits of ordinary reforms. This facilitates further progress and helps to rally the broad mass of the working people round the working class for the victory of the socialist revolution. After this victory, the relationship between reforms and revolution, as Lenin showed, changes considerably. The Isterius revolutionary class uses reforms as well as revolutionary methods to deal with the tasks confronting it. And whenever circumstances so require, reforms allow it to play or time, to gain a breathing space in order to prepare an offensive, to demoralize the enemies of the revolution and win over or neutralize the waverers. We have dealt with the causes that give rise to social revolutions and make them a historical necessity. This allows us to answer the question, will there always be revolutions? Just as classes, the class struggle and the state will not last forever, so the development of society need not always roast through social revolutions. This was foreseen by Marx, when more than 100 years ago he wrote in the Overty of Philosophy, /T is only in an order of things in 442. Which there are no more classes and class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. The contradictions arising in socialist society are resolved without social revolution. This does not, of course, rule out qualitative leaps, revolutionary changes in science and technology, in the development of the productive forces of society. These are bound to take place, but do not lead to political upheavals, to social revolutions. Revolutions in technology and in social relations are interrelated, but it would be wrong to treat them as identical, as the reformists do. Echoing the bourgeois sociologists, they maintain that in the capitalist countries today a new industrial revolution is taking place which, like the industrial revolution at the turn of the 19th century in England, is simultaneously changing social relationships. The new industrial revolution, they assert, is leading to the disappearance of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and is thus making a socialist revolution unnecessary. This analogy is based on the confusion of different historical phenomena. The Industrial Revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries occurred in England, France, and most other countries after the victory of the bourgeois revolutions that cleared the ground for the free development of the productive forces of capitalist society. It created the material and technical base of capitalism and at the same time encouraged the final establishment of capitalist production relations. The situation is very different in the capitalist countries today. Here a scientific and technological revolution is beginning that does not follow but precedes a social revolution. This scientific and technological revolution is bound, of course, to have important social consequences, but it cannot by itself, without a social revolution, fundamentally change capitalist relations of production. Scientific and technical progress under capitalism only promotes a further concentration of capital, the development of its joint stock form and state monopoly amalgamations, but to get rid of the capitalist altogether, no matter whether he is an individual or collective capitalist, there must be a social revolution, and a socialist one at that. Two historical types of revolution. The transition from one formation to another always comes about in its own special way, depending on what formation is dying and what formation is coming into being. The historical types of revolution differ accordingly. The division of revolutions into different types is based, first, upon the character of the historical tasks that they are called upon to perform and, second, upon their class content. When discussing the question of the type of revolution, we always speak of what class it is made by and whose interests it promotes. In their turn, revolutions of one and the same type may differ in respect of their form, driving forces, degree of decisiveness, etc. The first replacement of one socio-economic formation by another was the transition from the primitive communal system to the slave-owning system. The peculiar feature of this transition was that it supplanted the pre-class society with a class society. A number of scientists, including the American anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan, whose work was highly valued by Marx and Engels, believed that this change was evolutionary, i.e., did not involve revolution. But a different answer to the question was given by Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. He showed that class division gradually formed in the womb of the primitive communal system and finally led to a revolutionary upheaval which ended the remaining tribal relationships. The power of the tribal nobility was overthrown in a series of social transformations. Where these transformations took a revolutionary course, the development of society was more rapid, and where the vestiges of the tribal system were preserved and gradually adapted to the new conditions, social relations were generally stagnant. In slave-owning society that supplanted the primitive communal system, the basic antagonistic contradiction between the slave owner and the slave was supplemented by the antagonism between the big landowners and money-lenders and the small peasant farmers and artisans. These contradictions engendered revolutionary movements of the peasants and other free men with a small amount of property. These movements quite often resulted in reforms, which the ruling classes were compelled to concede. Another channel of revolutionary movement in the slave-owning world was the struggle of the slaves against their oppressors. The biggest of these movements were usually combined with the struggle of the poor. Examples are to be found in the uprisings of slaves in Sicily, the Aristonichus uprising in Asia Minor, that of Savmak in the Bosphorus Kingdom, and that of the Red Brows in China, etc. The greatest of the uprisings of ancient times was the Spartacus movement, in which more than 100,000 slaves took part. The revolutionary movements of slaves and poor men undermined the slave-owning system but did not culminate in a victorious revolution that could sweep away the system and replace it with another, higher system. Although the preconditions were present in ancient society for the transition to feudalism, this society was held up by lack of a revolutionary class capable of bringing it about. For this reason the crisis in the slave-owning system in some states usually led to their being enslaved by other, more powerful states that subsequently themselves entered a period of crisis. The greatest of these states, the Roman Empire, weakened internally by the rebellions of slaves and coloni, and collapsed under the onslaught of the surrounding barbaric tribes. Despite these individual features, however, the transition from slave-owning to feudal society confirms the general proposition that the replacement of one socio-economic formation by another does not come about by evolution but demands a fundamental breakup of the obsolete order. In the struggle between the plebeians and full-fledged citizens in ancient Rome, Engels saw the source of the revolution that put an end to the old Gentile constitution. This particular case, the demolition was carried out by barbaric tribes supported from within by the lower orders of slave-owning society. The history of feudal society also recorded a number of revolutionary movements that did not culminate in victorious social revolutions. Such were nearly all the peasant wars and rebellions of the period of ascendant feudalism. These included the peasant rebellion led by Wat Tyler in England, the peasant movement known as the Jacquerie in France, and the Dalsino uprising in Italy. The peasant movements achieved a higher stage of development than those of the slaves, but their weakness also lay in their spontaneity and lack of organization. The time for the replacement of feudalism by capitalism was not yet ripe. Nor was there a class that could lead the peasants. The most decisive rebellions against feudalism involved movements not only of the oppressed peasantry but of the lower orders of the urban population, the apprentices, the poor. But the poor of the cities were too weak, disorganized, and ignorant to become the leader of the peasantry. The class that was needed came into being only when capitalist relations began to take shape in the womb of feudal society, when the feudal system became a barrier to the development of the productive forces and entered a period of profound crisis. It was in this period that the preconditions for bourgeois revolutions began to mature. The revolutions of the epoch of the crisis of feudalism and ascending development of capitalism occurred under the leadership of the urban bourgeoisie, which in some cases achieved victory through compromise with the feudal aristocracy, and in others fought on to accomplish its complete overthrow. The fighting force of these revolutions was the peasantry together with the poor people of the cities. Therefore, at the peak of their development, such revolutions went much further than the goals set by the bourgeoisie. A specific feature of bourgeois revolutions is that they move comparatively fast, their chief aim being to bring the political superstructure into accord with the capitalist system of economy already conceived in feudal society, and to 446. Secure the necessary conditions for its unhindered development. For this reason, bourgeois revolutions usually end in the conquest of political power by the bourgeoisie. Because of the unevenness of historical development, bourgeois revolutions occur in different countries at different times. This leads to differences in the positions taken up by the bourgeoisie, which may be either revolutionary or counter-revolutionary. The bourgeoisie in general is afraid of the revolutionary masses, and this fear leads it to avoid a decisive clash with the feudal aristocracy. This tendency is particularly strong in the later bourgeois revolutions, when the revolutionary proletariat has already taken shape and is advancing its own independent demands. In these conditions, the bourgeoisie cannot make a decisive attack on the landowners for fear of the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. It is afraid that a mass attack by the people on feudal property may become the prologue to an attack on capitalist property. The unevenness of historical development has yet another effect. Besides the developed capitalist countries, where the bourgeoisie becomes a counter-revolutionary force, there are underdeveloped countries where the national bourgeoisie may still, despite its hesitations and inconsistency, act as a comparatively revolutionary force in the struggle against imperialism and the feudal forces within the country. The socialist revolution, which brings about the transition from capitalism to socialism, is a fundamentally new type of revolution. Its aim is not to replace one form of exploitation by another, but to sweep away exploitation altogether and to put a class society on the road of transformation into a classless society. The tasks of the socialist revolution are incomparably more complicated and profound than those of all previous revolutions. It is for this reason that it sets in motion such great masses of people, far greater than any other revolution before. Its driving forces are the proletariat, the leader of revolution, numerous sections of the working people and exploited masses. Leading as it does today both the revolutionary democratic and the socialist transformations, the proletariat establishes a firm alliance with the broadest masses of the people, particularly with the working peasants and the working intelligentsia. In the political field, the socialist revolution puts the working class in power and establishes its dictatorship. This entails not only removing the bourgeoisie from its position of control over society but also smashing the whole of the old state machinery, which was designed to oppress the working people, and replacing it with a fundamentally new organization of power. The winning of political power, however, is not the completion of the socialist revolution but only its beginning. Political power is used to bring about a fundamental transformation of society, its economy, and culture. The new state power not only destroys the obsolete system as in previous revolutions, it also builds a new society. One of the fundamental differences between bourgeois revolution and socialist revolution, wrote Lenin, is that for the bourgeois revolution, which arises out of feudalism, the new economic organizations are gradually created in the womb of the old order, gradually changing all the aspects of feudal society. The bourgeois revolution faced only one task: to sweep away, to cast aside, to destroy all the fetters of the preceding social order. By fulfilling this task, every bourgeois revolution fulfills all that is required of it, it accelerates the growth of capitalism. The socialist revolution is in an altogether different position. New incredibly difficult tasks, organizational tasks, are added to the tasks of destruction. The building of the socialist economy begins after the proletariat has won political power. Moreover, if the socialist revolution is victorious in countries that inherited from the old system an economic backwardness, it must, in addition to coping with the tasks of the socialist reorganization of the economy, also set about creating and fully developing a large-scale industry that constitutes the material and technical base of socialism. Besides transforming the economy, the socialist revolution introduces radical changes in the cultural field. The cultural revolution, which is an inseparable part of the socialist revolution, faces the vital task of creating a new socialist culture and shaping its own intelligentsia. Countries with a cultural lag inherited from the old system must in addition cope with considerable tasks in raising the general cultural level of the people. A political revolution can be carried out in a few weeks, months, or perhaps years, but the socialist transformation of the economy demands a much longer period. The cultural revolution is even more prolonged. Its task is not to throw aside the precious works of culture created by mankind, including those of bourgeois society, but to master them. By critically assimilating all that is best in the culture of the past, the proletariat creates on this basis its own socialist culture and brings up its own socialist intellectuals. Most of the revolutions of the past suffered from a contradiction between the objective content of the end they sought to achieve and the subjective desires and illusory ideas of their participants. Thanks to the influence that the Marxist Party, acting on scientific principles and armed with a scientific ideology, exercises on the revolutionary process, the socialist revolution is able, to a far greater extent than its predecessors, to take a sober and realistic approach to current tasks. But the masses, who are not free of illusions and utopian ideas, also form part of such a revolution. The tremendous expansion of the world revolutionary process today, involving many backward countries which are taking the non-capitalist path of development, means that broad sections of the petty bourgeoisie and the patriarchal peasantry, etc., march under the banner of socialism. They bring with them a notion of socialism and the means of its achievement that are far removed from scientific socialism and often permeated with anarchist, leftist ultra-revolutionary attitudes. All this may create great difficulties for the development of the revolution. Such notions can be overcome only per ideological struggle and consistent per se well-trained and experienced Marxist parties. 3. Objective conditions and the subjective factor of revolution. A revolution can succeed only when the maturity of its objective conditions coincides with the vigorous activity of the progressive forces, of the classes fighting for the realization of their interests. The existence of objective conditions for a revolution means that it must proceed according to certain laws. Social revolutions are not made according to order. The revolutionary party or group cannot call them into being at its own discretion. It is only the Blanquists, the anarchists, and other ultra-left elements who imagine that revolutions can be brought about in any place at any time. One of the objective conditions for a revolution is a crisis in the obsolete system, aggravation of all its contradictions. The objective preconditions of revolution are not only economic. They include socio-political conditions, and above all the development of class contradictions, the correlation of class forces. Treating the objective preconditions of revolution as purely economic leads to vulgar economism, to an opportunist inaction that is as false as the idealist views of the lefts, to the wrong conclusion that the maturing of revolution is automatically determined by the degree of development of the productive forces. Revolution becomes possible and inevitable when the contradictions between classes grow extremely acute. It is not therefore produced automatically by a conflict between the productive forces and production relations. Such a conflict has for long existed in the main capitalist countries, but this is not to say that all the objective conditions for revolution exist in these countries. To make a revolution possible, there must also be a revolutionary situation, which comes about in various countries according to the specific economic and political circumstances. A revolutionary situation is a build-up of socio-political conditions necessary for revolution. Its symptoms may change at various stages in history, but in all cases it presupposes a profound crisis of the old system. Lenin defined these symptoms as follows: a crisis among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling classes, when it is impossible for them to maintain their rule without any change. The suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual. As a consequence of the above causes, there is a considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who uncomplainingly allow themselves to be robbed in peacetime, but, in turbulent times, are drawn by all the circumstances into independent historical action. Although the symptoms of a revolutionary situation may be connected with the level of revolutionary consciousness of the masses, a revolutionary situation is an objective condition of revolution. This is because its occurrence does not depend on the will of individual groups or parties or even of whole classes. The party of the proletariat cannot evoke at its own discretion a crisis of the old power, although its struggle does hamper the reactionary forces' scope for maneuver. Undoubtedly, the work of the party plays a tremendous role in enhancing the activity of the masses and helps them to appreciate the necessity for destroying the old order. But all the same, the party cannot at its own wish evoke the leap-like growth of the activity of the masses which is characteristic of a revolutionary situation and is created by the whole atmosphere of political crisis. Some advocates of left views maintain that a revolutionary situation can be created by resolute action on the part of only small groups of revolutionaries, for example, by the declaration of guerrilla warfare against a reactionary regime. But the actual fate of the guerrilla units, no matter how bold and self-sacrificing they may be, depends on whether they gain the support of the broad masses. The resolute actions of revolutionaries can provide the impulse that is needed to accelerate the maturing of a revolutionary situation only if a sufficient amount of inflammable material has been built up, if there are corresponding objective conditions. A revolutionary situation may be brought about by various causes: economic shocks, failures of government policy, such as the collapse of a military adventure, national racial conflicts leading to a sharp aggravation of social contradictions, and so on. In a number of cases, revolutionary situations grow out of wars, although war is by no means an obligatory condition of the revolutionary situation. The present epoch introduces many new features into the process of the maturing of a revolutionary situation. This recess is strongly influenced by the general change in the balance of forces in favor of socialism, the weakening of world capitalism and the disintegration of its colonial system. existence of the world system of socialism, on the one hand, objectively aggravates the contradictions of capitalism, thus favoring the development of revolutionary situations, and on the other hand, influences by its example the development of the subjective factor of revolution. But when all is said and done, the ripening of revolutionary situations in individual countries is mainly determined by the development of their internal class and external contradictions. In some capitalist countries the working people have by their struggle achieved certain social gains that have increased their rights and to some extent improved their material position. Besides, the example of socialism forces the bourgeoisie to make concessions to the working people, while the use of the results of the scientific and technological evolution and economic programming gives it more scope for maneuver. Does this not imply that in the context of the present scientific and technological revolution the grounds for the gravation of the social contradictions that evoke a revolutionary situation are disappearing? No, this is the conclusion drawn by contemporary reformists and revisionists, and they are wrong. The Marxists acknowledge, of course, that a revolution can only be made. We should also bear in mind that whereas in the past some wars accelerated revolution and a transition to a new social system, in the context of the present day, when the destructive force of weapons has grown to colossal proportions, the situation is changing. Although the ultimate result of another world war would be the collapse of imperialism, thermonuclear war could lead to the annihilation of whole nations and cause destruction that would throw humanity far back in its development. By the masses, actuated by the profound economic needs. But they do not reduce the poverty and hardship of the oppressed classes to absolute destitution. They know that by its struggle the working class is capable of successfully resisting the trend towards absolute destitution. But even in these conditions there is a relative impoverishment. As Lenin observed, poverty grows, not in the physical but in the social sense, i.e., in the sense of the disparity between the increasing level of consumption by the bourgeoisie and consumption by society as a whole, and the level of the living standards of the working people. Finally, poverty not only in the social but in the direct physical sense remains in a number of countries and in various districts and also among various sections of the working population. For example, 1/5 of the whole population of the United States and nearly a half of all Negro families there are composed of poor families. Although it does encourage the growth of the production potential, the scientific and technological revolution in capitalist countries brings new hardships to the working people. Automation increases unemployment and the instability of the worker's position, it leads to a more intensive exploitation of those who are employed. All this taken together gives rise to what the Communist Party of the United States calls particularly stubborn and prolonged forms of struggle between labor and capital. State monopoly capital is able in a number of cases to keep up the rate of growth of production and even to buffer certain crisis phenomena by means of militarization of the economy, which is a characteristic feature of modern capitalism. The American writer Upton Sinclair wrote, "The cycle of boom and bust has been the basic fact of our can arise and exist only when the development of the productive power of labor has not risen beyond a low stage, and when, therefore, the social relations within the sphere of material life, between man, and between man and nature, are correspondingly narrow. This narrowness is reflected in the ancient worship of nature, and in the other elements of popular religions. The early forms of religion are connected with the deification of natural forces, plants, and animals. Vestiges of these forms survive even in later religions. Thus the ancient Greek god Zeus, although endowed with human features, could turn into a bull, an eagle, or a swan. The Egyptian god Anubis had a human body and the head of a dog. From the deification and worship of the phenomena of nature people go on to deify social forces, and this accordingly produces a change in the functions of the gods. In ancient Greek mythology Mars was at first the god of vegetation, and afterwards became the god of war, while Hephaestus was at first the god of fire and later became the god of the blacksmith's trade. The history of religion also shows that among no people did religion ever begin with monotheism, with the doctrine of one God, as is maintained by certain theologists. On the contrary, monotheism was preceded by polytheism, involving the worship of several gods. In wars between peoples, the gods of the conquered yielded place to the gods of the conquerors, who often assumed some of the features of the gods of the vanquished people. The uniting of tribes and nationalities brought about combinations or even the merging of gods and other objects of war. Ship. When large monarchical states were formed, the multiplicity of religious faiths that had been characteristic of tribal unions and the early type of state was replaced by the worship of one Almighty God, which assumed the attributes of all the other gods. As Engels wrote, the one God would never have come into being without the one King. The oneness of God, who controls the manifold natural phenomena and keeps together the conflicting natural forces, is only a reflection of the one Oriental despot who keeps together, seemingly or in actual fact, the conflicting individuals with their clashing interests. The spontaneously formed social relations, which were the product of man's own material and spiritual activity, acquired a special power over people as the division of labor developed and private property and classes appeared. Religion, as the fantastic reflection of reality, inevitably exists as long as the products of human labor dominate the producers. Just as the helplessness of primitive man in the struggle against nature engenders faith in supernatural beings, so does the helplessness of the people of class-divided society in the face of the blind forces of social development engender a similar faith. In capitalist society, the socially downtrodden condition of the working masses and their apparently complete helplessness in the face of the blind forces of capitalism, are, according to Lenin, the deepest root of religion. Man is a wretched creature in the face of these forces, a slave of God, craving favors of the Almighty. In addition to the faith in the supernatural and fantastic notions of the world and man, a major role in all religions is played by religious worship. This consists of the performance of certain rites, which have their origin in primitive magic. Just as primitive man tried to make natural forces fulfill his desires and intentions by the performance of magical ceremonies, so do religious people today seek help from God by means of certain rites and by obeying certain prohibitions laid down by the modern religions. Sorcerers, witch doctors, etc., were the intermediaries between people and occult forces in primitive society. Class society brings into being a special professional group of servants of religion, priests. The church acquires great power over men's minds. Its ideological influence is reinforced by its connection with the state and by the establishment of a given faith as a state religion. Religious worship is further developed, and the ceremonial of religious services involving music and song plays an important part in fostering religious feelings and strengthening the faith. The three elements of religion, religious notions, religious feelings, and worship and ritual, vary in importance depending on the social conditions. Religion is the most conservative ideological form in that it perpetuates its precepts in the name of God. At the same time, history shows us that under the influence of great social upheavals, some religions are supplanted by others. The ancient religions were conquered by Christianity in the period of the decline of slave society. Moreover, Christianity inherited certain definite features from the old religions, for example, recognition of the Old Testament of Judaism, and the myths of the Oriental peoples, concerning the suffering, death, and resurrection of the gods, all this being rolled into one with vulgarist versions of Greek philosophy, particularly that of the Stoics. Having emerged in the Roman Empire as the religion of the poor and oppressed masses, Christianity subsequently became the official ideology of the ruling classes and lost many of the essential features of early Christianity, its democratic spirit, its disapproval of rites and ceremony, etc. With the development of feudalism, Christianity grew into the religious counterpart to it, with a corresponding feudal hierarchy. In the 16th century, on the basis of the growth and consolidation of the bourgeoisie, Protestantism, with its idea of immediate communion between God and man, its appeal to the individual, its preaching of such virtues as thrift, diligence, and so on, broke away from the feudal Christian Catholic Church. The development of capitalism compelled Catholicism, while preserving its dogma, to adapt itself to the new conditions and evolve its own social doctrine designed to reconcile labor and capital, justify colonialism, and so on. 79. Today all branches of Christianity, and other religions, are undergoing a process of adaptation to the new conditions connected with the development of science and technology and the profound revolutionary processes in the life of society. The growth of the forces of socialism, of the working class and national liberation movement, the danger of nuclear war and the powerful movement of the mass of the people for peace have prompted some religious leaders to cooperate with the aspirations of the masses fighting for peace, for basic human rights, respect for the dignity of all peoples, and so on. Essentially, however, religion cannot act as a renovating, creative social force, it can only be a force of tradition, resistance, and conservatism. It has no future. What has been said does not by any means contradict the fact that at certain periods, for example in the Middle Ages, the revolutionary masses gave their demands a religious form, the sentiments of the masses were fed with religion to the exclusion of all else, it was therefore necessary to put forward their own interests in the religious guise in order to produce an impetuous movement. But the positive social content that in certain historical periods took the form of religious consciousness does not negate the basic proposition that religious consciousness is a retrograde consciousness, and for this reason religion can never be an adequate form of expression of the essential interests of the masses and the meaning of human life. It always was and always will be the opium of the people, a means of spiritual enslavement of the working people. Marxism took up the banner of militant atheism from the old materialists and developed their criticism of religion on the basis of the latest discoveries of natural and social science. It revealed the social roots of religion in class society and showed that the struggle against religion is not merely a matter of educating the masses, as was assumed by the early materialists. It must be, above all, a struggle against the conditions that engender or maintain religion. Only on this basis can there be really fruitful atheistic enlightenment, which is an inseparable part of the work of building a scientific world outlook. Communist society will forever liberate people from the religious outlook. The experience of building the new society shows, however, how tenacious religion can be even after the social roots of the religious world outlook have been undermined and the Church has lost its former political and ideological role. Religion persists under these conditions for a number of reasons, some of which are common to all the socialist countries, while others are specific to this or that one. The persistence of centuries-old traditions among certain sections of the population who are involved in the most backward forms of production or play a relatively minor role in social life, the difficulties and misfortunes of personal life, shortcomings in the organization of labor and social services, inadequate education, these and other causes foster the need for religion among backward people and fortify the influence of the Church. Hence it is the duty of the conscious builders of the new society to carry on systematic atheistic work, relying on social experience, science, and on the scientific philosophical world outlook. In our consideration of social consciousness we shall not, of course, deal with philosophy as one of its specific forms, because the subject of philosophy, its place and role in social life, were examined in Chapter 1. For the relative independence of social consciousness. Connection and mutual influence of its forms. Social consciousness is determined by social being and yet it possesses a certain relative independence. When radical changes occur in the economic structure, this does not mean that corresponding changes in social consciousness will automatically follow. There is a continuity of development and also interaction between the various forms of consciousness, both in social psychology and ideology. First we must note the tremendous part played by tradition and habit in people's consciousness, particularly in ordinary, everyday consciousness. A distinction must be made, however, between the habits and traditions that hinder the development of the new forms of life and new consciousness, and those that should be preserved and further encouraged. The assimilation of progressive traditions and habits is of great importance for social progress. The process of reform of the social consciousness does not always occur with the same ease and rapidity among different social groups, or even among the individuals of one particular group. Even in Soviet society we encounter negative attitudes in the consciousness of certain individuals or even sections of society. The force of habit in millions or tens of millions is a most formidable force. Wrote Lenin, referring to the stultified consciousness evolved by centuries of private ownership. Habits of this kind, survivals of the past in people's consciousness, continue to exist even when the economic foundations of their existence have disappeared. Such, for example, are greed, graft, drunkenness, idleness, profiteering, bureaucracy, etc. Society, the Communist Party, and all progressive, politically conscious citizens are waging and must continue to wage a ruthless struggle against such negative factors. The relative independence of the development of ideology plays a special role. Its history is marked by the fact that ideology is a systematist assembly of ideas. Although its development is ultimately determined by economic development, every form of ideology and every form of social consciousness has its own continuity. For example, political ideology depends on the basis to a greater degree than philosophy. The latter reflects the basis less directly and therefore has relatively greater independence of development. Facts of non-correspondence of economic and ideological development may be illustrated by examples from every sphere of ideology. From the history of philosophy, for example, we vow that French materialism attained a higher level of development than English materialism, although France lagged behind England in its economic development. The materialism of the Russian revolutionary democrats was more radical and more fully developed than that of the French, although economically Russia was less developed than either England or France. The fact that the French bourgeoisie was politically more radical than the English and the revolutionary democrats of Russia saw the profound contradictions of Tsarist Russia and expressed the aspirations of the exploited peasantry was highly significant in this respect. Important, too, was the fact that materialism in Russia, while it had its own traditions, relied on the achievements of European philosophical thought and developed it further. Thus, although the materialism of modern times was on the whole called forth by the economic upswing, it depended in its development on such non-economic factors as the internal continuity of the development of philosophical thought and its own internal needs which involved the posing and solution of certain philosophical problems. Advanced ideology poses the vital questions of social development and in this sense anticipates its objective course, but this should not be interpreted as meaning that consciousness ceases to be determined by being. The point is that consciousness reveals certain tendencies of development of social being and more or less accurately reflects them. Being able to foresee the processes and tendencies of development makes it possible to use the transforming power of progressive social ideas and testifies to their active role in social development. The relative independence of social consciousness is also expressed in the interconnection and reciprocal influence of its forms. This means that in the history of one or another ideological form, which is ultimately determined by economic development, certain problems arise and are solved in connection with the development of other ideological forms as well. Certain forms of consciousness that provide the fullest concentration of the consciousness of a given society come to the fore in every historical epoch. We know that in the Greece of the 5th century BC philosophy and art played a particularly important part in social consciousness. In the Europe of the Middle Ages religion exerted the predominant influence on philosophy, morals, art, and the political and legal outlook. Medieval philosophy was the bondmaid of theology. Even materialist and atheistic thought could in those days appear only in theological guise. In the conditions of capitalist society religion has relatively less influence on people's hearts and minds, and there is a considerable growth in the role of secular ideology, philosophical, political, and legal beliefs and theories to which religion has to adapt itself. At certain periods the various forms of social consciousness have served as most important instruments for the propaganda of political ideas, as a means of political struggle. Thus in classical tragedy, according to André Bonnard, the struggle of the tragic hero against destiny is nothing else, expressed in the language of myth, but the struggle of the people, between 700 and 500 BC, to liberate themselves from the oppressive social restraints. In France in the second half of the 18th century, in Germany at the turn of the 19th, and in Russia from 1840 to 1870, philosophy and literature became the main arena of political struggle for the progressive social forces that wished to solve the vital problems of social development, including those of man's own development, his liberation from the fetters of medieval, feudal relationships. This role of philosophy and literature in the political struggle sprang not only from the specific conditions of the economic and political development of these countries, but also from the profound, organic link between progressive philosophy, progressive art, and the life of the people, their longing for freedom. The connection between philosophy and art is not confined to their interaction, direct or indirect. Great works of art always contain profound philosophical meditations on the world and man. History furnishes many examples of works in which philosophical thought and artistic creativity are combined, in which the philosopher emerges as a writer or poet. Such are the philosophical tales of Voltaire. Some of the works of Diderot, and Chernyshevsky's What J.S. to be Done? We have already spoken of the relationship between philosophy and religion. It may be added that the idealist philosophy quite often not only aligned itself with religion but also evolved directly into a religious philosophy and merged with religion. In certain cases, substantial elements of a philosophical system have contributed to the foundation of a new religious doctrine. The interaction between religion and art, between religion and morality has compelled attention since time immemorial. To this day we hear assertions that religion was the source of both art and morality. Studies of the history of primitive culture, however, show that the origin and development of art and morality are connected with certain social conditions and needs of which we have already spoken. For many centuries religion played the part of mankind's official moral mentor, but this does not imply that morality arose on the basis of religion, or that it cannot exist without religion. The aesthetic value of many paintings and sculptures on religious themes is not a derivative of these themes. They were created by outstanding artists and, like the Parthenon and the Gothic cathedrals, remain works of art that give us aesthetic pleasure independent of religious feelings. All forms of social consciousness and also the various spheres of natural science, contribute to the formation of people's world outlook. The fundamental questions of world outlook throughout the history of class society have been answered in various ways by religion and philosophy from definite social positions. Political and legal ideologies exert a considerable influence on people's world outlook. Unlike the types of world outlook that dominated the old society in various periods, Marxism-Leninism is a fully integrated scientific world outlook, hostile to superstition, prejudice, reaction, and oppression. Socialist society, having abolished exploitation of man by man, has eliminated the gap between world outlook and growth of scientific knowledge, on the one hand, and the predominant morality, on the other, a gap that was characteristic of the old society. The Communist Party believes the education of the masses in the ideas of Marxism-Leninism to be crucial to the whole ideological and educational task of forming the communist world outlook. Its aim is that these ideas should take possession of the masses and inspire them to play an active creative part in building the new society, in developing the new relations between people and in establishing communist morality. Enough has been said to indicate the complexity of the interaction between the various forms of social consciousness. We must therefore be careful to avoid the mistakes of vulgar economic materialism, which tries to infer all ideological phenomena directly from the economic basis. The connection between the basis and the ideological superstructure is not so simple. It is effected through the medium of the political system of society and political relations, the class struggle, the interaction between the forms of social consciousness themselves and, finally, the interconnection between social and individual consciousness. 5. Social and individual consciousness. Although society is a social organism and the individual in a society cannot be regarded as analogous to the cell in a biological organism, society would, of course, be unthinkable without the people of whom it is composed, and therefore social consciousness is unthinkable without the consciousness of individuals. The general conditions of the social environment in which certain people live determine the unity of their views and aspirations, which is based on the unity of their interests. And even a consensus of opinion will always find individual expression among individuals. Sharing a certain social origin and status with others offers the individual only the possibility but by no means an absolute guarantee of a corresponding social orientation. The point is that individual consciousness has a biography that differs from the biography of the social consciousness. The social consciousness is controlled by social laws. Its history necessarily follows the history of social being, and any changes that occur in the social consciousness are ultimately determined by corresponding changes in social being. The individual consciousness is born and dies with the individual himself. It expresses the unique features of his path in life, the peculiarities of his upbringing, and various political and ideological influences. For the individual consciousness, the objective environment which influences its formation is the result of the interaction of the macro-environment, social being, and the micro-environment, the conditions of life of a certain section within a class, a social group, and also the immediate environment and, finally, the conditions of personal life. The individual consciousness is also influenced by such factors as the level of the individual's development, his personal character, etc. All other conditions being equal, the specific paths of the individual's development determine the difference between his spiritual world and the spiritual world of other individuals and create a wealth of human individualities. The social consciousness and the individual consciousness are constantly interacting and enriching each other. Every individual throughout his life, through relationships with other people, through education and training, experiences the influence of the social consciousness, although his attitude towards this influence is not passive but active and selective. The norms of consciousness evolved historically by society nourish the individual spiritually, influence his beliefs, and become the source of his moral precepts, his aesthetic notions and feelings. Social consciousness does not merely enter individual minds, it is a collective mind, a unique and complex synthesis of individual minds. According to Engels, human thought exists only as the individual thought of many milliards of past, present, and fate eras. The total thought of all these human beings. Certain beliefs or ideas emanating from an individual may become, and do become, the possession of society, acquire the significance of a social force, when they reach beyond the bounds of personal existence and become part of the general consciousness, forming the beliefs and standards of behavior of other people. Hence the need for society to show concern for the development of the individual, his gifts and creative abilities. The character of the social system has a decisive influence on the individual's assimilation of the achievements of the social thought and on his own social response. Where the ruling class has a monopoly of education, the broad masses are, in effect, deprived of the ability to broaden their mental horizons and to develop their inherent talents to the full. Only in socialist society do the masses of the working people gain the possibility of showing their creative initiative in all spheres of activity, and thus enriching the common fund of knowledge and experience of society. In contemporary capitalist society, the ruling class, as we shall see later, uses all available media for conditioning the mass consciousness and public opinion, but the development of the democratic and socialist forces of society increases their role in forming public opinion, designed to combat the omnipotence of the monopolies, militarism and war, racial persecution, etc. Public opinion in class society thus inevitably reflects the struggle of class interests and ideologies. The characteristic feature of Soviet society is the people's moral and political unity. This is not to say, of course, that under socialism there is no conflict of opinions on various questions. But one must draw a distinction between conflict of opinions and conflict of world outlooks, of political programs and fundamental principles. The differences of opinion in socialist society do not touch the fundamental issues of ideology, they are concerned with certain, as yet unsolved, questions of social life that require discussion. By drawing the working people into the administration of the state and developing socialist democracy, socialism offers every citizen the opportunity of expressing his opinion on any question of social life. Thus we see that not every conflict of opinions is ideological conflict. The ideological struggle, however, does occupy a highly important place in the life of society, particularly in the present age. The history of society testifies to the tremendous role of ideas in its development. This role has varied in importance in various periods. It depends on the character of social relations, on the basis of which certain ideas arise, on the historical role of the class that produces these ideas, on the degree of their correctness, the accuracy of their reflection of the mature needs of social development, and on the spreading of these ideas among the masses, on their influence over the masses which is not always equivalent to their correctness. The role of progressive social ideas in conditions of imminent and actual deep-going social change may be significant even when these ideas express the needs of social development not in scientific form, but, for example, in the form of an abstract demand for justice, which has become a part of the mass consciousness. Concerning ideas of this kind, Engels wrote that, though fallacious in the formal economic sense, they contain truth from the standpoint of world history. Experience has shown that the role of reactionary social ideas may also be highly significant, and that they may exert a powerful negative influence on the life of society. Ideas influence the development of society not by themselves but through the activity of men. JDs can never lead beyond an old world system. Ideas cannot carry anything out at all. In order to carry out ideas, men are needed who dispose of a certain practical force. The history of society since its division into antagonistic classes is also the history of the struggle of ideas, progressive and reactionary. This struggle has always become particularly acute at turning points, when the foundations of the old society are crumbling and the new social forces, the progressive classes, are emerging on the historical scene. The ideological struggle has achieved unprecedented intensity in the present epoch, the epoch of the struggle of the forces of democracy and socialism against the forces of imperialism. The current aim of the bourgeoisie and its ideologists is to combat the revolutionary movement of the working class. And its ideology Marxism-Leninism. Ever since the defeat of fascism, the capitalist world has attacked the forces of communism under the false banner of freedom, democracy, and humanism, but under certain circumstances it switches to the establishment of the direct power of reactionary military cliques and police violence that trample the most elementary rights of the working people. The ideologists of the bourgeoisie try to prove that capitalism has ceased to be capitalism and are forever inventing more respectable and acceptable names for it: people's capitalism, collective capitalism, the welfare state, mature society, industrial society, post-industrial society, etc. Carefully differentiated methods of influencing people, based often not so much on reason as on the emotions, are devised in the course of this process. The huge apparatus for the ideological brainwashing of the masses, primarily the mass media, is directed at the minds of millions of the people at home and abroad. All these means serve to produce a certain social consciousness. A mass orientation towards standard models of behavior, opinion, and reasoning that are profitable to the monopolies and the state power and tend to create a type of person that is easy to manipulate. The so-called mass culture that is churned out by modern capitalism is no indication of any real desire to raise the cultural level of the masses. Mass culture is not to be confused with the creative activity of the people or with genuine professional art. For the most part it consists of commercially profitable potted entertainment and is one of the means of honor the masses from the real problems of social effet. However, despite the grand scale of the ideological influence exerted by contemporary monopoly capitalism, the masses of the working people in the capitalist countries are coming more and more to doubt the justice of the capitalist social system and its values. The feeling of protest against this system is growing and it finds its expression in the increasing activity of the masses. In such a situation, the need for the scientific Marxist Leninist world outlook and for the spread of socialist consciousness among all working people is tremendously increased. The question of the struggle between bourgeois and socialist ideologies has today acquired global significance. It is a struggle for people's hearts and minds, a struggle to decide what course history shall take. The basic content of the ideological struggle of the bourgeoisie against the countries of socialism and the world communist movement is anti-communism and anti-Sovietism in various forms, from the most crude and primitive to the most subtle and sophisticated. The theories of de-ideologization, peaceful coexistence of opposing ideologies, convergence, and so on, are all brought into play in this struggle. The imperialist bourgeoisie is staking heavily on revisionism, of both the right and left varieties, on nationalism, and on efforts to undermine the socialist community and the world communist movement from within. In the bourgeois world recently there has been a certain revival of the long since exposed petty bourgeois Trotskyite ideas and views of the so-called New Left, which form a bloc with anarchism and operate under blatant pseudo-revolutionary slogans. There is an objective link-up between Maoism and the vast variety of ideological and political trends hostile to socialism and Marxism-Leninism. In the complex ideological situation of the present epoch, the struggle for the purity of Marxism-Leninism and for its further creative development has acquired particular urgency. The struggle of ideas is one of the forms of the class struggle. It is a struggle in which the world of socialism opposes its principles and values to those of the bourgeois world. Thus the principle of social property and social good is opposed to that of private property, the principle of solidarity and collectivism to that of individualism and selfishness, the principle of internationalism and socialist patriotism to that of nationalism and chauvinism, the principle of the all-round development of the individual to brainwashing and depersonalization. In other words, the real humanism of socialist society and its ideology is set against the inhuman and anti-human nature of capitalism and its ideology. The communist parties regard their theoretical activity as an international duty to the working class of the world and all progressive mankind. They stress the need for a close link-up between theory and revolutionary practice, the solving of the actual problems of socialist and communist construction. The ability to take a new approach to new problems, that is, to develop Marxist-Leninist theory creatively, makes criticism of the bourgeois and revisionist attacks on the theory and practice of communist construction particularly convincing and effective. Chapter Sui. Science, its place and role in the life of society. Now that we have examined the structure and forms of social consciousness, let us consider the specific social phenomenon of science, which is closely connected with the whole material and spiritual life of society and plays an ever-increasing role in its development. 1. Science as a special phenomenon of social life. Science comes into being only when society achieves a certain stage of maturity, and the state of science is one of the basic indicators of social progress. The role of science in the development of the society today is so great that the 20th century is often called the scientific century. The definition is not exhaustive, of course. But it does have a certain justification if we consider the fact that the current scientific and technological revolution would be impossible without natural science, and that the revolutionary transformation of the capitalist system into a socialist system is impossible without the Marxist-Leninist science of society. But what is science? There is no one answer to this question, because science is a many-sided social phenomenon combining both intellectual and material factors. Nevertheless, the usual definition of science as a system of knowledge of the world gives us a starting point. All knowledge, including scientific knowledge, must be regarded as reflection of nature and social being. All processes of nature and social life without exception can form the subject matter of scientific inquiry. This is one of the things that distinguish science from such forms of social consciousness as political or legal ideology, or morality, which reflect only social relations. The interrelationship between science and religion has a different structure. These are essentially opposed phenomena. Religion gives a false and distorted reflection of reality, whereas science, taken as a whole, provides a true reflection of nature and society. The mistaken hypotheses and theories that arise in the process of development of science do not alter the substance of the question, because error in science is either the result of the pressure of reactionary ideology or a byproduct of the quest for truth. Religion is hostile to reason, whereas science is the highest achievement of human reason, the embodiment of its strength and effectiveness. Religion appeared before science, at an extremely low level of practical achievement, when man was totally dominated by natural and social forces and was quite unable to understand and bend them to his will. The birth of science, on the other hand, is a direct result of man's increased practical power. The development of science and the increasing dominion of man over the spontaneous forces of nature and society are interconnected. As Engels observed, it is in the measure that man has learned to change nature that his intelligence has increased. Thus, taking into consideration the opposition between science and religion, we can define science as a system of objectively true knowledge generalizing practice, from which it is acquired and by which it is tested. But to go any further than this, we must bear in mind also the distinction between science and ordinary everyday knowledge, and the distinction between science and art. Everyday, empirical knowledge acquired directly from practice can exist without science and apart from it. The people of ancient times, for instance, were aware that day regularly follows night, that iron is heavier than wood, and so on. Even in our days, the peasant or the craftsman in small-scale production in the economically backward countries makes do with the empirical knowledge that has been handed down from generation to generation. Such knowledge also plays a considerable part in everyday life. For example, a mother knows that her child is ill if he starts shivering. The thing that distinguishes science from such pre-scientific empirical knowledge is that science provides knowledge not only of the individual aspects of objects and the external connections between them, but above all tells us the laws that govern nature and society. The knowledge that iron is heavier than wood may indeed be acquired without science, but the concept of specific gravity, not to mention the reason for the greater specific gravity of iron, compared with wood, is a matter for physics and chemistry. Awareness of the fact that day follows night is instilled in our consciousness by empirical observation, but we could never explain the causes of the succession of day and night and the periodic lengthening and shortening of the days in the course of the year without astronomy. Fever as a sign of illness can be detected without the help of science, but a correct diagnosis and prescription of the necessary medicines can be made only by medical science based on biology and chemistry. Art, like science, also plays a cognitive role in respect of the phenomena of social life. Realistic art, like science, can tell us about deep-going social processes and the psychology of a particular class. But unlike art, which always expresses the general through the individual, the concrete, science presents it in the form of abstract logic, by means of concepts and categories. To sum up, the specific nature of science lies in the fact that it is the highest generalization of practice capable of embracing all phenomena of reality, and provides true knowledge of the essence of phenomena and processes, the laws of nature and society in an abstract, logical form. The structure of science is extremely complex, but it can be reduced to three basic interacting components. First, science includes empirical knowledge, and not only the knowledge which is borrowed from ordinary consciousness for the purpose of analysis and generalization, but also the knowledge obtained through experiments and observation. New theoretical fields in natural science are usually opened by the experimental discovery of new facts that refuse to fit into the framework of the existing theories and for some time may defy a satisfactory theoretical explanation. This was the case with the discovery of radioactivity at the end of the last century. Not until 20 years later was it explained as the conversion of chemical elements. The nature of the powerful sources of radiation in outer space discovered in the 1960s and known as pulsars will cease in time to be a mystery to physicists and astronomers. Thus, new facts provide a stimulus to the development of theory. Second, science is a sphere of theoretical knowledge. It is the business of theory to explain facts in their totality, to discover the operation of laws in empirical material and to bring these laws together in a unified system. In every field of science, the process of accumulation of facts sooner or later leads to the creation of a theory as a system of knowledge, and this is a sure sign that the given field of knowledge is becoming a science in the true sense of the term. Mechanics became a science thanks to Newton, who at the end of the 17th century discovered the basic laws of the motion of bodies and built them into a system. In the second half of the last century, the theory of heat evolved into thermodynamics thanks to the discovery of the law of the conservation and conversion of energy and the law of entropy, and the theory of electricity became a genuine science only when Maxwell produced a consistent theory of the electromagnetic field. The same period saw the great work performed by Marx and Engels in converting political economy and sociology into a science. The essence of science as a theoretical system is its laws, which reflect the objectively necessary, essential connections of phenomena in one or another sphere of existence. The laws of science may be truly understood only if we take into consideration their interconnection as an essential part of the system of scientific knowledge. Another part of theoretical science consists of hypotheses, without which science cannot develop and which in the course of practical testing are either rejected or else corrected, cleansed of error, and become theories. Third and last, an inseparable part of science is its philosophical foundations and conclusions, in which theory finds its direct continuation and culmination. Scientific theory may have varying degrees of universality, and the greater the degree of universality the nearer the given theory comes to philosophy. It is not surprising therefore that the most important synthetic theories of natural science are distinctly philosophical in character. For example, the interpretation of the law of the conservation and conversion of energy and the law of entropy that forms the basis of thermodynamics would be impossible without an elucidation of the philosophical questions of the eternity and infinity of matter and motion, their quantitative and qualitative indestructibility. The theory of relativity establishes the connection between space_time and matter. The quantum theory reveals the interrelation between continuity and discontinuity in the microcosm, and these are not only physical but also philosophical problems. What has been said refers also to the generalizing theories in biology and astronomy, and even more so to the social sciences. In the social sciences, the ideological factors play a part in the interpretation of facts, that is, at the level of theory, whereas in the natural sciences they usually function at the level of philosophical interpretation of theories. For this reason the absolute opposition of science to ideology, which is so characteristic of contemporary bourgeois philosophy and sociology, does not stand up to criticism. Nevertheless, bourgeois ideologists make a great fuss about the necessity of cleansing science of ideology, their principal intention being to cleanse the social sciences of Marxism and completely subordinate them to bourgeois ideology. As for natural science, both positivism and religious philosophy insist on its complete de-ideologization, although from different standpoints. In their speeches at the 14th International Philosophical Congress in Vienna, during the debate on the problem of philosophy and natural science, the neopositivist A.J. Ayer and the neo-Thomist Joseph Meurs agreed that natural science can only measure quantities. For Ayer this is the end of cognition in general, but for Meurs the essence of the phenomena of nature can be known only by philosophy and religion, so natural science can and should be liberated from philosophy. In this way both philosophers impoverish natural science and limit its scope. In actual fact, science is penetrating ever deeper into the essence of phenomena and processes and embracing an ever wider picture of the world, and for this reason its philosophical content is steadily increasing. While it remains a phenomenon of the spiritual or intellectual life of society, science is at the same time embodied in the sphere of its material life. It is a special field of human activity, both theoretical and practical. At the earliest stages of scientific development, scientists not only contemplated nature, they also acted, they invented instruments, carried out observations, made experiments, and thus gathered new facts for science. Take, for example, the ancient astronomical instrument known as the gnomon, invented by the Greeks. This was a vertical pole on a horizontal plane which they used to determine not only the altitude of the sun above horizon but also the geographical latitude. In modern times such forms of scientific practice as instrumental observation, and particularly experiment, have been rapidly developed, and today there is not a single science that can do without a solid experimental base. In many branches of science this base demands tremendous expenditure and is technologically far more complex than any form of production. The huge proton synchrotrons, the spaceships and rockets, the supersensitive instruments that allow us to measure time and space in the microcosm, and much else, all goes to make up the experimental base of modern science. The creation of this equipment and its control is a very important aspect of practical activity. The division between theory and practice in many branches of science has demanded a division of labor between scientists. For example, experimental physicists conduct experiments, control instruments, and provide the first generalization of the data received, while theoretical physicists devote themselves entirely to generalizing experimental data and developing theory. The main distinguishing feature of practical activity in science is that it is subordinated to the work of acquiring knowledge, of developing theory. Needless to say, the material and spiritual factors are interwoven not only in science but in any field of human endeavor, and the dialectics of the interaction of these factors must be taken into account when considering either of them. Whereas material production and work cannot exist without the spiritual element, no form of social consciousness can exist without the material element. This is particularly true of science, which presupposes a number of special forms of practical activity, which are often known as practical science. The existence of practical science should not, however, be taken as an argument against regarding science as primarily a phenomenon of the spiritual life of society, a special form of social consciousness. 2. The historical laws of the development of science. Natural and social sciences. In addition to the quantitative accumulation of knowledge, profound qualitative transformations take place in the course of the historical development of science. Its role in social life undergoes fundamental changes. Primitive society possessed only the rudiments of scientific knowledge. Scientific development involves the separation of intellectual labor from physical labor, the appearance of a written language, which makes it possible to record knowledge, preserve it and pass it on to succeeding generations. Ever since science first appeared, its role in social life has steadily increased stage by stage. This pattern of the historical development of society can be understood only by considering the interconnection of science and practice. In its first stage, science is already a response to practical demands, mainly those of production. Astronomy, mathematics, and mechanics were called into being by the needs of irrigation, navigation, and the building of great public works such as the pyramids, temples, and so on. Engels notes that from the very beginning the origin and development of the sciences has been determined by production. But in the ancient world of the Mediterranean and in other pre-capitalist societies, science was still only in its infancy. The growth of science and its social significance proceeded very slowly and was sometimes interrupted for centuries. Thus in the Western Europe of the early Middle Ages, many of the scientific discoveries of the ancient world were consigned to oblivion. This relatively slow development of science was due to the stagnant state of production, that is, to the fact that the basic processes of production in agriculture, stock raising, craft and building were effected with primitive manual tools and on the basis of traditional empirical knowledge inherited from previous generations. Science was also used on a very modest scale in the administration of society, although arithmetic was needed for purposes of trade and collecting taxes. Legal science, which appeared together with the codification of the common law, achieved an extremely high level in Rome, and the political and philosophical treatises of the ancients were an important instrument of social orientation and a weapon in the political struggle between the various social forces. The second stage in the history of science begins at the end of the 15th century with the emergence in Europe of modern experimental natural sciences and the simultaneous vigorous growth of the social and political sciences and philosophy. The basic cause of this breakthrough was the conception of the new, bourgeois social structure within the womb of feudalism. If, after the dark night of the Middle Ages was over, the sciences suddenly arose anew with undreamed of force, developing at a miraculous rate, once again we owe this miracle to production. Wrote Engels. He saw this time as the starting point of the accelerated development of science, which gained in force in proportion to the square of the distance from its point of departure. The increase of the role of science in social life coincides with its own vigorous progress. Moreover, in the interaction between science and production, the determining role undoubtedly belongs to the latter. The growth of scientific knowledge, particularly in mechanics and mathematics in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, was directly connected with the needs of developing production, navigation, and trade. and paved the way for the Industrial Revolution in England in the 18th century. In its turn, the transition to machine production gave science a new technical base and powerful stimulus for further development. A large-scale machine industry is impossible without the conscious application of the laws of nature. The invention of the steam engine, and later of the internal combustion engine, called for the development and application of heat theory, the development of weaving looms, metal cutting lathes and other machine tools, and of modern means of transport required the development and application of mechanics. The invention of electrical generators and electric motors presupposed the development and application of the theory of electricity. The needs of metallurgy, glass manufacture and the food industries gave birth to chemistry, while the need of the mining industry to extract millions of tons of coal, ore, and building materials engendered geology. Finally, the development of agricultural production and medicine could not have taken place without botany and zoology, anatomy and physiology, i.e., without the development of the sciences of the biological cycle. Even Darwinian theory owes its appearance not only to the observation of living organisms and their excavated remains, but also to the practice of artificial selection in agriculture. So in the 19th century, too, the growth of natural science may be interpreted primarily as a result of the development of the productive forces of bourgeois society. Summing up the history of science, Marx observed that along with capitalist production, the scientific factor is for the first time consciously developed, applied and created on a scale of which previous epochs had not the slightest conception. The period of the rise of capitalism was also marked by the growth of social sciences, which developed in the course of the bourgeoisie's class struggle against feudalism. The progress of socio-political thought was expressed, for example, in the fact that whereas the rebellions of medieval peasants and even the first bourgeois revolutions in Western Europe had been compelled to seek the ideological grounds for their aspirations in religion, the mass movement in the French bourgeois revolution was able to base itself on the socio-political and philosophical ideas of the 18th century Enlightenment. In the 19th century, the creation of the Marxist theory of scientific socialism as the highest generalization of the revolutionary movement of the working class signified a veritable revolution in the development of the social sciences. The discovery of the materialist understanding of history provided the social sciences and humanities with the theoretical basis for further progress. The founders of Marxism brought about a qualitative leap in the development of philosophy, sociology, and political economy, but the creative application of the Marxist method that was to transform the social sciences as a whole had only just begun. The third stage in the development of science and the transformation of its social role begins in the 20th century. At this stage we see not only the further acceleration of scientific progress but also a substantial change in the relationship between science and practice. The development of science now becomes the point of departure for the revolutionizing of practice, for creating new branches of production. The enhanced social role of science is an important law of the development of society. At the same time, scientific development has its own internal logic, its own intrinsic laws. Science first appeared as an undivided whole. In Greece, for instance, it was inseparable from philosophy. But even then the process of differentiation of scientific knowledge was already at work. This one and undivided science began to branch out into natural sciences, social sciences, mathematics, and philosophy. Mathematics occupies a special place in the system of the sciences. It is more closely connected with natural sciences than with the social sciences and in many cases may be regarded as one of them. On the other hand, philosophy may be considered together with the social sciences. The two fundamental groups of sciences, natural and social, have certain features in common but play a substantially different part in social life. The growing application of scientific knowledge has brought into being the so-called applied sciences. These are mainly technical sciences that study the operation of the laws of physics and chemistry in technical devices. Their mushroom growth began at the close of the 19th century and they are the immediate driving force of technological progress both in production and in the what industry. They also include the agricultural and medical sciences, which study the operation and use of the laws of living nature in farming and in the treatment of disease. All these sciences are directly connected with the natural sciences. The basic function of the natural and technical sciences is to serve society by providing knowledge of nature and of the man-made machines, and to help create new technical means. The various classes of society, inasmuch as they are interested in production and its development, make use of the laws of natural sciences and technological systems in the same way. Hence it follows that the basic content of these sciences has no class character, and the class struggle leaves its imprint on natural sciences only when philosophical questions are involved. The situation is quite different in the social sciences. Their subject matter directly influences the interests of different classes, and their basic content has therefore a class character. For example, the bourgeoisie and the working class cannot adhere to the same point of view over the question of the nature of capitalist profit, the essential nature of the state, and so on. Hence in the social sciences the battle of opinions that is usual in every science embraces the class struggle as well. The development of the social sciences is directly connected, not with the growth of the productive forces, but with the development of the relations of production, and thus with the whole system of social relations, with the administration of society, and for this reason class interests exert a massive influence on these sciences. In recent decades the process of differentiation of the sciences has been particularly rapid. The fundamental natural sciences are developing into complexes of increasingly numerous disciplines which gradually grow into separate specialized sciences. We are also witnessing the emergence of overlapping spheres of knowledge, which play an increasingly important part. A similar process is to be observed in the social sciences as well. At the same time, however, another tendency is at work, that of integration of scientific knowledge. In the natural sciences this is expressed in the growing role of mathematics and its methods, and also that of theoretical physics. In the social sciences the same tendency finds expression in the steady conquest by Marxist theory, which is synthetic in character, of all the social sciences without exception, and also in the penetration of the social sciences by mathematical methods. The tendency towards synthesis, towards the integration of the sciences, including both its fundamental branches natural and social, is today moving from strength to strength. This tendency certainly does not imply going back to the beginning, to the undivided science of ancient times. It marks the establishment of a new, dialectical unity of all the sciences, a unity within a growing diversity. The increasing relative independence of science must also be accounted to one of the general laws of its development. The inner resources of science are providing ever more powerful stimuli for its further development, if only because the greater the sum of accumulated knowledge the more appreciable is the pressure it exerts in posing new problems. The scientist has to master what has been created before him, and this means that he, as Engels observed, possesses in every sphere of science material which has formed itself independently out of the thought of previous generations and has gone through its own independent course of development in the brains of these successive generations. The growth of the sum total of knowledge exerts a powerful influence on the structure of science inasmuch as it demands an increasing division of labor between scientists. This factor in its turn tends to enhance the independence of science because in a context of diversification and multiple division of labor the training of scientists and their replacement becomes an ever more complex problem. Nevertheless, the independence of science was and still remains relative. Its progress even in the 20th century has been conditioned ultimately by practice, by the needs of production, of government, by military needs, by the class struggle and the need to preserve human health and the natural environment and to educate the growing generation. But the wider the field of scientific activity and the deeper the division of labor within it, the greater the significance of the inner logic of the development of science, of its intrinsic sources of progress. The most important inner source of development of science is the ideological struggle between its various trends or schools and between individual scientists. The struggle of ideas and opinions has always advanced science. Without this and without free criticism, science will turn into a dogma, stagnate or fall behind in its development. The higher the level of science, the greater the significance of the struggle of opinions in solving scientific problems, although these very problems are ultimately generated by the needs of practice. The increasing role of science in the life of society is visibly expressed in the mounting numbers of scientists, increased spending on research and the expanding system of scientific institutions. A century ago there were no more than a few tens of thousands of scientists in the world, today there are millions. Their numbers are increasing particularly rapidly in the socialist countries. Pre-revolutionary Russia had little more than 10,000 scientists. In the Soviet Union before the outbreak of war in 1941 there were already 98,300 scientists, by 1950 the figure was 162,500, in 1960 it had risen to 354,200, and today the total is near to 930,000. The social role of science, of course, is measured not by the numbers of scientists, of great importance, too, is the rapid growth of expenditure on science, which makes it possible to finance not only the labor of scientists and their assistants but also to pay the hundreds of thousands of workers, technicians, and engineers who fulfill orders for scientific instruments and equipment, who print and distribute scientific works, and so on. Even so, quantitative indices do not tell the whole story. Today both in the sphere of production and in the sphere of science a swing is taking place from extensive to intensive development. This highlights the question of how to raise the effectiveness of society's investments in science, and how to increase the efficiency of scientific research. Scientific development is so important both for the present and for the future that it has become a major sphere of competition between the capitalist countries and also of the competition and struggle between the two world social. 520. Systems. Economic and military might today depends to a great extent on investment in science, the degree of its effectiveness, the speed of the scientific and technological revolution and the rapid application of its results in production. These factors also largely determine the course and the outcome of the struggle between the two world systems. A higher percentage of the national income is spent on scientific research in the USSR than in the USA. Even so, the Soviet Union is confronted with the task of further increasing the effectiveness of investment in science. The effectiveness of investment in science depends on the qualifications of scientific personnel and on the organization of research. The structure of research institutions and the organization of labor in these institutions differ considerably in the capitalist and socialist countries. But both in the USSR and in the West there are at present three basic types of scientific institutions. First, there are scientific institutions working on fundamental problems in the main fields of the natural and social sciences. In the USSR most of the institutions of this kind are research institutes of the academies of sciences which employ a numerically small but highly qualified portion of the country's scientists. The significance of these scientific institutions has risen sharply in recent decades because the time gap between the discovery of new laws of nature and their technical application is shrinking and the country's scientific, technical, and military potential depends first and foremost on the organization of research and development. Institutes in which small groups of specialists in various fields collaborate to define the prospects of scientific and technological progress and its social consequences occupy a special place among these organizations. Second, a considerable portion of scientific manpower is concentrated in the so-called subsidiary or applied research institutes, particularly the technological, medical, and agricultural and similar institutes, and also in factory research centers and laboratories. These scientific centers and research groups are directly engaged in solving the concrete problems of technological progress and form a bridge between pure natural science and production. In the capitalist countries the bulk of such scientific institutions is set up and controlled by the monopolies. In the USSR and some other socialist countries they are subordinate to industrial, construction, agricultural and other ministries and departments. As was noted at the 24th Congress of the CPSU, the acceleration of scientific and technological progress presupposes a considerable expansion of research and development in industry itself. This involves the setting up of design offices and extensive experimental facilities at enterprises and the attraction of a large number of scientific personnel into industry. The creation of big industrial research organizations that link up research institutions with production enterprises produces a notable economic effect. In the field of applied sciences, such as the technical sciences seeking to use the laws of nature in designing plant and machinery and working out new technology, the practical activity of scientists involves the production of material goods in a more direct way than in research institutions of the first type. But even in such a midway form of practice as experimental production, which is neither scientific experiment nor production proper, the main task is not production of goods as such but the perfection of new technology designed to achieve mass production of goods at a minimum cost. Third, a large number of scientists are concentrated in the universities and other higher educational establishments where work on both the fundamental and applied problems of science is closely connected with the training of engineers, doctors, agronomists, and scientists. In the USSR, the teaching staffs of higher educational establishments cooperate with the research institutes of academies of sciences, with the specialized institutes and with factory laboratories, make contracts with enterprises and fulfill them, and thus attract a considerable portion of their students into active scientific research. The effectiveness of research depends not only on the availability of funds and personnel, but also on how it is organized. The socialist system with its planned economy has shown its advantages over capitalism in this field, too, particularly in dealing with the nodal problems of scientific and technological progress. The lag in research work. 522. Inherited from Tsarist Russia was overcome in a relatively short historical period, and in a number of fields Soviet science and technology now hold a leading place in the world. But this is no longer sufficient. As was emphasized in the CC report to the 24th Congress of the CPSU, at a time when the role of science as an immediate productive force keeps growing, separate scientific achievements, no matter how brilliant, are no longer central. What is central is a high scientific and technical level of production as a whole. This means that the defects in the organization of science must be overcome as quickly as possible, particularly in those branches concerned with the application of scientific discovery and its use in mass production. On the one hand, the enterprises must take a decisive turn towards science. Conditions must be created that will force them to produce the latest models and make use of scientific and technological innovation. The application of scientific and technological advance must be fully reflected in the plans of enterprises. On the other hand, research centers must take a greater interest in their ties with production, with practice. At present there is a big drive, based on economic reform, to improve the salary system of scientists and other research personnel. Discussions are being held about the reorganization of scientific institutions so that besides having permanent departments, sectors, and laboratories that work on a certain problem for many years, it will also be possible to make up teams for short-term research on urgent problems of a comprehensive nature. The organization of research in the institutions of higher learning, where the experimental base is quite often inadequate, requires considerable improvement. The overcoming of these defects will enable Soviet science to make greater use of the advantages that socialism offers for scientific progress. These advantages are truly inexhaustible thanks not only to the planned economy but also to the elimination of the barriers that once prevented talents from all sections of the people reaching science, thanks to the more active participation of millions of working people. In research and development and the union of science with the advanced revolutionary world outlook, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. The USSR and other socialist countries are faced with the task of historic importance to combine organically the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution with the advantages of the socialist system of economy and to develop on a wider scale the forms of combining science and production that are inherent in socialism. 3. The scientific and technological revolution and competition between the two world systems. Certain essential features of the present stage in the development of science were noted in their embryonic form by Marx more than a century ago and are expressed in the well-known formula that science will be transformed into a productive force of society. Marx wrote, "Nature does not build machines, locomotives, railways, the electric telegraph, textile mills, etc. All these are products of human labor, natural material, converted into organs of the human will that dominates nature, or human activity in nature. All these are organs of the human brain created by human hands, the materialist force of knowledge. The development of fixed capital indicates to what extent universal social knowledge has been transformed into a direct productive force. This proposition demands some explanation. If science, as we said earlier, is a system of knowledge, a spiritual force, how can it also be considered a material productive force? In answering this question we must remember the dialectics of the material and spiritual elements in social life, according to which these elements must not only interact but interpenetrate one another. The spiritual factor does always, in fact, in some way or another enter into the productive forces, inasmuch as the worker's consciousness and will participate in the process of labor. In present-day conditions, when production is making ever wider use of scientific data, this process is intensified. The characteristic feature of the present stage in the development of science, i.e., the scientific and technological revolution, is the tremendously increased application of science in production. Here we have a fundamental distinction between the position as it is today and as it was a few decades ago. There can be no doubt, of course, that even in the 19th century science was being ever more widely applied in production, but the main branches of production nevertheless preserved their traditional character. Metallurgy remained the production of iron and other metals from ore, the food industry was confined to the processing of agricultural produce, although the discoveries of Pasteur undoubtedly started a revolution in the sphere of preservation of food. In the 20th century, however, branches of production are coming into being that rely directly on the latest scientific discoveries, and the gap in time between these discoveries and the appearance of corresponding forms of production is being constantly reduced, while the link-up between experimental research and industrial technology is becoming increasingly direct. This is true of the radio industry, which began with the experiments of Hertz and Popov and later of Langmuir and other investigators of gas charges in valves, and is now moving ahead on the basis of semiconductor physics. This is also true of the synthetics industry, which takes its methods directly from the scientific laboratories. Just as directly science determines the technology in industries that manufacture antibiotics and herbicides, rocket equipment, and computers. Underscore in all these and many other industries that are acquiring increasing significance in social life, scientific progress is the decisive factor in the progress of technology and the productive forces as a whole. The rate of development of production is now determined mainly by the rate of progress of science, inasmuch as the scientific branches of industry are acquiring greater significance compared with the traditional industries, while even these are not standing still but are moving ahead on the basis of modern science. To evaluate the prospects opened up by the scientific and technological revolution, let us review the changes that will probably occur over the next few decades in the character of the objects of labor, the means of labor and the sources of energy that sets the means of labor into operation. At present, industry is mainly dependent on natural materials, which it extracts from the earth and refines with the help of mechanical devices and chemical treatment, and also natural materials of organic origin, timber, cotton, wool, rubber, etc., obtained in agriculture and forestry. But the methods evolved by chemistry and the physics of solid bodies for obtaining synthetic materials with preset properties have begun to play an ever-increasing role. There are tremendous reserves of growth in the creation of machines designed to replace the hands and eyes of the worker even at the present level of natural science. For example, the problems of reducing weight and improving design occupy large teams of research workers in the sphere of engineering. But even here the prospects of development are determined by the application of new scientific principles to technology. Automation, which aims at freeing not only the worker's hands and eyes but also his brain from direct intervention in the productive process, is becoming the watchword of the current technological revolution. The building of automatic assembly lines, workshops, and factories is now the most important trend in scientific and technological progress, the basic means of achieving a steep rise in labor productivity. Automation presupposes the introduction of computers and electronic control devices in industry, construction, and transport. The development of cybernetics and electronics determines the prospects and rate of automation of production, the installation of automatic control systems not only by individual enterprises but also by whole branches of the economy. Much is being done and will be done in the field of energetics to raise the capacity and efficiency of thermo and hydroelectric stations. But it is the fundamental natural sciences that will solve the problem of finding new inexhaustible sources of energy. Atomic power stations are already playing a certain part, particularly in areas where 526 the fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist energy is in short supply. In the not-so-distant future mankind will rid itself of the need to ransack the storehouses of the earth and to burn precious chemical raw materials, or to flood hundreds of thousands of acres of valuable land in building hydroelectric stations. This can be achieved, on the one hand, by using such inexhaustible constant sources of energy as solar radiation and tidal power and, on the other, by solving the scientific problem of the taming of plasma and converting into electricity the colossal energy released during the synthesis of light nuclei. Thus in all three main trends of technological progress modern science has a double task to solve, that of improving the existing methods of production and of discovering fundamentally new methods with the emphasis on the latter. All that has been said refers not only to production, although the application of science to production is undoubtedly the main trend. Scientific and technological progress embraces the sphere of communications, transport, everyday life, sport, etc. A specially important sphere of the application of science and competition between the two systems is the sphere of military technology. In coping with the tasks of the scientific and technological revolution, a society that owns the means of production, i.e., a socialist society, has fundamental advantages. A society where the means of production are in private hands. The most profound contradictions of contemporary capitalism are connected with the development and application of science. Capitalism stimulates the development of contemporary science because it regards it as a means not only of increasing profits but also of its own self-preservation. Today the ruling circles of the main imperialist powers are banking on acceleration of the scientific and technological revolution and application of its results to reinforce their class supremacy and to win the contest against the socialist countries. The bulk of the allocations to science are contributed by the monopolies, which regard science as the most profitable investment of capital, but the expenditure of the bourgeois state in this field is also increasing. At the same time, a remarkable reassessment of scientific progress is taking place in bourgeois literature. During the Great Depression of 1928 to 1932, science was accused of being responsible for the economic troubles. In the first years after the Second World War, attempts were made to blame science for Hiroshima and for the possibility of the nuclear annihilation of mankind. Until quite recently, some eminent Western ideologists were inclined to take an extremely pessimistic view of the consequences of scientific and technological progress. Even now this trend has not disappeared. It is particularly noticeable in the writings of the neo-Thomists and the existentialists. But ever since the late 50s, when the scientific and technological revolution got fully underway, an opposite trend has been observable among bourgeois economists and politicians and subsequently among sociologists and philosophers. They have come more and more to rely on scientific and technological progress as the force that will allow capitalism to compensate for the loss of its colonies, to damp down its internal class contradictions and not only survive but win the competition with socialism. Western sociology is becoming more and more influenced by the so-called technocratic theories, which suggest that power should be transferred to a narrow circle of technocrats, although this in fact means leaving it in the hands of monopoly capital. This contradictory evaluation of the role of science by bourgeois social thought, although it is a distorted picture of reality, does testify in its own way to the aggravation of the profound contradictions in the role of science under capitalism, contradictions that were pointed out long ago by Marxism. What are these contradictions? First, modern science under the pressure of the selfish interests of capital is being increasingly used against the interests of the working people. The exploitation of science, of mankind's theoretical progress. Capital does not create science but it exploits it, and appropriates it in the production process, Marx wrote more than a century ago. The result is that science emerges as a force that is alien and hostile to labor and dominates it. This contradiction has become extremely acute in the epoch of state monopoly capitalism. The arms race, which swallows up billions of dollars every year, and the threat of a nuclear war illustrate the fact that capitalism turns the achievements of science against the interests of the peoples. Second, inasmuch as the bourgeois system develops the productive forces, it also stimulates the development of natural science. Technical progress and scientific progress go hand in hand, one is impossible without the other. But at the same time, capitalism gives rise to increasingly powerful trends that operate against the development of production and natural science. This means that the truly inexhaustible possibilities of scientific progress and its application are by no means fully realized. The monopolies simply refuse to use many of the discoveries of science and technology for peaceful purposes because this would run contrary to their interests. It should be remembered that ideological contradictions are also becoming more acute under capitalism. Capital needs science only as a means of developing technology. But science cannot do without a world outlook, without a philosophical basis. The natural sciences spontaneously adopt materialist positions, and since the end of the 19th century, under the pressure of facts, they become increasingly imbued with the ideas of development, of dialectics. At the same time, the ideological needs of the bourgeoisie demand the preservation of religion and the idealist philosophy associated with it, which is bound to have a substantial influence on the philosophical views of the majority of scientists, who in their origins, education, and social status are connected with the property-owning classes. Even more acute are the contradictions in the development of the social sciences under state monopoly capitalism. In the period of its rise to power, the bourgeoisie was interested to some extent in objective knowledge of history, but since history has ceased to work in favor of capitalism, the bourgeoisie and its ideologists have been up in arms against recognition of objective laws, against scientific truth. Even today, however, the bourgeoisie and the monopolistic state need economics and sociology, literary studies and historical science, philosophy and jurisprudence, because they cannot administer society without them or maintain their ideological supremacy. The economists, lawyers, and sociologists who serve the monopolies and the bourgeois state give recommendations based on the study of the market, the current legal situation, the activity of working class organizations, methods of labor organization, the solving of human relations problems in industry, and a host of other subjects. But the use of the social sciences by capitalism is inevitably restricted by two basic factors. First, the spontaneous development of the capitalist economy does not allow all-round direction and planning of the economy. Bourgeois economists succeed in forecasting industrial recessions or monetary crises with a certain degree of probability, although their forecasts are usually haphazard. But no forecasts or predictions can save capitalist production and the monetary system from crisis situations. This does not mean, of course, that the forecasts of bourgeois economists and futurologists should be ignored by Marxists. Second, bourgeois social science, in trying by various means to justify the existence of the system that brought it into being, is fundamentally mistaken in its evaluation of the laws and prospects of the development of capitalism. It is Marxism-Leninism that gives a genuinely scientific picture of the life and prospects of development of bourgeois society. In contrast to capitalist society, socialism cannot develop without making increased use of social science in the process of changing social relations. The development of socialism implies constant improvement of the methods of running a planned economy, and hence the employment of the economic sciences and sociology, the theory of scientific communism, legal science, etc., in the functioning of the new social relations. This finds its practical expression in the improvement of planning in the USSR and other socialist countries. Besides the annual plans, long-term 5-year plans and perspective plans for even longer periods are drawn up. Planning is becoming more and more realistic and comprehensive, embracing culture and the problems of the development of science itself. The scientific level of planning is rising. Planning now takes place at the interstate level. The socialist countries belonging to the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance coordinate their national economic plans. A long-term comprehensive program of economic integration for the socialist countries has been worked out, involving a closer alignment of their economies, gradual leveling up of their economic development and the formation of close ties in the basic branches of the economy, science, and technology. In socialist society, social science is becoming an important means of raising the education level and communist consciousness of the masses. While providing children with the fundamentals of scientific knowledge, Soviet schools at the same time inculcate the foundations of the scientific world outlook, communist consciousness, active citizenship, and the moral standards of socialist society. In socialist society, all mass media, press, audiovisual propaganda, literature, cinema, radio, and television converge on the one goal of molding the new man. The essence of the revolution in the status of science and in its social role was expressed by Lenin soon after the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia in the following words: "In the old days, human genius, the brain of man, created only to give some the benefits of technology and culture, and to deprive others of education and development. From now on all the marvels of science and the gains of culture belong to the nation as a whole, and never again will man's brain and human genius be used for oppression and exploitation. The advantages of socialism will make themselves felt even more when the further prospects of the scientific and technological revolution, which have already captured the imagination of scientists, become a reality. This revolution opens the way for a radical transformation of nature, including the climate and the water regime of whole geographical areas, the reclamation of vast stretches of deserts and marshland for habitation and productive use in the interests of society. Particularly important is the exploration and use of the world ocean, which as yet is very little used as a source of food and mineral raw materials. The cultivation of the ocean will call to life new spheres of technology and new industries. The prerequisites already created by the development of science and technology allow us to pose the question of the need to change the face of cities and whole industrial areas that have turned into polluted, smoke-ridden conurbations that are unfit to live in, and thus consider the rational distribution of industry and population and the preservation of the natural resources of our planet. The progress of science and the consequent growing numbers of scientists, the expansion of their field of activities have increased the number of scientific publications. It is generally admitted that the flood of scientific and technical information in the 20th century doubles every 10 or 15 years. An important feature of the scientific and technological revolution is the development of the information industry, which is going to cause a veritable revolution in the methods of gathering, processing and supplying scientific information. Cybernetics offers us a centralized system that can supply and demand information concerning any scientific, technical, or political question. The creation of automatic control systems in all fields of the economy, installation of teaching machines, automatic translation from one language to another, replacement of newspapers by the television screen, use of the same screen for obtaining scientific, technical, and other information upon request, and the corresponding vast reorganization of library work, all these problems today fall within the range of science. The transformation of nature and the material conditions of existence of mankind presupposes a change in man himself. Biology and medicine are now closely concerned with the problems of transplanting certain organs of human body, the eradication of virus and cancerous diseases, the control of human heredity and a substantial increase in the human lifespan. As for the social perfecting of man, this involves the elimination of exploitation, the abolition of violence and wars, and of national and racial inequality. The accomplishment of these impressive tasks, which are already posed by contemporary science and practice, demands the planned and comprehensive use of the achievements of the natural and social sciences for the good of the working 532 masses, and this is impossible in the conditions of capitalism. It goes against its fundamental principles. With great insight, Engels noted a century ago that all our, that is, human domination of nature, consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to know and correctly apply its laws. But as yet we take into consideration only the immediate consequences of our influence over nature, while the further consequences not only escape our control but are in the great majority of cases quite the reverse of the initial result. If we are to control and regulate these consequences as well, Engels emphasized, there must be something more than mere knowledge. It requires a complete revolution in our hitherto existing mode of production, and with it of our whole contemporary social order. Point 2. The victory of socialism followed by the construction of communism, such is the basic requisite for the realization of the prospective tasks of the scientific and technological revolution, and thereby for its further advance. Under communism, science must take a central position in the sphere of social consciousness. In the past this position belonged to religion. Under socialism, religion has already begun to wither away, while such forms of social consciousness as political ideology, legal consciousness, morality, and philosophy are acquiring a sound scientific foundation. In the course of time, when political and legal ideologies gradually wither away, the function of regulating people's behavior will be taken over entirely by morality, which will be permeated with a profound scientific understanding of the essence of social relations and the obligations they place on the individual. Science and art will achieve new heights of development as the two different and complementary means of knowing the world. Their interconnection and interaction will increase. Even now science exerts a growing influence on the process of aesthetic perception and appreciation of the world by the broadest masses of the people. Thus, the growth of the role of science in the life of society will lead in the course of time to its occupying a leading place in the whole system of social consciousness and exerting an ever-increasing influence on the development of social being. Chapter 19. Society and the Individual. The interrelationship between society and the individual is one of the most important questions of social cognition. It is of great importance in the practical work of building the new society, which has as its aim the abolition of all forms of exploitation and alienation, and the creation of real conditions for the emancipation of the individual, for his free and all-round development. In this chapter we shall consider the question of the nature and essence of the individual, the social conditions of his life and activity, and the conditions for the harmonious combination of individual interests with the interests of society. 1. What is an individual? To discover the meaning of the concept of the individual we must first define the essence of man as a social being, because individuals exist only in human society. According to Marx, the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations. This thesis of Marx is primarily a criticism of Feuerbach, who in his interpretation of the human essence proceeded from the notion of the isolated individual and believed that the individuals who constitute society are connected with one another only by natural bonds. Feuerbach failed to see that, the abstract individual whom he analyzes belongs in reality to a particular form of society. The concept man is a generic concept expressing general features inherent in the human race. A single member of the human race is usually known as an individual, but he possesses both general and individual features. The individual, as Marx put it, is a particular individual. From the Marxist definition of the essence of man as the ensemble of all social relations, it by no means follows that Marxism reduces man entirely to this social essence, that man's attributes are not connected with his physical being. When we consider man as an individual, he confronts us as the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities, existing in a human being, which he exercises whenever he produces a use value of any description. Thus, to a certain extent man is a biosocial being, social because he possesses a social essence, biological because the bearer of this essence is a living human organism. We noted above that the concept of the individual is inseparably linked with the concept of man. But the concept of the individual is also related to the concept of individuality. Individuality is expressed in the natural gifts and psychological properties of man, in such specific features as memory, imagination, temperament, character, all the diversity of human qualities and activities. The whole content of the consciousness, opinions, judgments, views that even when shared by different people always have something of their own, also has an individual coloring. Every person's demands and needs are individualist, and he leaves his individual mark on everything he does. The individual is man regarded both from the standpoint of his general properties and features, and from the standpoint of the individuality of his social, spiritual, and physical qualities. Some writers who regard the concept of the individual as implying exclusively social properties insist that the individual should therefore be studied only by sociology and not by psychology or by any other science. However, although the individual is mainly studied by social science, he can also be studied from various other points of view and comes within the scope of a number of sciences such as philosophy, sociology, psychology, anthropology, and physiology. The universal attribute of the individual is social activity, which distinguishes him from the rest of the world. Man is above all a doer, an active social subject changing his conditions of life. He is not only a socially active but a socially thinking and feeling being, and all these qualities are inseparably interconnected. If we say that the general qualities of all people without exception are feeling, thinking, and doing, this would of course be correct. But as soon as we consider the content of all these qualities, our investigation centers not on individuals in general but on individuals of certain socio-historical types, whose inner world, way of life and activity are endowed with different and even opposite features. Such, for example, are the opposing individualities of the proletarian and the bourgeois, of the progressive and the reactionary. Moreover, since social relations change in the course of historical development, social types also change and their individual embodiments accordingly appear and disappear. When there exists in society a social type known as the bourgeois, this type is individualized in every bourgeois person. Under socialism, new social relations, a new generic life, are created and therefore new individual life as well. So, when analyzing the problem of the individual, we must proceed from the conditions of the epoch, of the social structure of the given socio-economic formation. The Marxist definition of the essence of man and human personality is concretely historical in its approach, whereas bourgeois philosophy and sociology are characteristically anti-historical. For example, there are some theories that reduce the whole of man's life activity to the manifestation of his natural essence. These theories ignore human history and the laws of social development. They offer no opportunity of understanding the historical conditions of the formation of the human individual. The personality, the ways of developing and the real conditions for developing its gifts, resources, and abilities, its social activity, and for satisfying its material and spiritual needs. The advocates of such biological and psychological theories talk about the property-owning instinct, the instincts of accumulation, selfishness, aggressiveness, and even the killer instinct. This kind of interpretation of human nature fosters the legend of the intellectual and moral inequality of races and sexes. The ideologists of imperialism make wide use of anthropological and biological conceptions to justify colonialism and predatory wars. There are also theories which, although they make a certain appeal to the social factor, regard inclinations rooted in a person's mentality in the form of uncontrollable urges as the determining basis of man's consciousness and behavior. Such, for example, is the conception of reformed, reconstructed psychoanalysis. One of its prominent representatives, Erich Fromm, states outright that the individual's thoughts, feelings, and actions should be regarded as springing from dormant tendencies that await a convenient opportunity to express themselves. 1 Fromm attributes such phenomena as unquestioning obedience or, on the contrary, the lust for power, passive, blind compliance with the existing social system, or the destructive urge, to the operation of special psychological forces. His theory is that these forces have their roots in what he calls the generic trauma, which overtook man when in the course of his emergence from the animal world he acquired the consciousness of his separateness from the whole environment, his alienation from nature and other men. Aeld Hockfrom also considers the social factor, showing how the economic and political reality of, for example, the capitalist world intensifies the feeling of human alienation. In the long run he remains true to the Freudian proposition that the psychological forces are primary. In reality we are confronted not with certain eternally given psychological inclinations, but with the fact that people are the products of historically changing social conditions and circumstances and change with them. At the same time, it is man who makes history. For this reason what is needed to change people in the mass is not psychotherapy, as the conception of psychoanalysis suggests, but their historical action, revolutionary practice, and radical transformation of the social conditions of their life. To the interests of society, the social group and the individual. The interrelationship of society and the individual is above all an interrelationship of their interests. Because ever since the beginning of the social differentiation of society the individual has been a member of one or another social group, the interrelationship between the interests of the individual and the interests of society reflects the relations between the interests of the social group to which the individual belongs and the interests of society. But these relations are quite different in class-divided society from what they are in a society that is free of antagonisms. We must therefore take a concretely historical and primarily class approach to the problem of the individual and society. The absence of such an approach before the appearance of Marxism was the basic cause of the metaphysical, unscientific consideration of this problem. If we examine the pre-Marxist history of social thought we encounter conceptions that regard the interests of the individual and those of society as incompatible. The ancient proverb runs, Homo homini lupus est, man unto man is a wolf. This formula was revived in the 17th century by the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes. It is still very much alive. Its popularizers maintain that the tragedy of human life is caused not by the contradictions and conflicts of classes, but by the contradictions and conflicts between the individual and society, which by their very nature are ineradicable. From this premise bourgeois theoreticians draw two extreme conclusions. Some of them absolutize the personal claims of the individual, demanding complete freedom of the individual from society. Others, on the contrary, demand that the individual should give up the very notion of independence. Hobbes, for example, maintains that the state is the sole and sovereign individual which does not recognize any individual besides itself. Man must therefore renounce his rights and grant the state unlimited power over him. Such ideas were later developed by the advocates of various organic theories. Both these points of view join in acknowledging the hostility between the individual and society. The only difference between them is that the first seeks an escape from the conflict by proclaiming the unlimited freedom of the individual, particularly the strong personality, while the second demands the suppression of individuality and its absorption by society, the state, and so on. In contrast to such conceptions, Marxism-Leninism regards the conflict between the individual and society as a product of certain social relations, above all, the relations based on private ownership of the means of production. The essence of this conflict is that the development of society dominated by private property takes place at the expense of the interests of the majority of its members. In these conditions individual interests are opposed to the interests of society. But what are the interests of society? They should be interpreted not simply as the sum total of the interests of all its members. The interests of society are what it needs to function as a social organism on the basis of its inherent objective laws of development. The fundamental basis of this social process is the progressive development of the productive forces of society, and the modes of production change historically. As history has shown, however, these changing modes of production, since they were based on private ownership of the means of production, fully corresponded only to the interests of the exploiting minority. The establishing of private ownership of the means of production was in the interests of society, in the interests of the development of its material productive forces. But private property made the working people the victims of exploitation. The division of intellectual and manual labor was also in the interests of society. Engels wrote, so long. 540. As human labor was still so little productive that it provided but a small surplus over and above the necessary means of subsistence, any increase of the productive forces, extension of trade, development of the state and of law, or foundation of art and science, was possible only by means of a greater division of labor. And the necessary basis for this was the great division of labor between the masses discharging simple manual labor and the few privileged persons directing labor, conducting trade and public affairs, and, at a later stage, occupying themselves with art and science. But in class-divided society this cut off the broad masses of the working people from spiritual life, deprived them of the benefits of education and culture and crushed their intellectual energies and abilities. The social evil that was generated by the objective course of history continues to exist in the capitalist world. The modern proletariat, despite the fact that its standard of life is higher than that of previous oppressed classes, is exploited to an even greater degree because it furnishes its exploiters with far more wealth than the feudal lords or the slave owners were able to possess. As for the benefits of culture, the situation is as follows. Although the modern proletarian is generally literate, which was not so in the case of the serf or the slave, he experiences the effects of a paradox, pointed out by Marx, which lies in the fact that in capitalist society the more production is based on scientific data the more the immediate producer is removed from it. The scientific and technological revolution and the resultant automation and computerizing of production processes are accompanied, on the one hand, by the gradual squeezing out of workers from the sphere of production and, on the other, by an increase in the proportion of skilled workers in comparison with the unskilled. But automation, if carried out in the interests of the people, demands not just a narrow section of specialists but a generally high level of education among the people at large. This is not what capitalism was meant for, and the mission of history now passes to socialism. The British scientist John Bernal is quite right when he says that the age of the scientific and technological revolution must inevitably be a socialist age. Whereas at one time it was in the interests of society to establish private ownership of the means of production, separation of intellectual work from manual labor, concentration of the means of education among the upper sections of society, who had sufficient time for the higher forms of activity, today the interests of society demand the abolition of both private ownership of the means of production and the antithesis between intellectual and manual labor. This in its turn demands the socialist reorganization of society. Under socialism, where private ownership of the means of production and private management of the economy are replaced by social ownership and social guidance of economic processes, the fundamental interests of classes become ever more closely allied. Indeed, all material and spiritual wealth is created by the combined activity of all social groups of socialist society under the leadership of the Communist Party and is used for the benefit of the working people. Under socialism, society forms an integrated collective entity. All the groups of which it is composed, social communities, work collectives, various kinds of associations, are bound together by the community of their interests, which is rooted in the material needs of the whole of society. But every group also has its own specific interests, which raises the problem of how they are to be combined with the social interests. This combination of interests has both its objective and subjective sides. The objective side is expressed in the conditions achieved that make it possible to satisfy the needs of a particular group. The subjective side manifests itself in the actions of people, which may assist in combining social and group interests but may also hinder it. There have been cases when group interests have been ignored on the pretext of concern for the interests of society as a whole, or, on the contrary, when group interests have been allowed to overshadow social interests. This means that the process of combining them presupposes correct organization of this process, its direction, and the avoidance of all kinds of subjective distortions. But we may encounter situations when certain contradictions arise between these. 542. Interests. In such a situation, the only correct and unavoidable principle is to give priority to the broader interests. This involves the subordination of interests as well as their combination. Discussing the correlation of different communities and groups in his article The Draft Program of Our Party, Lenin suggested that the statement on the overthrow of the autocracy should be modified by reference to the interests not only of the working class but of the whole development of society. Such a description is essential both in regard to theory because, from the standpoint of the basic ideas of Marxism, the interests of social development are higher than the interests of the proletariat. The interests of the working class movement as a whole are higher than the interests of a separate section of the workers. Generally speaking, even complete harmony between the interests of society and group interests does not imply their total identity, because this would eliminate all difference between them and consequently the problem of their interrelationship. When society becomes socially homogeneous, when classes, nations and the intelligentsia as a special social category all disappear, society will still not become structureless. Various forms of activity will have corresponding collectives and groups with their specific needs. The principle of complete satisfaction of needs will be realized in relation not only to every separate individual but also to every group. This will mean harmony between social and group interests. But this higher collectivity, which will be achieved in the age of complete communism, grows out of socialist society and on its basis, and its prerequisite is the developed and strengthening collective unity that is achieved under socialism. The bourgeois critics of socialism often bring up the idea of the inevitability of the eternal alienation of man's essence, strength, and potential from man himself. According to this theory, which has today become extremely fashionable in bourgeois philosophy and sociology, the true essence of man is alienated from the living individual and this alienation allegedly remains the inexorable fate of man, which he can never overcome in any historical circumstances. In reality, however, man is not eternally condemned to alienation. Alienation is engendered by quite definite socio-economic conditions and is, in the words of Marx, a result of the movement of private property. It is private ownership of the means of production that has created alienation, which is due to the workers being deprived of what he produces and the transformation of his work into forced labor. From this it follows that with the replacement of private ownership of the means of production by social ownership and the abolition on this basis of the exploiting classes, the alienation of labor disappears. Political alienation is due to the fact that the bourgeois state is a force which is becoming more and more alienated from society, from the people. The bourgeois state is alien and hostile to the interests of the working people because of its class nature. The socialist state, on the other hand, is an instrument for the abolition of all kinds and forms of exploitation, an instrument for the creation of a society that corresponds to the interests of the working people. Of course, socialist society is not yet entirely free of the birthmarks of the old system from which it sprang. These birthmarks include bureaucratic attitudes and such ideological survivals in people's consciousness as religion. All these and other phenomena alien to the nature of socialism are being gradually eliminated. Society thus liberates itself from the elements of alienation. The theory of eternal alienation is a variant of the old notion of the inevitability of conflict between the individual and society. The development of socialism provides the practical refutation of this idea and demonstrates the growing unity of society and the individual, the possibility of the successful combination of social, group and personal interests. 3. The collective and the individual. The individual's personal interests demand the satisfaction of his needs and the development of his gifts, energies, and abilities. Man needs food, clothing, a place to live, fuel, the objects of everyday life, means of lighting, transport, etc. Many of these needs are connected with his existence as a biological organism. But they have a social rather than a biological nature inasmuch as they arise and develop only in a social environment. Society creates both the needs and the means of their satisfaction. But the social coloring of man's needs is expressed in more ways than this. The structure of society quite often creates wide gaps between the needs of people belonging to its various classes. It is impossible, of course, to draw an exact line defining needs for all time. Production is developing and the making of new consumer goods creates new demands. The slogan of communism is, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. This slogan presupposes the satisfaction of the reasonable needs of every member of society in constantly increasing measure. The concept of reasonable needs is sufficiently definite. Its meaning precludes the possibility, on the one hand, of turning appropriation, satisfaction of needs into an aim in itself. On the other hand, it also precludes the fixing of a certain minimum of needs, a certain restricted amount. The principle of acquisition for acquisition's sake is as alien to socialism as the ascetic principle of denying oneself earthly goods. The aim of socialist production is the ever fuller satisfaction of the constantly growing needs of the working people. This means, specifically, a steady reduction of the gap between high and relatively low incomes, and also increasing satisfaction of personal needs out of social consumption funds, whose growth rate as society approaches communism must exceed the rate of increase of individual payment for work. All this helps to create conditions for the transition to distribution according to needs. When we say to each according to his needs, we imply that different people have different needs. Similarly, when we say from each according to his abilities, we imply that people's abilities may vary. As Marx observed, individuals would not be different individuals if they were not unequal. What is meant by inequality of abilities? How is it expressed and on what does it depend? Abilities manifest themselves in activity and they can be judged only by their results. Inequality of energies and abilities may be interpreted in two ways, either that some people are capable of a certain form of activity, while others are not, or that both are capable of this activity but in varying degrees. The whole approach to the difference in abilities is based on our interpretation of the very nature of needs, their origin and development. One view of abilities is that they are a gift of nature. This cannot be right, however, because it ignores the role of the social environment and regards man merely as a biological, natural being and not a social being. But the opposite view, which completely denies the role of nature, cannot be regarded as correct either, because it leaves unexplained the fact that even in the same conditions of life and education individual differences in ability may be extremely significant. Natural gifts are only conditions for the development of abilities. Their actual development takes place in the course of the life of the individual under the influence of training, education, and self-education, in the course of his work and social activity. The character of an individual's abilities is also influenced by the general conditions of social life and the immediate social environment, that is, the microenvironment, which also includes various accidental factors that sometimes cannot be taken into account. What then are the conditions of the social environment that encourage the formation and development of abilities? To this question Marx and Engels gave the following answer. Only in community has each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions, only in the community, therefore, is personal freedom possible. The term community here implies not a small, local group, but rather society as a whole, as a collective unity, that one's, socialist or communist society, because only such a society does away with the social barriers, which prevent the free development of the broad masses of the people. The increasingly close ties between production and science, the development of various forms of initiative, the tremendous growth of education and opportunities for the masses to appreciate all the values of culture, all these things make possible the diverse manifestation and perfection of the individual's energies and abilities. Man's activity, in the process of which his abilities are formed and developed, is inconceivable without intercourse with other people. Such intercourse may be direct, or indirect, i.e., communication regardless of space and time, achieved by means of language and the mass media. The latter form of intercourse is undoubtedly of tremendous importance for developing people's abilities, for their creative activity. At the same time, we cannot fail to see that with the development of material and intellectual culture there is also an increasing demand for the cooperation of labor for the development of forms of direct collective activity. This trend is making headway at the present time, particularly in various fields of science. When speaking of collective forms of work, we must not confuse the concept individual form of work with that of individuality. The growth of collective forms of work actually restricts its individual forms, but certainly does not eliminate them altogether. As for individuality, far from being restricted, it is enriched in collective work. In the collective even the weaker individual is strong, no only because the collective functions on the principle of mutual assistance, but also because work in the collective helps the individual to activate his potential, to stimulate high energies and abilities. Noting this aspect, Marx observes the mere social contact begets in most industries an emulation and a stimulation of the animal spirits that heighten the efficiency of each individual workman. This capacity is doubled and trebled in teamwork based on an awareness of the common interests and goals that are vital to the whole collective. The development of abilities also presupposes the will to achieve certain goals. Like other abilities, willpower is also not merely a gift of nature, it is born and tempered in activity. No matter how significant personal incentives in the form of personal material interest or the spiritual satisfaction obtained from social praise, it is the spirit of solidarity and mutual dedication developed in the course of collective work that fosters willpower and thus multiplies the energy and abilities of the individual. The degree of coordination of the collective effort depends to a great extent on adherence to principle, which calls both for a sense of responsibility and for comradely criticism, free of prejudice, personal sympathy, or antipathy. The team spirit also depends on the encouragement of useful initiative and correct distribution of functions. By its very nature, a collective is an arena for the expression and development of individual energies and abilities, for individual freedom. The Marxist idea of the collective and collective spirit as the source of the development of individuality is sharply criticized by the opponents of communism, and also by people who, without intending directly to oppose communism, are in some way or other infected with the psychology and ideology of individualism. These attacks usually converge over the problem of freedom, the question of what freedom is and what its criteria are. Marxism demands a concretely historical approach to the definition of freedom. It is opposed by an abstract interpretation of freedom which makes the very concept of freedom meaningless. Lenin qualified this manipulation of the abstract concept of freedom as hypocrisy. Whichever the freedom in question, economic, political, legal, moral, he demanded a concrete, historical approach to its interpretation. The concept of absolute freedom is a false concept not only in situations where the mutually exclusive interests of opposing classes come into conflict. It is not applicable even within the working class and its revolutionary vanguard, when it implies the relationship between personal interests and the interests of this class, between personal freedom and the freedom of the class. The collective spirit is not a negation of freedom. On the contrary, only in society, in the collective, is personal freedom possible. But the collective also makes definite demands on the individual, charging him with responsibility for the satisfaction of the interests of the community. Without this there can be no collective struggle for general class aims or life together in socialist society. The responsibility of every individual to the collective and the responsibility of the collective for each of its members are an inseparable feature of the socialist way of life. Falsification of the idea of humanism is also connected with the manipulation of the idea of abstract freedom that is characteristic of bourgeois ideology and propaganda. The abstract interpretation of humanism is just as misleading as the concept of absolute freedom. Bourgeois humanism proclaimed its existence in the period of the replacement of feudalism by capitalism. It was a protest against oppression by the feudal aristocracy, the church, and the monarchy. Its answer to Catholicism was Protestantism, to absolutism liberalism, and to the hierarchical privileges of the feudal estates free economic competition. But the true kernel of this humanism was the desire to ensure freedom of private enterprise. In other words, its concern was above all for man as the owner of property. So even when bourgeois humanism was playing a progressive role, it remained restricted, inasmuch as it failed to include the idea of the emancipation of labor. This class limitation of bourgeois humanism had manifested itself in the age of the Renaissance when it was confronted with humanistic ideas that expressed the needs and aspirations of the masses. These ideas were spread by the advocates of utopian socialism Thomas More and Campanella to begin with, and then Fourier, Owen, and Saint-Simon. Socialist humanism, called into being by the appearance of the proletariat on the historical scene and the creation of its scientific ideology, is a qualitatively new stage in the development of humanist ideas. This is a humanism which regards the free development of each as the condition for the free development of all. It appeals not to the elite of society, but to the whole people, because it sees the all-round ayah of man, his energies and abilities, as the highest goal. Socialist humanism also provided a fundamentally new solution to the question of the relationship between ends and means. This solution has nothing to do with the Machiavellian formula the end justifies the means, which implies the admissibility of any means. Of course, means must correspond to the end they seek to achieve. But in the first place, not every aim is justified. If the aim itself is inhumane, as for example, in an aggressive war, all the means are inhumane also. Secondly, even if the aim is justified as, for example, in a war of liberation, this does not imply an indiscriminate choice of means. In the struggle against fascism, the Soviet people did not resort to atrocities, which the fascists employed as a weapon of their military strategy. Just as unconvincing as the abstract formula the end justifies the means is the Christian principle of renouncing the use of force to resist evil. This theory contains the false idea that any evil under any circumstances can be disposed of by nonviolent means. But the means of struggle are determined not only by the aim but also by the specific conditions, and one of the most important of these is the need to employ means capable of paralysing the wrongdoer. Socialist humanism does not renounce means of persuasion in the struggle against evil, at the same time it does justify coercion when the evildoer refuses to listen to reason. The concrete, historical approach to the problem of freedom and humanism upheld by Marxism-Leninism, while proceeding mainly from their class criterion, by no means implies acknowledgement of the idea that each class, by establishing its own criterion, is right from its own point of view. Lenin constantly emphasizes the fact that whereas the bourgeoisie is compelled to disguise its interpretation of freedom with misleading phrases, the proletariat openly proclaims its demands for freedom and has every moral right to do so because it is fighting for the creation of a society based on the principles of genuine humanism and all-round freedom of the individual. 550. The movement of socialist society towards social homogeneity is reflected in ideology and psychology in the form of a growth of collectivist consciousness and consolidation of opinions, views, and evaluations. This certainly does not imply a tendency towards depersonalization and elimination of individuality. On the contrary, the building of communism, since it is accompanied by man's spiritual growth, leads to an enrichment of individuality. The richer a man is spiritually, the wider his horizons and the more varied his knowledge, the more independent he is in his thinking and judgments. Growing ideological unity is thus achieved not on the basis of a leveling down of individual minds but by taking into consideration all the diversity of experience and knowledge of the builders of communism. This necessitates the improvement and perfecting of the system of social administration and organization of the life of every collective. The revisionists denigrate the ideas of authority and leadership and call for a repudiation of organization and the assertion of spontaneity in the name of free personal initiative. Such views are essentially no different from the philosophy of bourgeois individualism with its slogan of laissez-faire, laissez-passer, which was brought into being by the bourgeois mode of production with its basic principles of anarchy and market competition. It would be pointless to apply it to the communist mode of production, involving the planning of the economic and cultural life of society and comradely cooperation and mutual assistance. Socialism is a highly organized society. Such a society can exist and develop only on the basis of democratic centralism, which excludes, on the one hand, bureaucratic authoritarianism and, on the other, bourgeois individualism. The future communist voluntary self-administration which is growing out of socialist statehood and socialist property will crown democratic centralism with its highest form, in which the collective and the individual, the social and the personal will achieve all-round harmony. Thus, the interrelationship of society and the individual, while based on the relationship of their interests, changes historically depending on changes in the material needs of society and changes in social structure. When society is based on private ownership of the means of production, it is split into antagonistic classes with mutually exclusive interests. In such social conditions, the general framework of the individual's personal life is predetermined by his class affiliation, regardless of his individual gifts. Under capitalism, for example, the social status of the individual is determined by the amount of capital he possesses rather than his abilities. Abolition of private ownership of the means of production and their socialization transforms society from the former class-divided entity into a collective unity of all the social groups of which it is composed. The elimination of class and group inequality, class and group privileges, makes the fate of the individual more and more dependent on his individual qualities, on his attitude to work. Socialist society develops on the basis of the growing coordination of social, group and personal interests, and as it moves forward towards communism, it opens up for the individual ever wider possibilities of all-round development and application of his natural and acquired abilities, energies, and talents. The masses and the individual form the two inseparably connected poles of the historical process. History is made up of the actions of large masses of people which, taken together, comprise society. History is the result of the work of succeeding generations, and millions of people with their own aspirations, hopes and efforts take part in it. But history is not an impersonal process, it is made not only by the masses but also by individuals, and particularly the outstanding personalities who place the imprint of their individuality on historical events. For this reason, if we are to know world history, the history of the peoples, we must, on the one hand, analyze the forces that awaken large masses of people, whole nations, to action and, on the other, assess the character and degree of influence exerted on this process by the historical figures who command events. One idealist views of the role of the people and the individual in history. The study of world history presents us with a complex and contradictory picture of historical events such as class battles, revolutions and counter-revolutions, wars of liberation and aggression, the formation of powerful states and their collapse, the rise, flowering and decline and sometimes even the destruction of whole peoples. History, the memory of mankind, has preserved the names of historical figures, kings, emperors and warlords, with whom the outstanding historical events of the past were connected. Feudal historians as well as many bourgeois historians and students of the philosophy of history concluded from this that these eminent historical personalities were the makers of history, its chief participants. This view enjoyed a long supremacy. It was shared by many materialists as well as idealists. Its clearest exposition is to be found in the work of the English philosopher, historian, and publicist of the last century Thomas Carlyle, who wrote in his book on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history. Universal history, the history of what man has accomplished in this world, is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. Carlyle regarded the deeds of these great men as the soul of the whole world's history. The Russian Narodniks of the 1870s and 1880s, Peter Lavrov, Nikolai Mikhailovsky, and others defended, although for different reasons, what was essentially the same subjectivist point of view. The Narodniks sympathized with the people in their troubles, but regarded them as devoid of historical initiative. For them the mass of the people was, as Plekhanov put it, no more than an infinite number of zeros. These zeros could become a positive quantity only when led by a critically thinking integer, a hero. The subjective idealist view of the people was also used by some ideologists to draw extremely reactionary conclusions. The position of the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was typical in this respect. He described the people as a formless material from which something is made, the rock that awaits the sculptor's chisel. Nietzsche's imagination conjured up the idea of the Superman, the hero who stood beyond good and evil, who could spurn the morality of the majority. Lust for power was the chief principle and motivation of such an individual. For the sake of power any means would do and any action justified. Some of Nietzsche's individualistic theories were later borrowed by the ideologists of Nazism, and during the Second World War, which it unleashed, Nazism showed in practice just what was implied in the philosophy of the Superman. The worship of the strong personality, of the Führer. Subjectivist notions of the historical process are extremely persistent. Even today bourgeois sociologists, historians, and politicians seek the key to the events of modern times in the will of certain statesmen. The American author C. Sulzberger in his book A Long Row of Candles writes, "The greatest lesson I have learned is that, despite Marxist worship of events and trends, it is men who influence history by their will. The giant can make history, but the pretender is overwhelmed by it." The subjective idealist view of the role of the individual in history, which ignores the role of the masses, was criticized even before Marx by a number of bourgeois historians. Study of the history of the English and French revolutions led the French historians of the Restoration to conclusions diametrically opposed to the previously dominant view held by the French enlighteners on the role of the individual in history. The latter saw in the conscious activity of outstanding personalities the main driving force of historical events. The French historians, however, transferred the center of gravity to the activity of the masses, particularly their spontaneous activity. One of the exponents of this school of thought, Adolphe Monod wrote, "Historians have become too much accustomed to concentrating their attention on the brilliant, resounding and ephemeral manifestations of human activity, on the great events and on great men, instead of portraying the great and slow movements of economic conditions and social institutions that constitute the really interesting and entrancient part of human development, the part which to a certain extent may be reduced to laws, and subjected to a certain degree of precise analysis. Important events and individuals are indeed important as signs and symbols of the different factors in such development. The majority of events known as historical events, however, have the same bearing on actual history as the waves that arise on the surface of the sea have upon the profound and constant movement of the ever-flowing tides. They flash brightly for a moment and then break on the sandy shore, leaving not a trace behind. This was undoubtedly a more profound view of the movement of history. But the role of outstanding personalities cannot be described merely as the symbols or signs of historical events. Such an oversimplification may lead to a fatalistic notion of history as a preordained process which nothing can change. This was what ultimately happened to Hegel, whose views on the role of the individual in history are an important stage in the development of philosophico-historical thought. According to Hegel, the vehicle of historical necessity is the world soul or mind, which controls the world. The cunning of the world soul, which guides the movement of history, lies in the fact that it uses the interests, passions, and aspirations of men, including the great, as a means to its ends, the realization of progress in the consciousness of freedom. But despite this idealist foundation, there was something more significant and rational hidden in Hegel's doctrine. Hegel tried to provide a dialectical solution to the problem of the relationship between freedom and necessity, and in this connection he pronounced a number of profound judgments concerning the role of the great men in history. Hegel said that the only great men, the individuals of historic importance, were those in whose aims and actions there is universality, necessity. It is they who should be called heroes, inasmuch as they drew their aims and their vocation not simply from the calm, regular course of things sanctified by the existing system, but from a source whose content was hidden and had not as yet developed to the point of present being, from the inner spirit which was still below ground and was battering at the external world, as at an enclosing shell which it must break. Such figures were thinking people who understood what was necessary and timely, what was true for their own age. According to Hegel, however, both historical personalities and whole peoples are merely the instruments of the world spirit, which secretly controls them and through them works for its own ends. His philosophico-historical views are therefore permeated with the spirit of fatalism and mysticism. Many thinkers who take the standpoint of objective idealism and fatalism have criticized the subjective idealist view of the role of the individual in history. What Tolstoy had to say about the philosophy of history in his novel War and Peace is characteristic of such criticism. As a great realistic artist, Tolstoy showed profound insight into the popular character of the War of 1812. He showed the abounding strength of the Russian people, their intelligence, wisdom, patriotism, and infinite resourcefulness. At the same time he exposed the superficiality of the views of the official historians concerning the causes and outcome of the war. The French historian Thiers, for example, had stated in all seriousness that the French armies failed to win the Battle of Borodino because Napoleon was suffering from a cold. Tolstoy comments sarcastically on this line of reasoning. The valet who forgot to give Napoleon his waterproof boots on the 24th was the savior of Russia. But profound and just though Tolstoy is in his criticism of the subjectivist, superficial views of the historians who tried to explain great events by trivial, insignificant causes, his historico-philosophical reflections are ambivalent and extremely contradictory. Tolstoy was quite unable to perceive the real and profound causes of the war. He referred to divine preordination, to providence, but such a fatalistic standpoint, which ultimately reduces everything to divine predestination, is no less far from the truth than the explanations offered by the subjectivist historians who reduce everything to the almost supernatural will of a certain historic figure. Many contemporary bourgeois sociologists oppose to the Marxist theory of the role of the masses, of classes, and the individual in social life, the so-called theory of the elite. They see in the people only a destructive, negative force. Only the elite, consisting of the most gifted part of a people, nation, or race can be, according to them, the vehicle of the creative, positive principle. The American sociologist R. Strauss-Heup writes in his book The Zone of Indifference that the mass does not think, it must obey authority and those who hold it. Another American sociologist Ely Chinoy insists that in every society some men are identified as superior and others as inferior. Everywhere some rule and others obey, although the latter may possess varying degrees of influence or control over the rulers. These contrasts between higher and lower, rich and poor, powerful and powerless constitute the substance of social stratification. Chinoy regards this division of society into higher and lower, rulers and ruled as an eternal law of social existence, its source being the difference in men's natural abilities. The scientific and technological revolution has modified the theory of the elite into the theory of the technocratic elite. One of the authors of this theory, the American sociologist James Burnham, author of the much-discussed book The Managerial Revolution, tried to prove that the working class is incapable of administering society. In his view, the current scientific and technological revolution transfers power to scientists and technologists, particularly those involved in managing enterprises, concerns, corporations, and banks. The theory of the technocratic elite has gained considerable ground in contemporary capitalist society. Its purpose is to disguise the actual domination of this society by the capitalist monopolies. The American Marxist Herbert Aptheker in his book Laureates of Imperialism cites the eloquent admission of a spokesman of American business, I. Martin, "We own America, we got it, God knows how, but we intend to keep it if we can by throwing all the tremendous weight of our support, our influence, our money, our political connections, our purchased senators, our hungry congressmen, our public-speaking demagogues into the scale against any legislature, any political platform, any presidential campaign that threatens the integrity of our estate." The financial oligarchy. This is the real ruler of the capitalist world. And it is a fact that cannot be understood from the positions of subjective idealist or objective idealist approach to history. 2. The scientific view of the role of the masses in history. Even in the first major works of Marx and Engels, The Holy Family, or the Critique of Critical Critique, and the German Ideology, the idealist view of the role of the individual in history was sharply criticized. On the one side stands the mass, that material, passive, dull and unhistorical element of history. On the other stand the spirit, criticism, Herr Bruno and co., as the active element from which arises all historical action. The act of social transformation is reduced to the brain work of critical criticism. This is how Marx in The Holy Family sarcastically presents the subjective idealist view of the young Hegelians on history, contrasting it with his own, materialist belief in the determining role of the people, the revolutionary classes in the historical process. The idealist view of history was not the idle invention of sociologists and historians. It had its social and epistemological roots. In a context of economic, political, and spiritual oppression, the masses were kept out of any decisive participation in politics, as they still are today in the capitalist world. Only at the turning points in history did the masses of the people rise up and take an active independent part in history, a part that ultimately decided the outcome of events. But in the ordinary, so-called peaceful periods, it was the ruling, exploiting classes and their political representatives who controlled high politics. This is what bourgeois sociology and historiography reflect in their own way, while for the most part ignoring the deep-going everyday activity of the masses, which does not immediately catch the eye. But this activity constitutes the deep undercurrent of the complex and contradictory historical process, and it was this undercurrent and decisive driving force of history that had to be discovered behind the kaleidoscopic scene of passing historical events. The people is the chief creator, the real subject of history. This is the fundamental proposition of historical materialism. Now let us consider the concept of the people. This concept is used both in the broad sense, coinciding with the concept of the population or the nation, and in the narrower sense, meaning the masses, the makers of history. The concept of the masses or the mass of the POP is a category that changes and develops historically. It must be considered in relation to certain socio-economic formations, their specific social structure, and also in relation to the specific course of historical development of the given society and the given country. In class society, the masses may include various social classes. But whatever the historical changeability of the class composition of the masses, this concept always has its core in the mass of the working people who produce material goods, embraces the overwhelming majority of the population, as opposed to the anti-popular upper crust of society, the reactionary classes, and includes all social strata who promote social progress. The idea of the determining role of the masses in history is already implied in the all-important proposition of historical materialism, according to which the production of material goods is the life-giving basis of society, and the development of the productive forces ultimately determines all social processes. We have already seen that the productive forces of society are not merely the instruments and means of labor, but above all people, the working people, the producers of material goods. The mass of the working people forms a creative productive force of the greatest importance. The imperceptible, often hidden development of the productive forces of society was the underlying basis of the progressive historical movement of mankind. It paved the way for revolutions, first in the mode of production, and then in the whole social system. The history of many peoples tells us of devastating wars in which towns and villages were laid waste and material and spiritual values destroyed, but whenever people survived, it recreated and restored everything, and slowly, after a period of recession, strength was gathered for a further movement forward to new, higher stages of social development. Herein lay the unfailing creative strength of the people. The new element in the historic role of the masses in the conditions of socialism is that their labor activity becomes conscious creativity, a manifestation of a new attitude to labor, labor for oneself, for one's own society. The experience of the socialist revolutions and the building of socialism has shown in practice the bankruptcy of the bourgeois theories that the masses can play only a negative, destructive role in history. It stands to reason, of course, that the masses led by the working class and its party, when making a socialist revolution, must first destroy the bourgeois state machine and abolish social relations based on exploitation. But this process is only the necessary condition for saving from destruction the productive forces, the material and spiritual values created by the people's labor. The main feature of socialist revolutions is not destructive but creative activity, the construction of the new, unprecedented forms of the socialist state, the organization of social relations that do away with human exploitation and give the man of toil the status of a free workman. They plunder and destroy. And from this question the mind passes to another: who produced that which was destroyed? How and by whom were all these people fed? Who made the brocade, the cloth, the robes, the damasks in which the tsars and boyars swaggered? Who trapped the black foxes and sables that were presented to the ambassadors? Who mined the gold and iron, who bred the horses, oxen, and sheep, who built the houses, the palaces, the churches, who delivered all these goods? In past epochs the functions of administration in the economy, in the state, in ideological life were the monopoly of the exploiting classes. In socialist society the people for the first time take their fate into their own hands and become masters of economic, political, and spiritual life. For the first time in history there is the widest scope for all kinds and forms of creative activity on the part of the people. When only small groups of aristocrats, landowners, or the upper strata of the bourgeoisie occupied the foreground of history and the broad mass of people was condemned to historical somnolence, society moved ahead very slowly indeed. And conversely, when the broad masses awoke, as they did at the crucial moments, history quickened its pace. This is particularly characteristic of the present age with its dynamism and profound revolutionary transformations in all spheres of life. World history testifies to the fact that the broader the masses of the people who come into motion, the more profound are the social and political transformations in society. And conversely, as the scale and depth of historical action increases, so do the numbers of people taking part in them. This is one of the most important laws of world history. The determining role of the masses in the sphere of the material and political life of society is indisputable. But is not the ever-widening sphere of spiritual life an exception to this rule? No one can deny, of course, the role of men of genius in the field of philosophy, science, literature, and art. What would philosophy and science have been without Democritus and Aristotle, Pythagoras and Archimedes, Copernicus and Galileo, Newton and Einstein, Darwin and Pavlov? What would world art have been without Praxiteles, Phidias, Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Titian, Rapin, Surikov, without Homer, Dante, Shakespeare and Goethe, Byron, Balzac, Pushkin, Gogol, Tolstoy, without Bach, Beethoven, Verdi, Chopin, Glinka and Tchaikovsky? Mankind is indebted to them for the immortal masterpieces of human culture. But all the great artists were indissolubly linked with the people and with its art. Art divorced from the people would be lifeless and insipid. The people provides the scientist, the poet, the writer with the treasury of language which it has evolved in the course of centuries. The people create fairy tales, legends, and songs. And all great artists have always nourished their art from this inexhaustible store of folk art. The people is not only a force that creates all material values, Maxim Gorky wrote, it is the only source of spiritual values, a source that never runs dry, the first in time, beauty, and genuine philosopher and poet, who has created all the great poems, all the tragedies of the earth, and the greatest poem of them all, the history of world culture. We know how great the part played by eminent scientists has been in the development of science. Nevertheless, there is a certain pattern in scientific discoveries. The whole preceding development of science and technology paves the way for them. A German historian rightly observed, would Pythagoras's theorem have remained unknown if Pythagoras and his school had never existed? Would we never have discovered the law of gravity without Newton? Would we have still been traveling in stagecoaches if Stephenson had not invented the locomotive? This means that the fate of science, of all culture, is not determined by the accident of the birth of one or another genius. The development of science and art is a law-governed process. Unless we recognize the determining role of the masses in history, we can never understand the unity and continuity of the historical process. Individuals, even great individuals, come and go, but the people remain as the maker and guardian of culture, language, traditions, and great material and spiritual values. The people, of course, is not a faceless, homogeneous mass. At crucial points in the historical process, at the turning points of history, the social classes, the masses who made history were led by outstanding historical figures. Appreciation of their role is essential to an understanding of the movement of H.J. story in all its concrete particulars. In the final analysis, it is the people that decide the fate of history. But the role of the masses cannot be considered in the abstract, in isolation from classes and parties, or from the leaders who guide them. As history shows, the role of the masses depends largely on what political and ideological leadership they have at a given period of history, in a given country. The example of Germany in the period of Nazi domination demonstrates how in certain critical situations the imperialist bourgeoisie, with all the means of crushing and abusing the masses at its disposal, can incite them to actions that contradict their fundamental interests and social progress. So, in order to arrive at a correct assessment of the historical role of the masses, we must clarify the actual role of organizations and parties, the role of outstanding personalities in history. 3. The role of the individual in history, the fundamental direction of social development, for example, the transition from feudalism to capitalism or the replacement of capitalist by socialist society, is determined by objective laws that do not depend on the will and consciousness of people, even the most outstanding. When considering the general causes of historical development, we may temporarily put the role of the individual into the abstract. The same may be said of the actions of special causes and circumstances, which do not depend on separate individuals either. But what we should not do is to ignore the role of the individual in explaining specific historic events, which depend not only on general and particular but also on individual causes. Thus, the course of revolution in a particular country, and also the course and outcome of wars between states and other concrete historical events, depend not only on the main, determining causes, but also on such factors as the wisdom and foresight or, conversely, incompetence and short-sightedness of the leaders who presided over these events. Unless we take into account these factors, these historical accidents of every kind, the living, concrete history acquires a fatalistic and mystical character. In 1871 Marx wrote to L. Kugelman, "World history would be of a very mystical nature, if accidents played no part. These accidents naturally form part of the general course of development and are compensated by other accidents. But acceleration and delay are very much dependent upon such accidents, including the accident of the character of the people who first head the movement." Thus, Marx specially emphasizes the role of people who first take command of events. The Marxist position on the question of the role of the individual in history was set forth in the clearest of formulas by Lenin. Marxism differs from all other socialist theories in the remarkable way it combines complete scientific sobriety in the analysis of the objective state of affairs and the objective course of evolution with the most emphatic recognition of the importance of the revolutionary energy, revolutionary creative genius and revolutionary initiative of the masses, and also, of course, of individuals, groups, organizations, and parties that are able to discover and achieve contact with one or another class. History is made by man and only by man. Consideration of the objective conditions that determine men's actions is the only way of scientifically explaining the role of both classes and parties and of historical figures in social life. The point that we have to decide is under what conditions a given individual is assured of success in the achievements of his aims, and under what conditions even outstanding people must inevitably suffer failure. We have only to recall Cervantes' Don Quixote, who set out to perform knightly deeds of valor. We are touched by his noble impulses, and yet he is absurd, pitiful, and tragic in his encounters with the new circumstances that are so far removed from the days of chivalry. History tells us of many such heroes, men who chose to act regardless of the circumstances, regardless of all obstacles. History also records the case of the warlord who wages great and successful campaigns and builds a mighty empire which, upon his death, rapidly falls into decline and disappears. Only those historical achievements endured and went ahead in their development that corresponded to the objective conditions, the needs, goals, and possibilities of their time. The crucial factor in the success of any individual is correct assessment of these conditions and needs, the ability to detect the real social forces on which to rely. Historical conditions ultimately determine the scope of the individual's activity. Not even the most outstanding personalities have ever escaped from this framework. For example, if the necessary material prerequisites or conditions for a new socio-economic formation have not yet matured in the womb of the old society, no historical figure can call that formation into being. No individual can make history according to his will or cause social development to flow backwards, for example, from capitalist to feudalism or the slave-owning system. Hitler's frenetic attempt to impose on Europe something in the nature of a slave system under the aegis of the German race ended in shameful fiasco, just as similar attempts of other reactionary leaders had done before him. Great men, like the great social ideas which they create and express, usually arise in critical periods of world history or the history of a particular nation. It is not great men who create and call into being great epochs but, on the contrary, the latter provide the favorable soil, the conditions, in which the talents, genius, and natural gifts of a certain personality can mature, display themselves and come to fruition. Oliver Cromwell was the son and representative of the English bourgeois revolution. His gifts as a statesman and general were able to evolve thanks to this revolution. Had it not been for the great French bourgeois revolution, neither France nor the world would ever have known Mirabeau, Saint-Just, Robespierre or Napoleon and his marshals, most of whom were men of simple origins. It is historical conditions and historical needs that produce outstanding leaders. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country is, of course, pure chance. But cut him out and there will be a demand for a substitute, and this substitute, 566, will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary, was chance, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that the man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. It cannot be denied, of course, that the outstanding personality leaves his mark on the events which he commands. It is possible that if Napoleon had been replaced by another general, France would not have enjoyed such military successes and the actual course of events that led first to the rise and then to the fall of Napoleon would have been different. But the general direction of France's economic, social, and political development in the 19th century would not have altered. Another objection is sometimes raised to the proposition that great men appear in response to social needs. It is argued that there were epochs that needed great men, heroes, proclaimers of new and splendid ideals, but they failed to appear. So, such epochs remained periods of stagnation, neglect, and inertia. The Middle Ages are usually given as an example. But the Middle Ages were an epoch of relative stagnation not because there were at this time no great men, no outstanding political figures, individuals of great natural gifts were born in this epoch also, but time and circumstance gave no encouragement to their talents. The domination of the Church, of the Inquisition, generated an atmosphere and moral climate when free thought never appeared, was snuffed out, or withdrew to a monastery cell. Only on his deathbed, when his days were numbered, was the great Copernicus able to hurl a challenge at the old, dogmatic views concerning the position of the Earth in the solar system. Nevertheless, even in medieval times slow, hidden processes were at work that in the end led to the age of the Renaissance and to the emergence of brilliant galaxies of great philosophers, scientists, writers, and artists. This bears out the general law that the emergence of great men is the expression of the needs and aims of their epoch. Of course, the measure and depth of their ability to express and promote these aims depend on their personal qualities and gifts. The emergence of eminent figures is not an automatic process, for here accident is interwoven with necessity. It may be said, however, quite definitely that the scale of the historic figure depends in the long run on the scale of the tasks with which the epoch confronts him. It is no accident, therefore, that the epoch of socialist revolution, signifying the deepest of all transformations in history, produces historic leaders and thinkers of colossal proportions. This is an epoch when new millions of people awaken and join in the making of history, and when the leadership of these masses demands truly titanic revolutionary thought and action. 4. The historic role of the leaders of the working class and socialist revolution. Every class produces its heroes. Marx and Engels were the ideologists of a new class, the revolutionary proletariat. They were founders of the new, proletarian party, the League of Communists, the organizers of the First International, a worldwide association of working men. Marx made great scientific discoveries that are of world historic significance. The creation of the dialectical materialist philosophy, the theory of surplus value, the discovery of the proletariat as the new revolutionary class, the scientific substantiation of its historic mission. Any one of these great discoveries would have been enough to perpetuate the memory of Marx for centuries to come. Sometimes people ask, could scientific socialism have appeared without Marx? The history of human thought led up naturally to the creation of scientific socialism. This was noted by Engels, while Marx discovered the materialist conception of history. Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1550 are evidence that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that it simply had to be discovered. Nevertheless, in speaking of the historical law-governed nature of Marxism, Engels subtracted nothing from the genius of its creator. Marx stood higher, saw further, and took a wider and quicker view than all the rest of us. Without him the theory would not be by far what it is today. It therefore rightly bears his name. 2. The example of the historic role played by Marx indicates not only what a genius can do but also what even the greatest individual cannot do if the existing conditions set limits to his activity. No matter how great the revolutionary activity of Marx and Engels, the socialist revolution did not grow to full maturity in their epoch. Certain objective conditions were lacking. And the working class itself was not yet ready to carry out its historic mission. So, although Marx and Engels discovered the most general laws of socialist revolution and its driving forces, the practical realization of these discoveries remained the task of the future and the cause of an age that was yet to come. The historical destiny of Marx's teaching might have taken a different course but for the work of Lenin, but for his struggle for revolutionary Marxism against the revisionists and dogmatists. Lenin's appearance on the historical scene as the creator of Leninism, the Marxism of the present epoch, as the founder of the Party of Bolsheviks, the leader of the Great October Socialist Revolution and founder of the world's first socialist state, exerted a great influence on the course of history. History testifies to the fact that when the necessary material conditions for the destruction of the old social system have matured, when its internal contradictions have become sufficiently acute, when there emerge social forces that are capable of resolving these contradictions by revolutionary means, a tremendous significance is then acquired by the subjective factor, the activity of a revolutionary organization or party, and also of experienced leaders with the necessary authority and foresight, who are capable of organizing and rousing the masses to bold revolutionary action. Lenin's strength as a proletarian leader lay in his ability to combine theory and revolutionary practice, his massive power of creative thought and will to take revolutionary action. Lenin was the unsurpassed strategist and organizer of proletarian revolution. He possessed a tremendous ability to foresee scientifically the development of events, the possible zigzags and unexpected turns in the course of history, to understand the behavior of the enemy and the wavering elements, and at the same time to build up with the support of the new type of Marxist party a revolutionary army and to win allies for the proletariat. Lenin believed in the limitless strength of the working class, of the people. Like Marx, he was hostile to any worship of the individual, to any personality cult, which he regarded as fundamentally contradictory to the whole spirit and essence of their teaching. The example of Lenin's life and work illustrates the great historical role of the leaders of the proletariat, of the mass of the working people. It is because this role is so great that the bourgeoisie wages a ruthless war on the communist, working class movement and its leaders. First of all, it seeks to decapitate the movement. One has only to recall the murders of Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg, Ernst Thälmann, and others. A more subtle method is to try to terrorize the movement through the press, radio, television, and other propaganda media. There is also the bribery of certain leaders of the working class movement with offers of highly paid sinecures. And finally, there are flattery and praise for the leaders that in some way or other abandon the principles of revolutionary Marxism, succumb to nationalism or revisionism, and undermine the unity of the international communist movement. Long ago, at the beginning of this century, one of the leaders of German social democracy, August Bebel, showed how clearly he had understood the motive behind such tactics. When the German bourgeoisie lavished praises upon him, he exclaimed, "Ah, old Bebel, what foolishness have you committed to deserve the enemy's praise?" Today, as then, the bourgeoisie has a very different attitude for consistent and steadfast leaders of the working class. It hates and persecutes them. As the bourgeois propaganda campaign against the socialist countries, and also against the communist and working class parties and their leaders became particularly intense at the time of the CPSU's criticism of the cult of Stalin's personality. They attempted to present the personality cult as something inherent in the socialist system, something derived from the principles of Leninism and its teaching on the party. But this assertion bears no resemblance to the truth. The cult of personality, a superstitious attitude to outstanding figures, their deification, has occurred at various times, both in the distant past and in the present day. Michel Verret states in his book Théorie et Politique that in France over the last 160 years there have been several personality cults connected with the names of Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon III, de Gaulle and others. This indicates that the emergence of personality cults at various times in various countries demands a specific historical explanation. The CPSU, its Central Committee, on their own initiative severely criticized the cult of Stalin's personality as something that contradicted the nature of socialism and the principles of Marxism-Leninism, as a departure from Leninist standards of inter-party life. The scientific explanation of the conditions in which this personality cult grew up was given in the well-known resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSU of June 30, 1956. As the Central Committee's resolution shows, a personality cult may be provoked both by certain objective circumstances and by subjective factors. The objective circumstances include, for example, the difficulty and complexity of the tasks of overcoming backwardness, the intensity of the class struggle within the country and in the international field, which demanded the strictest centralization of leadership and iron discipline in the party and entailed certain restrictions of democracy. The Soviet country was 50 to 100 years behind the capitalist countries in technological and economic development. This lag had to be overcome in the shortest possible time. With only internal resources to draw upon, a huge country had to be industrialized and electrified, its backward agri-culture restored and reorganized on the basis of socialism, and re-equipped with modern machinery. In a country in which before the revolution 72% of the population had been illiterate, this meant that there had to be a cultural revolution. The situation was further complicated by the need to fight trends hostile to Leninism within the party. At that time the opposition in the party, led by Trotsky, maintained that the attempts to build socialism in one country, and a backward one at that, confronted by conservative Europe, was a hopeless task. The right-wing opportunists came out against a rapid rate of industrialization, against the struggle with the kulaks and in favor of the spontaneous development of agriculture. What would have happened to the Soviet country if the theoretical and political platform of Trotsky and Bukharin had triumphed in the party? This might have meant the destruction of Soviet power and the cause of socialism. The Communist Party had to defeat Trotskyism and right-wing opportunism both theoretically and politically and set scientifically calculated rates of socialist construction. The struggle against the nationalistic deviation and for internationalism was also of great importance. The cult of Stalin's personality arose against the background of the successes achieved in the 1930s by the party and the country. These successes were unprecedented. They signified a gigantic leap from the wooden plow and oil lamp to first-class tractors, automobiles, and hydroelectric stations. In these years Stalin won great prestige in the party and among the people. But at a certain stage this prestige began to grow into a cult of his personality. Everything that had been achieved by the activity of the people and the party was wrongly attributed to one man. A great part in this process was undoubtedly played by subjective factors, by the negative traits in Stalin's own character, which Lenin had pointed out at the end of 1922 and beginning of 1923 in his letter to the party Congress: rudeness, disloyalty to comrades, intolerance of criticism, and a lack of the modesty that had characterized the founders of Marxism-Leninism. However, no matter what negative consequences resulted from this personality cult, involving violations of collective leadership, inter-party democracy, and Soviet legality, it could not change the character of the socialist system or shake the foundations of socialism. The essential factor in all the great historical transformations that were achieved was the mass, nationwide heroism, the unprecedented historical creativity of the people, led by the CPSU. Having overcome the negative consequences of the personality cult, the CPSU provided all conditions for the development of democracy within the party and the country as a whole. The Leninist standards and principles of collective leadership, which made it impossible for excessive power to be concentrated in the hands of individuals or for them to step beyond the control of the party and the people, were reinstated. All-round development of criticism and self-criticism at all levels, with no respect of persons, is also a safeguard against personality cults. The example of the CPSU shows that only a party, trained on Marxist lines, can find the strength to overcome such a cult and its negative consequences. The experience and lessons of the struggle for socialism in the USSR and in other countries provide proof that the guarantee of victory is loyalty to the principles of Marxism-Leninism and underscore its teaching on the objective laws of revolution and the construction of socialism, to the principles of socialist internationalism. Departure from these principles, belittlement of the role of the party and the significance of the Leninist standards of collective leadership sooner or later leads to grave mistakes and great dangers. There arises, as in China, a serious threat to the cause of socialism. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine on the role of the masses and the individual in history teaches communists to rely in all their activity on the masses and to lead them forward. It demands skill in giving full encouragement to their initiative and fighting against everything that restricts that initiative. Finally, it makes it incumbent on all leaders, at every level, to arrive at a sober and objective assessment of that role, to eschew boastfulness and conceit and make every effort to acquire the style of work that Lenin bequeathed. Generalizing the experience of the struggle for the masses, the party's experience of leading the masses, Lenin wrote. Keep in touch with the masses. Live close to them. Know their moods. Know everything. Understand the masses. Be able to approach them. Win their absolute truth. Leaders must not become isolated from the masses they lead, or the vanguard from the whole army of labor. Do not flatter the masses and do not break away from them. These laconic lines contain the essential principles of Marxism-Leninism concerning the interrelationship between the masses, classes, the party, and its leaders. The problem of historical progress occupies an important place in the science of society. This problem is the subject of fierce ideological struggle because any elucidation of it implies an evaluation of the present and future of mankind, its short-term and long-term prospects of development. Is mankind moving towards higher forms of social life, towards more enlightened and humane social relations, towards a higher culture and moral consciousness? Or, conversely, is it sliding towards thermonuclear disaster, towards catastrophic overpopulation, towards the biological degeneration of man, etc.? These arguments, as we see, question the very existence of historical progress. What is the essence of progress? What are its driving forces? What standard enables us to distinguish the progressive from the regressive in social development? These are some of the important aspects of the problem under consideration. 1. The essence of historical progress. The idea of progress formulated by such advanced bourgeois social thinkers of 18th century as Turgot, Condorcet, and Herder, became predominant in the 19th century. That was the time of the rapid rise of capitalism, and to many bourgeois historians, sociologists, and philosophers the idea of social progress appeared to be almost self-evident. But the pre-Marxist philosophers and sociologists could not reveal the true essence, the laws, and driving forces of historical progress. Proceeding from the positions of idealism, they sought the causes of human development in the spiritual principle, in the human intellect's infinite ability to perfect itself, or in spontaneous self-development of the absolute spirit. Accordingly, they also saw the criterion of progress in phenomena of a spiritual nature, in the level of development of a particular form of social consciousness, science, morality, law, religion, etc. But there was still no explanation of what actually evoked these forms of social consciousness, or what caused their change and development. Another notable deficiency of many pre-Marxist conceptions of social progress was their non-dialectical view of social life. Social progress was interpreted mainly as a smooth evolutionary development without revolutionary leaps, without retrogressive movements, as a steady ascent in a straight line. The sociologists Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer, for instance, virtually ignored the contradictory, antagonistic nature of the social progress of their day and treated the struggle of the oppressed masses against the bourgeois system as a morbid phenomenon, as an obstacle to the development of civilization. Finally, bourgeois thought restricted social progress to the framework of capitalist society. Hence the conclusion was drawn that any attempt to go beyond the bounds of this society would be regressive and, essentially, doomed to failure. Marxism overcame the weaknesses and deficiencies of pre-Marxist conceptions of historical progress and discovered its true essence and driving forces. The founders of Marxism refused to consider the problem of historical progress in the abstract, just as they had rejected consideration of society in general. Marx warned that the concept of progress is on the whole not to be understood in the usual abstract form. This implies that phenomena which are progressive in one historical epoch become reactionary in another. The demand for concrete analysis entails finding out the specific features of progress in different socio-economic formations. The history of mankind, despite its contradictions, temporary periods of stagnation and regression, is ultimately an ascent, a movement from the old to the new, from the simple to the complex. As it develops, mankind creates more powerful productive forces, a more effective economy, more perfect forms of political administration, expanding in varying degrees the limits of man's opportunities and freedom. The materialist interpretation of social life revealed that the driving forces of historical progress lay in the womb of society itself. The forces that determine social development are at one and the same time the driving forces of historical progress. The roots of historical progress should be sought first in the sphere of material production, in the economy, that is to say, in the decisive sphere of social life. The struggle of the progressive classes against obsolete production relations, against reactionary socio-political systems, was and still remains a powerful, in fact, the decisive force in ascending historical development. Historical progress is particularly evident in the replacement of socio-economic formations. All the formations preceding communism have necessarily, one after the other, prepared their own negation. At a certain stage of development, a historically restricted type of production relations that had dominated a certain socio-economic formation began to hinder the advance of the productive forces and thus condemned itself to destruction. The emergent new formation ensured a more rapid development of the productive forces. The development of the productive forces has been steadily accelerating. Thus, the stone implements of the Shell-Lean epoch existed without any substantial change for nearly 500,000 years. The transition from steam power to machines powered by electricity, on the other hand, required less than a century. Still shorter was the time required for the transition to the initial phases of the industrial use of atomic energy. Progress in the development of the productive forces ultimately conditions progress in the sphere of production relations, in social institutions and in the spiritual development of society. The progressive development of society reveals itself not only in the transition from one socio-economic formation to another but also within the bounds of that formation. Does this mean that throughout its existence any particular socio-economic formation develops in a line of ascent? This cannot be said of the formations preceding communism, which at a certain stage in their development lose their former progressiveness and begin to retard the movement of history. This was the case with slave-owning society, feudalism, and capitalism, particularly in the imperialist stage of its development. In the epoch of imperialism, the productive forces, scientific knowledge, and technology do, of course, develop, but capitalism as a whole at this stage acts as a reactionary, regressive phenomenon generating destructive forces that threaten the very existence of the peoples. At every stage in history, the defenders of obsolete regimes have opposed historical progress with all the means at their disposal. But not a single reactionary class has ever been able to stop the ascending development of mankind. Their efforts have led only to a more or less prolonged delay in the victory of the new social system. Not only social relations but also culture and the moral consciousness of the peoples follow an ascending line of development. The development of mankind as a whole is both a process of negation of the obsolete and a process of preserving the values which enable us to master the forces of nature and increase man's power over the spontaneous course of social development. Here we have a dialectical negation, the negation of the old system with the retention and multiplication of all its positive gains. The historical process thus emerges not as a simple sequence of socio-economic formations but as forward movement, because every new formation surpasses its predecessors in productivity of labor, social and political organization and intellectual culture, in the conditions that the given society provides for man's development. The consecutive replacement of socio-economic formations is not to be understood in the sense that when a new, more progressive formation arises, the old formation at once disappears from the face of the earth. This process is more complex and more prolonged. It is a known fact that different formations may coexist in one and the same historical period. But sooner or later the obsolete social structure must inevitably quit the historical scene, giving way to the higher social forms. This process of the supplanting of social forms. 87-951. 578. Took place, and is still taking place, through the struggle of classes and social revolution. The opponents of Marxism-Leninism distort the scientific interpretation of the essence and driving forces of social progress. They attribute to Marxism-Leninism the idea that the level of development of the productive forces automatically determines the level of progress in all other spheres of social life, including the sphere of intellectual culture. This assumption contradicts the social practice and principles of Marxist theory. It is well known, for example, that 19th-century Russia was far behind a number of European countries in development of the productive forces, but this did not prevent her from producing great thinkers, writers, composers, and artists. The comparatively high level of the productive forces in the conditions of monopoly capitalism, on the other hand, exists side by side with a decline in the moral consciousness of the ruling classes and with such barbarity as fascism, racism, genocide, and imperialist wars. The development of intellectual culture cannot be inferred directly from the level of the productive forces without taking into account the production relations, explicit class contradictions, and a large number of other factors. It should not be forgotten that superstructural phenomena are relatively independent of the economy, and that at times this independence may be very sharply expressed. Marx noted, for instance, that certain peaks in the development of art by no means correspond to the general development of society, nor do they therefore to the material substructure, the skeleton as it were of its organization. Point 4. While noting that, as a whole, the subsequent formation is more progressive than its predecessor, Marxism-Leninism warns against oversimplification of this proposition. The new formation does not necessarily surpass the old in all forms of culture. Thus, in some spheres of intellectual culture feudal society was inferior to that of the slave society, but there can be no doubt that, as a whole, the transition from slave society to feudal society signified not regress but progress in social development. Engels reproached the bourgeois enlighteners of the 18th century for regarding the Middle Ages as a time when history stood still. The great progress made in the Middle Ages, the extension of the area of European culture, the viable great nations taking form there next to each other, and finally the enormous technical progress of the 14th and 15th centuries, all this was not seen. Historical progress is unthinkable without continuity between past and present, between present and future. In the relay of history, some generations and peoples pass on all the fundamental, vitally important values to other generations and peoples. But are all cultural values drawn into the general stream of historical progress? History answers this question in the negative. For many reasons, for example, because of their remoteness from one another, their geographical isolation, the extreme unevenness in economic and cultural development of the peoples, it sometimes happened in the past that values created by a particular civilization were never passed on and disappeared together with that civilization. While regarding progress as an objective law of historical development, Marxism-Leninism warns against the primitive interpretation of social progress as a straight and steady ascent from the lower to the higher. The victory of the new system does not follow a strict timetable. A combination of circumstances sometimes has led to the temporary defeat of the historically progressive forces and delayed the accomplishment of objectively mature historical tasks. The history of the establishment of capitalism has shown how devious and contradictory this process has been in different countries. Objecting to the oversimplified interpretation of progress, Lenin wrote, "It is undialectical, unscientific, and theoretically wrong to regard the course of world history as smooth and always in a forward direction, without occasional gigantic leaps back." This scientific generalization. 580. The fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist. Warning against the interpretation of ascending development as an automatic process, against the ignoring of the part played by historical accidents, is of great theoretical and practical importance in the period of the transition from capitalism to socialism. Half a century of existence of the socialist system has demonstrated how stubbornly the reactionary forces resort to every possible means, including war, to destroy the new society and reverse the course of history. World socialism has all the objective prerequisites for defeating the counterattacks of imperialism and winning complete and final victory in the contest with the old world on a global scale. But the realization of this objectively mature goal involves the revolutionary awakening of millions and millions of people, action on the part of the progressive parties. Vulgar economic materialism presents the course of history, the ascent from one stage of social development to another, as an impersonal, purely spontaneous process in which people with their consciousness and will possess no more weight in the whirlpool of social events than grains of sand in a hurricane. Bourgeois ideologists quite often attribute this conception to Marxism. Alfred G. Meyer, for instance, in his book Leninism, alleges that Marx seeks manifestations of world history in everything and regards himself as its prophet and interpreter. History, for Marx, played the role others attributed to divine forces, namely, to lead mankind to the new Eden. In point of fact, Marx and Engels rejected the fatalists' interpretation of historical necessity as something external that dominates people and their behavior. Engels wrote, "History does nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real living man, that does all that possesses and fights. History is not a person apart, using man as a means for its own particular aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims." The fatalistic interpretation of progress condemns people to contemplation and passivity and justifies reliance on spontaneity and letting things drift. The Marxist-Leninist parties, armed with the scientific conception of social development, work out a scientifically based strategy and underscore tactics for the fundamental transformation of the world. The Marxist conception of social progress is opposed not only to the fatalistic but also to the subjective idealist, the voluntarist interpretation. The latter derives from denial of the objective laws of history and therefore quite happily rejects or recognizes progress on the basis of arbitrary appraisals of its essence. In contrast to this view, Marxism-Leninism substantiates a strictly objective criterion of historical progress. 2. The criterion of historical progress. What is the criterion of progress? By what essential attributes may the progressive phenomena in history be distinguished from the reactionary? To begin with, let us consider the many-sidedness of social progress. It is, in fact, a complex of different social processes. Every specific sphere of social life has its own special criteria of development and cannot be confused with another unless the attempt at its concrete, specific appraisal is abandoned. The question arises, whether under these conditions it is possible to speak of a general criterion of social progress. Many bourgeois philosophers, particularly the advocates of the theory of factors who deny the unitary basis of the social process and recognize only the mechanical interaction of equal social factors, answer this question in the negative. Marxism-Leninism takes the opposite stand. What we call a socio-economic formation is an integral, living social organism, a definite social system with its own special structure, laws of development and functioning. If we are dealing not with the totality of separate parts but with their dialectical unity, their integrity, we must obviously have a general criterion for comparing these entities and discovering whether they are progressive or regressive. 582. Inasmuch as economic relations constitute the foundation of any socio-economic formation and ultimately condition all aspects of social life, the general criterion of progress is to be sought, above all, in the sphere of economic relations, in the sphere of production. In his work, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution, 1905–1907, Lenin defines the productive forces as the highest criterion of social progress. Point 1. This definition depends on the fact that in the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production, the former constitute the content of the mode of production, are its most dynamic element and express the factor of continuity in the development of production and of the whole socio-historical process. Moreover, the level and character of development of the productive forces can be clearly defined and accurately measured. When we compare the primitive communal system, slave-owning society, feudalism, and the capitalist system with one another, the degree of historical progressiveness of these socio-economic formations is characterized primarily by the extent to which they ensure the development of the productive forces. The superiority of the communist formation over capitalism lies in its revealing the possibility of more planned, rapid and harmonious development of the productive forces. The high level of development of the productive forces and productivity of labor will make possible the creation of an abundance of material and spiritual goods under communism, and their distribution according to people's needs. In appraising the progressiveness or regressiveness of a social system, however, it is by no means sufficient to refer to the level, character, and rate of development of the productive forces, taken by themselves, without considering the social consequences of their development, without considering the interests of the working people, of man. It is no accident that many bourgeois sociologists today are quite ready to divorce the productive forces from relations of production, which leads them to arbitrary constructions and erroneous appraisals. The American sociologist and economist William Rostow, for instance, prefers to use the productive forces, particularly technical equipment, treated quite separately from the production relations, in classifying the stages of social development. But if one uses only the level of development of the productive forces, taken in isolation from the relations of production, from the social structure, from the actual position of the producers themselves, American capitalism may appear to be marching in the vanguard of social progress. In reality, the high level of development on the productive forces in the United States is combined with an outmoded, class-divided socio-political system. What is more, facts cannot be treated statically. One must also consider the dynamics of their development. The productive forces of the socialist countries are at present at a lower level than those of the United States. But the socialist countries, most of which had to overcome the economic backwardness inherited from the old system, are in the first stage of the communist formation. Not a single new socio-economic formation can immediately, in the first stage of its development, display all its advantages over the old formation. It takes time for the new social system to realize all its possibilities. but even the first phase of communism is superior to capitalism in the type of its production relations because it ensures a higher and more stable rate of development of the productive forces. Socialism has opened up far greater possibilities than capitalism for development of the working man, the most vital of all productive forces and the highest of all values. The character of the socialist relations of production, relations of cooperation and mutual assistance, relations based on public ownership, creates all the objective conditions that will in time make socialist production superior to capitalist production in every respect. The criterion of progress proposed by Marxism is strictly scientific and objective and rules out any attempt to present as the fundamental measure of progress a factor that is itself determined by other, more fundamental elementary phenomena. I.e., it is sometimes suggested that this criterion is purely economic, in character and divorced from man, from his place and status in society. On these grounds we are offered various values of abstract humanism, moral perfection, etc., as the criterion of progress. But the fact of the matter is that man, his present and future, his well-being and freedom are the focal points both of Marxist science and the socialist system. In appealing to the productive forces, the character and conditions of their development, Marxism reveals the bedrock of human existence, for this is where lie hidden the forces that ultimately determine people's actual position, their standard of life, culture, the degree of realization of freedom, the possibilities of their intellectual and moral development and perfection. It would be a mistake to imagine, however, that throughout the course of history the growth of the productive forces has directly coincided with the creation of more favorable economic and political conditions for man's development. Although, in general, the passage from one class formation to another was accompanied by a process of liberation of the masses from personal dependence, from legal enslavement, they nevertheless remained economically and politically oppressed. Historical progress was achieved at the cost of suppressing and restricting the working people's natural gifts and abilities. These gifts and abilities were sacrificed to the one-sided satisfaction of the demands placed upon the workmen by production. Only the high level of productive forces achieved for the first time under capitalism creates the prerequisites of a situation in which the development of some people and classes need not take place at the expense of others, in which the development of production can fully coincide with the demands for all-round human development. This historical aim is achieved by socialism, which overcomes the antagonistic character of social progress. 3. Antagonistic character of social progress in societies with exploiting classes. In societies based on private property and exploitation, social progress must inevitably be bought at the cost of subjugating the majority of the population, the working people, and suppressing the individual. The very development of class-divided societies results from the intense struggle between hostile social classes. The subjugation of huge masses of slaves was the historically inevitable condition of existence of ancient Greece and Rome, and of their culture. The insuperable contradiction between progress and the conditions of life of the working classes continued to exist both under feudalism and under capitalism. With bourgeois society in mind, Marx wrote, "At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. Considerable changes have taken place, of course, since the time of Marx. The tendency towards absolute impoverishment of the working class in some highly developed capitalist countries has been arrested thanks to the growing organization and opposition of the oppressed masses. Under the pressure of the organized struggle of the working class, with the world socialist system in the offing, the monopolies have been compelled to make partial concessions in order to defend their fundamental interests, their class privileges. Modern technology and equipment have demanded a certain level of education for the workers. Yet, all these changes do not affect the essence of capitalism and consequently do not remove the contradictory nature of progress in the context of bourgeois society. No one can deny that millions of people in the developed capitalist countries are alienated from the highest attainments of human culture. the bourgeois press is obliged to admit that a large portion of American youth does no serious reading whatever and gets by on mass culture products. The assembly line under capitalism stultifies person, the monotony of the work processes eats away his intellect. It may have been from observing this type of employee in capitalist production that Henry Ford was prompted to make the outrageous remark that the ideal factory worker would be a well-trained ape. In the capitalist countries, the scientific and technological revolution is accompanied by an increase in mental disease, by loss of interest in life and even the will to live, and by a steep rise in the number of suicides. Imperialism is trying to place the great achievements of modern science and technology at the service of its military machine, to transform them into means of destruction and annihilation. Marx wrote that the bourgeoisie achieved progress by forcing individuals and even whole peoples to travel an arduous path of blood and filth, poverty and humiliation. This judgment has been completely reaffirmed in the age of imperialism. Capitalism reaches the peak of its development in the sphere of production and at the same time lays bare its hostility to man, to his freedom, democracy, and equality, to the development of the moral and artistic consciousness. Some bourgeois ideologists find it impossible to conceal this truth. The American journalist O. Toffler, for instance, writes in his significantly titled book Clash with the Future that with the existing capitalist organization of society the forces released by rapid technical progress threaten to destroy man. Toffler does not deny the need to replace capitalism by some other system of social organization, but is far from realizing that only socialism can provide such a system. Eric Kahler, in his book The Meaning of History, sees super-rational civilization degenerating into mechanized barbarity. Man, Kahler observes, having tremendously increased his control over nature has lost control of himself, of his own nature. Illogically, however, Kahler tries to present the antagonistic nature of progress under capitalism as a feature of all human history. Many bourgeois ideologists write of the irreconcilable conflict between 20th-century scientific and technological progress, on the one hand, and a growing cannibalistic morality on the other, but they forget to confine this real conflict to the framework of capitalism. In the 4 or more centuries of its existence, capitalism has created a tremendous gap between the economic, political, and cultural development of some peoples compared with that of others. Colonialism plunged whole continents into a state of stagnation. In a number of countries, more than 3/4 of the population are illiterate owing to the antagonistic character of progress under capitalism. The standard of life of the peoples of these countries was and has remained 10 to 12 times lower than in the developed capitalist states, while the average expectation of life in some of them is scarcely 30 years. Capitalism is preventing the further progress of mankind, the use of the miracles of human genius, the mighty sources of power in the interests of all men. As long as capitalism exists, the danger of a devastating thermonuclear war remains a real possibility. The assertions of bourgeois reformist and revisionist theoreticians concerning the changed nature of capitalism, its peaceful transformation into socialism, or something like socialism, cannot remove the urgency of the need for socialist revolution, for the complete abolition of the social forces and conditions hindering man's ascent to a new and higher stage of development. Modern historical progress leads not to a purified capitalism or whatever else one may choose to call it, not to a mixed society that is supposed to combine the features of capitalism and socialism, but to the complete elimination of the capitalist socio-economic formation. For the distinctive features of historical progress under the conditions of socialism. Man's transition to socialism liberates historical progress from its antagonistic form, from social cataclysms. With the victory of socialism, Marx wrote, human progress ceases to resemble that hideous pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. Henceforth progress takes place not in the interests of some classes and nations and not at the cost of others. It bears its fruit for the whole of society. The development of the productive forces, of science and technology, the growth of social wealth, signify a constant improvement of the material position and raising of the cultural level of all its members. This fact alone stimulates materially and morally the creative activity of the members of socialist society. Progress not only in the sphere of production but also in the sphere of cultural relations, in politics, in cultural construction, in spiritual life becomes the concern of the whole people. This is what ensures the increased pace of social development in the conditions of socialism. Socialism is not only a most important link in the ascending development of mankind, it is also the beginning of an era when social progress becomes continuous and all-embracing. Only socialism will be the beginning of a rapid, genuine, truly mass-forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population, in all spheres of public and private life. This scientific prediction has been fully realized in practice. No serious theoretician in the West any longer questions the fact of the extremely rapid development of socialist countries, and particularly the Soviet Union. One might have thought, only a decade ago, Emmett J. Hughes wrote in 1959, that it would have been a considerable achievement if the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics should prove capable of rushing into this new age close behind the giant strides of America. The Soviet Union has done no such modest thing, it has been the giant to set the pace, for others to follow. The real possibilities of steady progress spring from the planned, scientifically founded character of socialist development, from the conscious and purposeful activity of the masses led by the Marxist-Leninist parties. But the speed and stability of social progress under socialism is not automatic in character. There are still some phenomena that are not completely controlled and guided by society. To achieve rapid, harmonious, and all-round development of socialist society, one has to perfect the scientific management of all social processes, cut out mistakes of a voluntarist or any other type, conduct a systematic campaign against backward, conservative and bureaucratic elements, and obviate all incompetent management of the various sectors of construction of the new society. The development of socialism, like that of any society, cannot occur without contradictions, without numerous difficulties, some of them extremely serious, that have to be overcome. The emergence and development of a complex social organism like socialist society demands organized effort on the part of the broad mass of the people, and great insight and persistence in the struggle for attainment of the goal. It is a specific feature of socialism, however, that the resolving of its contradictions contributes to its ascending development. But this is not a spontaneous process. The development of socialism, its gradual transition to the second phase of communism, involves the correct and timely understanding of any contradictions that may arise and the ability to deal with them effectively. The critics of socialism assert that in socialist society progress is achieved only in the sphere of production and does not affect the individual. This fabrication has been exposed today by practical experience. It is socialism that has raised millions of people to conscious historical creativity, introduced them to culture and opened up wide opportunities for the versatile development of the individual. The highest achievement of socialism is the emergence of a new type of man with a collectivist consciousness, with a new humanist morality, a man actively devoted to the ideals of communism and armed with the most advanced world outlook. With the complete abolition of the capitalist system and the victory of communism, the rate of historical progress will increase still further. The tremendous resources which are wasted today on military hardware, on building weapons of destruction, will be switched to the realization of peaceful creative goals in the interests of all mankind. The complete elimination of work for private bosses, the eradication of the anarchy of production and economic crises, the rapid application of scientific and technological discoveries, the planned and proportional development of the world economy, its specialization and cooperation will unfold the widest prospects for historical development. The victory of socialism is not the culmination of historical progress. The constant and ever-increasing growth of the productive forces will be the basis of a further improvement in all aspects of social life and of human development itself. Communism is not the culmination, but the beginning of genuinely human history. 5. The problem of historical progress in contemporary bourgeois sociology. As the era of socialism approached, more and more bourgeois philosophers and sociologists dissociated themselves from the idea of ascending historical development. Even in the last century Paul Lafargue quite justifiably declared, "The appearance of the proletariat on the political scene in Britain and France has given the bourgeoisie qualms as to just how eternal its social supremacy is going to be. Progressive progress has lost its charms." This fear of the future has been redoubled among modern bourgeois theoreticians. Pointing to the devastating world wars and regarding them as fatally inevitable, assessing social revolutions as disastrous events, many bourgeois ideologists assert that humanity is not ascending but descending, and even heading towards catastrophe. This false, pessimistic conclusion is also backed up by arguments concerning inevitable overpopulation and man's biological degeneration in the conditions of the scientific and technological revolution. Some representatives of idealist sociology try to substitute for the idea of progress the neutral concept of change. They assume that since both progressive and regressive movements take place in social life, it is impossible to speak of any general ascending line of the historical process. Repudiation of historical progress is connected with denial of the law-governed character of historical development. If there are no objective laws of history, as many Western sociologists assert, it is absurd to talk of a law of historical progress. Prompted by this interpretation of social life, the American historian George G. Eggers concludes, "We can accept the idea of progress today only with serious qualifications. Progress as yet is only a hypothesis and a very questionable one. According to Eggers, we can have only faith in the possibility of improving human life. Underscore the arbitrary interpretation of historical facts and the inability to see beyond the conflict of mutually exclusive tendencies of social development to what is paramount, necessary, and law-governed, brings many bourgeois theoreticians to the mistaken idea that progress is not a scientific concept but merely an ethical evaluation of facts tinged with the subjectivism and relativism that are allegedly inherent in all ethical evaluations." Far from denying, Marxism actually reveals the contradictoriness of the historical process and acknowledges that the process of general forward development includes regressive movements and also elements of cyclical development. Humanity in the shape of its progressive forces perfects not only the means of production but also the economic, social, and political organization of society, its spiritual wealth and standards of morality. Atavistic phenomena do overthrow the theory of evolution of the species. By the same token, regressive, backward movements cannot cast doubt on the general progressive movement of mankind. Some opponents of the idea of social progress use outer space as their argument. The concept of progress cannot, of course, be applied to the universe. Such concepts as forward and back, progressive and regressive, etc., are not applicable to space. This is a realm where worlds are born and destroyed, where the development of matter follows both an ascending and a descending line, and the integration of the structures of matter is accompanied by their disintegration. It is therefore impossible to identify the character and direction of development of space with the phenomena of social life. Other spokesmen of contemporary idealist sociology try to substitute for the idea of social progress the idea of eternal rotation. The advocates of this idea maintain that mankind passes through certain phases and then returns to the starting line, to begin all over again. Of course, if one interprets the facts arbitrarily, one can identify the primitive communal system with the communist society of the future, one can dig up capitalism in the ancient world, present socialist equality as a return to the equality of the early Christian communes, and then declare that everything repeats itself, everything returns and there is nothing new under the sun. Such assertions are based on superficial formal historical analogies and are highly subjective. The idea of the cyclical development of history with a continual return to the previous stages is deduced not from the actual historical process but from the products of the religious imagination. The attempt to present the history of man as running in a circle is bound up with the desire to perpetuate stages of social development that have been consigned to the past. If we do attempt to denote the movement of history geometrically, we should speak not of a circle but of a spiral which, in ascending, only apparently returns to the initial position. Every new historical stage, while negating all that is obsolete and reactionary, simultaneously preserves and develops all the achievements of previous generations. This rules out not only a return to the old ways, but also any marking time on one spot. We noted above that not all cultural values are passed on from one generation to another, from one people to another. There are values that are recognized only within the framework of one civilization and disappear forever with the society that created them. One can trace in the history of mankind certain isolated, unique civilizations that disappeared utterly, contributing nothing, or almost nothing, to the subsequent cultural process. By absolutizing this phenomenon, some bourgeois philosophers build up fallacious theories presenting the history of mankind as the coexistence of isolated civilizations, arising, developing and dying out with no need to communicate, to exchange values, to further develop the material and intellectual attainments of other peoples. One such theorist, the German philosopher Oswald Spengler, wrote, instead of the monotonous picture of rectilinear world history, one see the phenomenon of a multiplicity of mighty cultures. Each has its own idea, its own passions, its own life, desires and feelings, and finally its own death. Thus, Spengler concentrates his attention only on the qualitative differentiation of civilizations and plays down everything that links and unites them. This is his case for denying the unity of the historical process and its ascending development. Turning the fact of discontinuity in the development of civilizations into an absolute, Spengler discards the factor of continuity, of the genetic continuous link between them. Following in the wake of Spengler, the German philosopher Karl Jaspers and particularly the British historian Arnold Toynbee, each in his own way, make an absolute of the qualitative uniqueness of civilizations and erase the continuous links between them, the specific assimilation of the achievements of one civilization by another. In contrast to this trend in the philosophy of history, which stresses the uniqueness of social phenomena and processes, some bourgeois philosophers and sociologists absolutist repetition in history. The American sociologist Pitirim Sorokin, for instance, reduces the process of man's historical development to the constant cyclical replacement of certain socio-cultural supersystems by other similar systems. It stands to reason that the concepts of progress and regress cannot be applied to such a historical rotation. Not all contemporary bourgeois ideologists deny progress in general. Some of them acknowledge progressive changes in spheres where they can be quantitatively expressed and possess unquestionable unity of value. The French sociologist Raymond Aron believes this is so in scientific cognition and in technology. At the same time, he repudiates the idea of progress in the economic sphere on the grounds that a more effective economy is not necessarily more justly organized. This latter assertion would evoke no objection if Aron had in mind private property or, to be more exact, capitalist society. It is a fact that there is no just distribution of material or spiritual values in such a society. But history does not end with capitalism. It will be superseded by the classless communist society, which not only achieves a far higher level of production but on this basis distributes the goods produced on the principle of the highest justice according to the needs of the individual. Aron also denies progress in the field of politics and political institutions. He assumes that the various political regimes may be considered as various solutions to one and the same problem. The transition from one regime to another is not a transition from evil to good, from the lower to the higher, but a transition from one solution to another, each of which possesses certain merits and certain defects. According to these arguments, the transition, say, from a democratic republic to a fascist state and vice versa is not a transition from good to evil and from evil to good. Either solution, apparently, has its advantages and disadvantages. Such arguments are possible where historical progress is assessed not from the standpoint of the conditions of development of the productive forces, the basic interests of the masses, the actual rights and other conditions of development of the individual, his real freedom, but from arbitrary criteria that can be used to justify everything and condemn everything. In the present age, with millions of people achieving social and national liberation, it is becoming increasingly difficult for bourgeois ideologists to deny the idea of progress in history. Many of them therefore acknowledge progress but fundamentally distort its essence, direction, driving forces, and criteria. In contrast to the social pessimists, they try to prove that capitalism is ascending in its development and still remains the embodiment of social progress. These quasi-optimists are unable to conceal the profound contradictions and social cataclysms engendered by bourgeois society, but they assume that in the course of scientific and technological progress all the darker sides of capitalism will be overcome and it will cease to be a class-divided society and turn into a society of universal well-being. Life provides a ruthless exposure of this social utopia. Capitalism has long since become a force that hinders social progress, that excludes harmonious development of the productive forces in the interests of the whole of society. Many bourgeois ideologists, who identify social progress with the development of capitalism and regard socialism as a deviation from the highway of ascending historical development, rely on violence as the most reliable means of defending and perpetuating capitalist civilization. But the evidence of history testifies that not a single obsolete system in the past has ever succeeded in defending itself by means of violence, by holding man's ankles as he seeks to climb to a new level of social progress. The most extreme forms of imperialist violence did not prevent the victory of socialism in the USSR, the breakaway of many other countries from capitalism and the emergence of the world socialist system. The forces that are undermining capitalism continue to operate. By all available means capitalism seeks to preserve its existence. It combines violence with concessions, with reforms from above, and with the most sophisticated forms of misinformation. In its efforts to postpone and buffer economic crises, the modern bourgeois state resorts to intervention in economic life, to the application of certain elements of planning and forecasting of capitalist production. All these and other measures of self-preservation produce temporary results, but they cannot obviate the profound inner contradictions of a historically doomed system, and particularly the contradiction between the growing social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, the contradiction between labor and capital. Imperialism intensifies social and national inequality. It stands in the way of the just distribution of material and spiritual values among all people and nations, fosters militarism, and unleashes devastating, murderous wars. No efforts on the part of the ruling forces of feudalism were able to save it from defeat or prevent society from passing on to a new and higher stage. The same irreversible fate awaits capitalism. By the whole logic of historical development, mankind is moving towards the classless communist society. Criticism of contemporary bourgeois and sociology. Chapter XXIL. Contemporary bourgeois. Marxist-Leninist philosophy develops in the struggle against various trends in bourgeois philosophical thought. The history of 20th century philosophy confirms the correctness of Lenin's dictum that modern philosophy is just as partisan as that of 2000 years ago, and that the contending parties are materialism and idealism. Although the philosophical schools and trends that were fashionable at the beginning of the century have been replaced by new idealist trends, although the problems pointed by bourgeois philosophy have substantially changed, its epistemological foundations and class essence remain what they always were. On the other hand, the victory of socialism in the Soviet Union, and subsequently in the other countries that now form the world system of socialism, has sharply intensified the ideological commitment of bourgeois philosophy, making it an inseparable element in the incessant ideological war that imperialist propaganda wages against the world of socialism. Modern bourgeois philosophy provides a unique reflection of the contradictions of capitalist society at the present stage of its development. In Marxist social science, these contradictions are summed up in the concept of the general crisis of capitalism. This crisis is a crisis of the economy and politics, culture and ideology, bourgeois social relations and the bourgeois individual. In some way or another it is bound to be reflected in philosophy, which is a major part of ideology. 1. The general crisis of capitalism and the special features of contemporary idealism. In the epoch of imperialism, all the contradictions inherent in capitalism are exacerbated. Ultimately, their source is the contradiction between the social character of production and the private mode of appropriation. This involves a whole system of social antagonisms, economic, political, and the contradictions between classes. In the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism, these contradictions have reached such a peak that the bourgeoisie has become aware of its inability to stay at the helm of social progress, either in one country or on a world scale. The basic dogma of bourgeois ideology, particularly the ideas of the eternity, naturalness, reasonableness of the capitalist social system, have been discredited by the historical experience of the masses, and bourgeois ideologists must now try to explain the symptoms of the disease of contemporary capitalist society and use them, as best they can, to justify capitalism. While Marxist theory sets forth the aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism in the precise concepts of modern social science, bourgeois philosophy presents the crisis of capitalism as the crisis of modern man, the spiritual crisis of the age, the crisis of technological civilization, etc. In other words, it ignores the specific historical character of these phenomena, equating the historical future of capitalism with that of all mankind. Bourgeois ideologists interpret the degradation of the capitalist formation, and for them the life of this formation is their own life, as the decline of world culture, the twilight of civilization, and so on. The reaction to the inevitable victory of the new social relations is expressed in different ways, from an irrationalist activism that calls for all-out resistance to the new system to pessimistic fatalism and pleas for reliance on God. The bourgeois world outlook in the 19th century was largely determined by illusions regarding the ability of capitalism to ensure stable and prolonged social progress. The bourgeois ideologists of the 20th century are far from any such illusions. They are only too well aware of the fatal contradictions of capitalism, whose inescapable conflicts are so obvious that optimism becomes an embarrassment. But the source of these conflicts is declared to be man, the human soul, which produces out of itself the contradictions of social reality. The personal world, writes the American religious personalist philosopher Edgar S. Brightman, is a world of conflict, both inner and outer. Persons and societies are in deadly conflict with each other and do not know how to stop. Worst of all is the inner conflict within each person. The soul is in conflict because of its desires, its knowledge, its ignorance and prejudice, its weakness, its strength, its ambitions, its fears, its ruthlessness, its conscience. The way out proposed by Brightman lies in religion, in God, which, he claims, can bring peace to the tortured soul. More sophisticated philosophical notions avoiding the overt appeal to God interpret the conflicts of capitalist reality as an expression of the essence of the human relations in general and consequently fail to see any way out. This acknowledgement of the inescapability of conflicts as the determining fact of social life is direct evidence of the crisis of capitalist society and its misinterpretation by bourgeois philosophy. The time of thoughtless apology has passed, but bourgeois ideologists are incapable of discovering a way out of the crisis, of prescribing the scientific program and means of overcoming it. Another important symptom of the crisis of bourgeois philosophy is the fundamental change in its attitude to science. Whereas the ideologists of the revolutionary bourgeoisie in the 17th and 18th centuries proceeded from scientific philosophy and believed in the power of human reason, many contemporary bourgeois philosophers propose the rejection of science and reason. Science, the more seriously, rigorously, and without prejudice it is generally understood and used, has essentially no significance whatever for acquiring and establishing a world outlook, wrote the German philosopher Max Scheler. But what does this imply, and why should it be preached in our century of science that science has no relations to world outlook? Above all, bourgeois philosophers see in scientific knowledge, particularly in social science, an instrument of objective social forecasting that indicates the doom of capitalist society and affirms the communist prospect unfolding before mankind. This is why they try to prove that there cannot be a scientific theory that would reveal the laws of social development. The contemporary British philosopher Karl Popper writes, "We must reject the possibility of a theoretical history, that is to say, of a historical social science that would correspond to theoretical physics. There can be no scientific theory of historical development serving as a basis for historical prediction." Here we come to another point of no less importance. The attitude of modern idealism to scientific knowledge is also determined by the interpretation of the revolution in natural science that took place at the turn of the 20th century and evoked a crisis in the basic theories of the 19th century natural sciences, which had been essentially mechanistic and proceeded from the notion of the perfection of scientific knowledge revealing the true nature of reality. It was believed that science was on the way to creating a complete and non-contradictory picture of the world, and all that scientists had to do was to fill in the correct details. In general, the world was an ensemble of indivisible and immutable atoms whose mechanical motion in space determined the essence of all natural changes. The authenticity, universality, and stability of this picture was guaranteed by the prestige of science. Any knowledge, however, including concrete scientific knowledge, is relative truth, and this was something that the metaphysically thinking natural scientists could not admit. The revolution in the natural sciences, as a result of which the physical picture of the 19th century world yielded place to a new picture based on the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics, confirmed this truth of dialectical materialism. But the speed and unexpectedness with which one picture of the world was superseded by another evoked the rejection of materialist epistemology by quite a number of scientists, including some important and influential ones. The denial of science's right to objective truth and the skeptical underestimation of the significance of science in building a world outlook have continued to dominate bourgeois philosophy to this day, determining the character of its propositions in many respects. If science does not furnish a picture of the world that can lay claim to objective truth, correspondence to reality, philosophy in its turn cannot claim an objectively meaningful generalization of scientific knowledge. From being a world theory, the modern positivists argue, it must turn into a theory of knowledge, isolated from the world itself. In the final analysis, it must cease altogether to be a theory, a doctrine, and become an activity consisting in the analysis of the language of science, and renouncing forever its metaphysical pretensions. Irrationalists take a different approach. Whereas science is content with abstractions and consciously rules out everything individual and vital, thus never venturing into the depths of human existence, the philosophical world outlook, so the irrationalist's content, must proceed from the fullness of the experience of life. Philosophy must be not a science but a different kind of thought that in knowing simultaneously recalls me, awakens me, leads me to myself and changes me. Says the German existential philosopher Karl Jaspers. What a lucky find for the religious philosophers was the admission of certain scientists, influenced by idealism and agnosticism, that science was a mere collection of symbols that could tell us nothing about reality itself. These philosophers immediately inferred boundless horizons for the religious world outlook. After all, if science goes no further than abstract symbols, if it is content with general formulae, the work of building a world outlook can and should be relinquished to religion, which has been sanctified by millennia of human history. The basic trends of contemporary bourgeois philosophy which deny the philosophical significance of scientific knowledge, modern positivism, irrationalism, and religious philosophy arose out of this agnostic and idealist belittlement of science. They cannot, of course, be said to incorporate all the various idealist philosophical schools of the 20th century, a diversity which in itself testifies to the crisis of bourgeois philosophy, its inability to evolve even a partially integrated and unified world outlook. Nonetheless, these trends focus all the main forms of contemporary bourgeois philosophy as well as the secondary, intermediate trends. To neo-positivism, as the idealist philosophy of science. Positivism emerged as a philosophy in the 1830s and 1840s. The bourgeoisie's rejection of materialist, enlightening ideas and revolutionary action, a rejection which followed its winning of economic and political supremacy, was the social source of positivism, while disillusionment regarding the possibilities of philosophy as a speculative science of sciences provided its theoretical basis. Its founder, the French philosopher Auguste Comte, envisaged positivism as the culmination of the evolution of human thought, which had passed from the theological stage to the metaphysical, and thence to the positive stage. At the first stage, he assumes, reality is made dependent on divine beings; at the second, these religious ideas are replaced by a speculative doctrine concerning the essence and causes of phenomena, and at the third stage the human mind recognizes the impossibility of acquiring absolute knowledge, gives up the idea of investigating the origin and purpose of the universe, of knowledge of the inner causes of phenomena, in order to engage in the discovery of their laws, that is to say, the immutable relations of consistency and similarity of phenomena. From the very beginning, positivism regarded laws not as belonging to the very essence of phenomena, but as characterizing only their external consistency and similarity. This consistency and similarity were later interpreted not as an objectively existing interconnection of phenomena but as a subjective means of systematizing them. The positivism of the 19th century combined an apparent respect for science with a theory of knowledge that deliberately set limits to cognition. It accepted the discoveries of natural science as something absolutely authentic, in contrast to the speculative constructions of philosophy. This absolutizing of the discoveries of natural science was one of the main causes of the crisis of the first historical form of positivism. The Thèse revolution in natural science struck its death blow. The second historical form of positivism, the empiria criticism of Richard Avenarius and Ernst Mach, rejected the claim of its predecessors to have discovered the most general laws of nature and society, and reduced philosophy to a subjective idealist theory of knowledge. Thus Mach asserted that knowledge is the linking up of sensations with sensations, sensations with images and images with images. Sensations were regarded as the sole reality accessible to man, or as the elements of all that existed. The crisis of this form of positivism, which was not long delayed, came in the first decade of the 20th century. This was the inevitable consequence of the deepening revolution in the natural sciences, which led to the discovery of particles of matter that could not be interpreted as sensations, since their existence had been established through theoretical research based on logic. Having failed the test of time, the idealist empiricism of Machism was superseded by logical positivism, or neopositivism. Neopositivism appeared at the beginning of the century, when the striking successes of mathematical logic provoked the idea of applying it to philosophical research. One of the founders of neopositivism, the British philosopher Bertrand Russell, assumed that the very near future will be for pure philosophy the kind of period that recent decades have been for the study of the principles of mathematics. On this basis, Russell proposed that philosophy was not a totality of theoretical beliefs, not a doctrine, but action consisting in the analysis of the language of science and designed to remove from it all metaphysical statements and terms, that is to say, judgments and concepts claiming objective knowledge of the world, as it exists in itself, independently of human consciousness. We must note at once that the analysis of scientific knowledge, of the basic concepts of science, of the structure of scientific theories is an essential function of philosophy. Philosophy has always studied and will continue to study such basic concepts of science as causality, necessity, law, object, etc., without which scientific research is impossible. But it does not confine itself to establishing merely the formal significance of these concepts, that is to say, their significance for systematizing scientific knowledge. Above all, it seeks to discover the objective significance of concepts as forms of thought that reflect the connections between natural and social phenomena. Neopositivism, however, rejects this kind of investigation of the objective significance of the principal concepts of science as metaphysical, as a pseudo-problem going beyond the bounds of subjective experience. The history of neopositivism, and it has existed for more than half a century, is the history of the successive defeat and replacement of its different variants. At first, in the second decade of the century, it was logical atomism, which identified the structure of the world with the structure of mathematical logic, as elaborated by Russell and Whitehead in their Principia Mathematica. Then came the logical positivism of the Vienna Circle, which focused philosophical research on the principle of empirical verification as the means of distinguishing scientific statements from metaphysical statements. This was superseded by semantic positivism, which substituted semantic analysis for logical analysis. It was followed by linguistic philosophy, which devotes itself to verifying the expressions of the everyday natural language. To gain a general notion of neopositivism, we will now consider the views of the Vienna Circle, the classical expression of modern positivism. The Vienna Circle appeared in the 20s, its center being the chair of philosophy of inductive sciences at Vienna University. It was headed by Moritz Schlick, and its most active members were Rudolf Carnap, Otto Neurath, Viktor Kraft, and others. Similar views were developed by the members of the Society of Empirical Philosophy in Berlin. In Britain, the ideas of the Vienna Circle were espoused by A.J. Ayer. The Vienna Circle was active up to 1938, when after Nazi Germany's seizure of Austria its participants emigrated to the United States or Britain, giving an added boost to neopositivism in those countries. The essence of logical analysis, which the members of the Vienna Circle took as their basic philosophical procedure, may be summed up as follows. Science consists of two types of statements, logico-mathematical and empirical. Thus the statement 2x2 equals 4 is tautological, that is, it can be reduced to the statement 4 equals 4. The same is true of the statement all bachelors are unmarried, since we can replace the word bachelor with its dictionary meaning and obtain, all unmarried men are unmarried. Statements of this type serve as the logical framework, so to speak, of scientific theory. Their criteria are the laws of formal logic. Conversely, the statement in this room there are 4 chairs or all bachelors are eccentric are empirical, because they can be tested by counting the number of chairs in the room or by observing the habits of bachelors. All other statements are either erroneous, constructed in violation of the rules of syntax, or they are metaphysical, i.e., scientifically meaningless. E. Carnap explains this idea as follows: I will call metaphysical all those propositions which claim to represent 608. Knowledge about something which is over or beyond all experience, example about the real essence of things, about things in themselves, the absolute, and such like. The essence and principle of the world is water, said Thales, fire, said Heraclitus. From the monists we learn, there is only one principle on which all that is founded, but the dualists tell us, there are 2 principles. The materialists say, all that is in its essence material, but the spiritualists say, all that is spiritual. From the proposition, the principle of the world is water, we are not able to deduce any proposition asserting any perception or feelings or experiences whatever which may be expected for the future. In other words, neopositivism ranks as metaphysical and thus excludes from the sphere of science all philosophical problems and particularly the fundamental question of philosophy. This is a mistaken view, however. Philosophy is the generalization of scientific knowledge and the data of social practice. Thus Thales reached the conclusion that the essence of things was water, by observing that all food is moist and that heat itself is generated from the moist and is kept alive by it. 2 Consequently, this was a primitive scientific hypothesis and not a metaphysical fantasy. Similarly, dialectical materialist monism, also relegated to the realm of metaphysics by neopositivism, is a theory proved by the long and difficult development of philosophy and natural science. But the neopositivists do away with it at a stroke by declaring it neither true nor false, but metaphysical, meaningless. Of course, philosophy based on statements that cannot in principle be verified, is of no value. However, no such philosophical doctrines have ever existed, even if some philosophers have claimed that their propositions go beyond the bounds of experience. The real point is how they generalized the scientific knowledge and social experience of their time. This is why when we consider philosophical systems we can question the truth of both their separate propositions and the system as a whole. Neopositivism distinguishes the empirical proposition from the metaphysical statement on the basis of verification. Verification is, from the neopositivist standpoint, the comparison of the statement with a certain finite number of acts of experience or its comparison with another statement recording this fact. Consequently, a statement is compared either with sensations or with statements about these sensations. Thus neopositivism revives the basic idea of the subjective idealist theory of knowledge formulated by the English philosophers Berkeley and Hume: we know nothing and can know nothing except the facts of our consciousness, or statements about these facts. The principle of verification is an elementary one, and it is actually used in science. When we need to verify the statement "it is raining," we do so by looking out of the window. But the use of this elementary method in the way the neopositivists use it, as the philosophical principle of the intellectual policeman who decides what may or may not be considered by science, immediately reveals its limitations. Any general statement makes us think. Arsenic is poisonous, bodies expand when heated, Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Not one of these three statements can be verified merely by observation. The first two require an infinite series of observations, the third expresses an accomplished fact which is therefore unobservable. Does this mean they are metaphysical? And who would dare to expel such statements from science? Besides, how can the very principle of verification be verified? There is no way of doing so, which means that it is a metaphysical principle itself and should be excluded from scientific knowledge, and its application to science, if rigorously carried out, would rid it not only of all traces of metaphysics but of science itself. After all, the scientific laws are just as unsusceptible to sensory verification as general philosophical statements. 39-951. 610. The principle of verification came in for so much criticism that it had to be changed, toned down. The neopositivists now say that a statement that can in principle be verified is to be considered empirical, that is to say, scientific. But this toning down of the principle of verification does not save the situation. Some knowledge cannot be tested today, but we shall be able to test it tomorrow when we have developed the techniques of observations. Auguste Comte, for example, regarded the question of the chemical composition of the celestial bodies as metaphysical on the grounds that it could in principle not be established. 2 years after his death, spectral analysis was discovered. Thus the philosophical significance of the principle of verification was gradually undermined, with a consequent drop in the prestige of neopositivism. Still lacking a solution to the difficulties involved, neopositivism adopted coherence as its criterion of truth, that is to say, the connectedness and non-contradictoriness of a scientific system. In the neopositivist view, coherence ensures both the logical truth of the system and the scientific significance of the terms and concepts that it comprises. Thus cognition becomes a closed circle of linguistic expressions, losing more and more of its objective significance. What we shall never be able to do, writes Eyre, is to go right outside the framework of language and from this vantage point consider the world in order to understand which system best describes it. From this point of view, philosophy is an activity concerned only with language, either the conventionally constructed and accepted language of mathematical logic or the natural language that people use in their everyday life. But if philosophy is confined to language as the field of its application, it ceases to be an instrument for changing the surrounding world. It can do nothing to change even language. Philosophy, writes the neopositivist Ludwig Wittgenstein, can in no sense interfere in the actual use of language. In the final analysis it can only describe it. Because it cannot give it any foundation. It leaves everything as it is. That last sentence, whether intentionally or not, perfectly expresses the social essence of neopositivism. It is indeed a philosophy that leaves everything as it is. Whatever the concrete socio-political views held by a particular neopositivist, the objective social role of neopositivism is to implant philosophical skepticism and nihilism and denial of the very possibility of a scientific world outlook. Philosophy does not offer, or attempt to offer, a solution of the problem of human destiny, or of the destiny of the universe. Wrote Bertrand Russell. No less explicitly than Wittgenstein's thesis quoted above, this statement testifies to the effort of neopositivism as a philosophy to shut itself up in an ivory tower. But this is also an answer to the questions that life presents to the thinker, and an answer that consists essentially in acceptance of the existing state of things. Political differences between positivists are therefore differences in the sphere of the ordinary consciousness of people who in some way or another have accepted capitalist society. Characterizing the social role of Marxism, Lenin wrote, "The objective, class role of empirio-criticism consists entirely in rendering faithful service to the fideists in their struggle against materialism in general and historical materialism in particular. The social role of neo-positivism is the same. Maintaining that a scientific world outlook is impossible in principle, neo-positivism tries to prove that religion and atheism are equally unverifiable and consequently science is not concerned with the conflict between them. But today this is only to the disadvantage of atheism, not of religion. The latter has already given up any attempt to overthrow scientific knowledge and denies only its philosophical significance. And this happens to be the point on which religion and neo-positivism agree. Let us compare two statements, one by the neo-positivist A. Ayer, the other by the neo-Thomist F. Copleston. The identity of the ideas which they express is obvious, the difference being only in their subjective relationship to religion, scepticism on the one hand and piety on the other. A. Ayer, it should be observed that, there is no F. Copleston. Now we see that there is not and cannot be logical basis for antagonism between religion and natural science. As for the question of truth or falsehood, there is no a conflict between religion and science in the sense in which this conflict was understood in the last century, because no confirmation can contradict the dogma opposition between the natural of revelation scientist and the theist who believes in a transcendental God. In the same way, seeing an expression of vital feeling in irrationalist philosophy, neo-positivism justifies it with the arguments that the demand for scientific relevancy does not apply in this case. This is the difference between the neo-positivist nonpartisanship and the principled scientific position of dialectical materialism, which regards both religious and irrationalist philosophy not simply as scientifically irrelevant but as false, distorted forms of consciousness. They are subjected to the judgment of science, of scientific philosophy, and they are condemned by that judgment. Neo-positivist logical analysis of language, while claiming to overcome unscientific metaphysics, actually capitulates to the philosophical pretensions of religion and irrationalism. 3. Contemporary irrationalism. Existentialism. Perhaps no other social formation more than capitalism has deserved the judgment contained in Goethe's remark. Reason madness has become, goodness torment. Not for nothing does irrationalism, a philosophy proclaiming the unreason, absurdity of all that exists, figure as one of the most influential trends in contemporary bourgeois thought. The inability of the capitalist world to resolve its own contradictions is reflected in the heads of its ideologists in the form of the idea that man is powerless, that he is dominated by insuperable irrational forces. Contemporary irrationalism was born in the last 30 years or so of the 19th century, when the so-called philosophy of life came upon the scene. In the 20s this trend attracted Max Scheler and Oswald Spengler, and then a large group of imitators, who became supporters and advocates of the fascist myth of the 20th century. The basic idea of the philosophy of life, which has been inherited by subsequent forms of irrationalism, was that the concept of matter which had formed the basis of the scientific worldview of the 19th century should be replaced by the concept of life, as an irrational stream or urge. Matter, on the other hand, was to be understood as an extinguished remnant or a petrified form of life. Rational knowledge, operating with petrified abstract concepts and capable of dealing only with rigid bodies, could never, in the opinion of these philosophers, comprehend the changing, flowing, actual, individual thing they called life. Reason kills life, dissects it, arrests its constant movement. Therefore, in order to know life, or rather to grasp it, there must be intuition, that is to say, direct experience of life, which would differ fundamentally from reason. Here irrationalism appears to proceed from the following fact: thought actually does crucify reality and its movement. It simplifies the infinitely complex picture of constantly moving and interacting material formations. But this is no evidence of the fatal limitedness of scientific thought. it is a demand for its development and the devising of new, more refined and effective ways of thinking dialectics. But irrationalism stops at its declaration on the limitedness of thought. Whereas dialectics discovers ways and means of reflecting concrete reality in its movement and development with the help of concepts, irrationalism abandons both reason and science. In its interpretation of social processes, irrationalism believes that they are guided not by the development of objective material factors that man can know and ultimately come to control, but by mysterious instincts, the lust. 614. For power, the mystical life urge, in short, by unknowable irrational forces. The horrors and disasters of the First World War completely destroyed the illusion of 19th-century bourgeois liberalism that social progress would spread rationally and harmoniously in the course of history. This illusion was superseded by a sense of the meaninglessness of social existence, the futility of the historical process, and a feeling of profound impotence. The best symbol of history seems to me that sugar factory near Souchez in Flanders, which during the war, between 1914 and 1916, was 50 times captured from the French by the Germans and as many times recaptured by the French. Moreover, every time several hundred men were killed or wounded, and every time the survivors, now on one side, now on the other, sounded the trumpets for a great victory, but in the end they were back to where they started from with a new battle. This senseless hell of incessant fighting for a change of power, this unending struggle of all against all for the sake of which such huge energies and talents, labor and values are expended, that a mere tenth of them, placed at the service of the Spirit, would be enough to turn earth into heaven. When will this torment end? What God should have revealed himself in this awful uninterrupted chain of battle places and warriors, lootings and looters, chiefs, marauders and pigs, deceived and deceived deceivers, ambitious orators and lucky soldiers, who all together, like the unlucky earth itself, move only in everlasting circles. Would it not be better to conceive of history, the German philosopher T. Lessing goes on to ask, as an alienated and alienating meaningless force? After all, we, living individuals, have from time immemorial been placed in a huge empire of figments. Here we have society, administration, the state, and the church, castes and groups, and all the merciless and purely imagined abstractions: right, law, school, virtue, greatness, man, honesty, the general good, order, science, the family, the fatherland, etc. Placed among all these imagined forces, the living individual, even the best one, is brought up in the name of something to be a police dog and devil to every other living individual, so that the individual human life, as though to celebrate the triumph of pretentious ideals, finally becomes an extremely real and palpable hell. This feeling, which is indeed extremely real for the bourgeois world, requires some explanation. Among all the other idealist schools, existentialism has been best able to explain and at the same time justify the sense of the pointlessness of existence. For this very reason it has become the predominant form of modern philosophical irrationalism. Existentialism arose as a philosophy in the 1920s. Its main exponents are Martin Heidegger and Karl Jaspers in Germany, Gabriel Marcel, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Albert Camus in France. Existentialism has become widespread in Italy, Spain, and the countries of Latin America. The Russian émigré philosophers Nikolai Berdyaev and L. Chestov were also close to existentialism. The term existentialism comes from the Latin existentia. The existentialist understanding of existence springs from at least three sources. It relies mainly on the Danish religious philosopher of the 19th century Søren Kierkegaard, who proposed the actual concept of existentia and the idea of the existing thinker. Unlike the abstract thinker of traditional philosophy and science, the existing thinker, according to Kierkegaard, must consider reality subjectively, that is, only as it is refracted through his individual existence, his emotional life. Unlimited subjectivity is the chief definition of human existence. Whereas objective thinking is indifferent to the thinking subject and his existence, wrote Kierkegaard, the subjective thinker is substantially interested in his thought, it exists in him. Consequently, his philosophical premise differs radically from scientific objectivity. Existentialism also stems from the teaching of the German philosopher Edmund Husserl. From Husserl's phenomenology it borrows the technique of singling out the a priori structure of consciousness, that is, a certain ontological basis of human existence. At the beginning of the 20th century, Husserl was already trying to build philosophy as a strict science on the basis of analysis of the human consciousness. Whereas the neo-positivists, who also sought to create a scientific philosophy, reduced philosophy to analysis of the language of science on the basis of mathematical logic, Husserl tried to discover the structure of cognition in the course of a phenomenological investigation concerning only the phenomena of pure consciousness. With this end in view, he performed an operation known as reduction, or putting in parentheses. This operation consists in abstracting ourselves from the existence of the external world, from the content of the natural and social sciences, from immediate mental reactions, emotions, aesthetic and moral feelings, etc. That which remains is pure consciousness, which characteristically is directed at a certain object, and has matter and form, and also elements of meaning in general and objective meaning. It is this a priori structure of consciousness that, according to Husserl, determines the structure of all knowledge. This argument is mounted on the somewhat trivial idea that knowledge must have its object, factual content supplied by the senses, and a certain form must be comprehensible in general and have some concrete significance. Thus the judgment "this rose is red" has as its object a certain flower that is red in color, its logical form is S is P, it is comprehensible, and has concrete meaning that consists in the fact that the given rose belongs to the class of red objects. All this is true and in some aspects quite important for the theory of knowledge, since it expresses the objective and fundamentally practical character of the cognitive process. But Husserl declares these elements of the cognitive consciousness to be a priori, outside experience, and underscore therefore primary. Pure consciousness thus turns out to be the initial element and creator both of knowledge and the object. Consciousness constitutes the object in accordance with its own structure. It was this technique of phenomenological description of consciousness that was taken over by existentialism to describe the structure not just of the cognitive consciousness but of the active, suffering, feeling consciousness, that is to say, of existence which does not simply know the world but colors it with all the shades of its emotional state. Whereas in classical subjective idealism the world is such as it is represented by cognition, in existentialism it is such as we experience it. But this means that existentialism is derived from the philosophy of life, from which it gains its conviction that generally significant scientific knowledge, reason, kills living life. Yet it is not life as such that matters for existentialism, but the individual life. So two problems that were only touched upon by the philosophy of life are here placed in the foreground. First comes the inner significance of the individual in contrast to the others. Second, the uniqueness of the individual in opposition to the average representative of the human race. It is in the light of these problems that existentialism tries to discredit scientific knowledge on the one hand and argue the case for irrationalism on the other. This is mainly apparent in the key concept of existentialism: existence, human existence, which is unique being. Whereas in classical subjective idealism the denial of the objective existence of the external world, of its knowability, is combined with faith in the knowability of the subject and the possibility of substantiating scientific knowledge by proceeding from this subject. Existentialism asserts that even the subject itself cannot be known by means of rational cognition. Existence, wrote Karl Jaspers, is that which never becomes the object. It is the first principle from which I think and act, about which I make statements in developing the course of my thought, which knows nothing. But why cannot existence be the object? Why is it rationally unknowable? In the first place, because it is individual and does not claim any general significance. Rational cognition, on the other hand, demands general significance. Secondly, existence is we ourselves. We cannot look at existence from the side, objectively, as science looks upon its objects. From this arises the existentialist opposition between the problem of scientific cognition and the mystery of existentialist thinking. This distinction was drawn by Gabriel Marcel, who wrote, "Between a problem and a mystery there is the essential difference that a problem is something which I encounter, which I find in its entirety before me, but which I can consequently take in and bring under my control, whereas a mystery is something in which I myself am involved, and which is therefore conceivable only as a sphere in which the distinction of that which is in me and that which is before me loses its significance and initial value." While an authentic problem obeys a certain technique with the help of which it can be clearly defined, a mystery by definition transcends all conceivable techniques. If I can, say, solve a mathematical equation by using a technique that is known to me, anyone who knows this technique will agree with me and accept my solution. But the mysteries of being, death and immortality, the existence or non-existence of God, love, truth, and not the truth that is learned by heart but the truth for which men sacrifice their lives cannot be separated from me myself, from my personal decision, they cannot become general knowledge. As we see, important questions concerning human life and knowledge are raised here. But in tackling them existentialism rules out from the start the objective and, above all, the social meaning of these questions. In place of a scientific solution it offers the religious idealist solution. Does not the very fact, of our life, writes Marcel, of human life imply for everyone who thinks about it in depth, the existence of a kind of metaphysical Atlantis, which by definition cannot be explored but whose presence in reality confers on our experience its volume, its value, and its mysterious density? To this Atlantis is God, whose existence, according to Marcel, is constantly felt by man. Anyone who has experienced the presence of God not only has no need of proof but will perhaps go so far as to regard the idea of proof as an affront to that which for him is sacred evidence. From the standpoint of the philosophy of existence it is a similar type of evidence that provides its central and irreducible datum. A similar kind of evidence, but opposite in content, brings Sartre to the conclusion that there is no God, a conclusion which, he maintains, is in principle unprovable. Existentialism also finds confirmation of the irrationality of human existence in the fact that the real depths of existence are revealed to us only in special conditions, which Jaspers calls ingrat situation. Such situations are death, suffering, terror, struggle, guilt, religious ecstasy, mental illness, and so on. Only at such moments does man spontaneously become aware of his real existence, which is hidden in ordinary conditions behind the daily routine, the unreality of ordinary existence, or what Heidegger calls the domination of das Man. People's ordinary, everyday existence together completely dissolves true being in the mode of being of the others. We enjoy ourselves as they do in general, we read, we look at, and discuss literature and art, as they do. Das Man, which is something indefinite and at the same time everything, although not the sum total, lays down what the mode of everyday existence shall be. This frequently cited proposition of Heidegger's may serve as the starting point for our explanation of the social significance of existentialism. Heidegger uses the term das Man derived from the impersonal pronoun man, which is used in German to form impersonal sentences, such as man sagt man muss, to imply the impersonality and lack of color, the facelessness of human existence in society, its dissolution in the ordinariness of circumstances. However, having revealed this characteristic feature of the position of the individual exploiting, class-divided society, Heidegger at once disguises it by asserting that impersonality and ordinariness are a property of society as such, the mode of existence of man in any society. It follows then that, according to existentialism, no transformations can do away with this impersonal, alienated existence. The concept of unreal existence, for which there are various terms, is typical of all schools of existentialism. At times it reveals some rather profound features of social life. Thus, Marcel opposes possession to existence. The things I possess, he says, possess me. So our property eats us up. Thus Marcel discovers in possession, that is to say, in property, the source of the inhumanity of the world of private property. But how is man to be liberated from this bondage to property, to things? Marxism sees the way out in abolishing private ownership of the means of production, that is to say, in abolishing capitalist social relations. Marcel sees the source of the contradiction between being and possession in man himself, in the dual nature of his existence, and seeks escape in love and compassion, in sacrifice and finally in religion, art, and philosophy, which, he maintains, have the power to raise possession to the level of being. But these are typically religious and idealist solutions that have failed in their purpose for thousands of years because, at best, they amount to no more than good intentions and, quite often, hypocritical preaching by those who have to those who have not. Heidegger sees the possibility of overcoming unreal existence in being face to face with death. Jaspers sees it in awareness of a frontier situation. This merely confirms the well-known psychological fact that in critical situations, in the face of mortal danger, etc., a person really does acquire a deeper appreciation of what is happening and his role in it, of what action he needs to take. Thus in a moment of mortal danger a man is revealed in his essence, for example, in war as a hero or a coward. Admittedly, Jaspers does not take into account the fact that at such a moment successful action depends on the extent to which a person is prepared for such a situation. The hero who does not know how to shoot can be of little use. But in a situation of real and unavoidable crisis, relationships that were previously hidden by everyday life are indeed revealed. Thus the relationship of a person facing death towards other people, towards life is vividly revealed in Tolstoy's story The Death of Ivan Ilyich. When he knows he is going to die, the hero of this story realizes how inhuman it is to be indifferent to other people and what happens to them, indifferent to people as individuals. But this had been exactly his own attitude to people when he decided their fate in court. Only now does he become aware of the individual not only in himself but in other people, the servant, the lackey, the peasant who stood trial before him. The existentialist who takes Tolstoy's story as an illustration of his idea sees this frontier situation, on the contrary, as a means of exposing man's isolation and loneliness. Every man dies alone. But, of course, neither Tolstoy with his abstract humanism, nor the existentialists, see that the problem they have uncovered is rooted in real social relationships, and the path to its solution is the path of transforming the objective relations between people. The philosophy of existentialism is a vivid expression of bourgeois individualism. But this individualism differs substantially from the traditional individualism which regards man as a social atom, a self-sufficient social unit. In the 20th century this idea is anachronistic because social life today quite obviously and inevitably draws every individual into its orbit. Even the relatively independent existence of the individual that provided the foundation for the social atomism of the 19th century is today quite inconceivable. For this reason existentialism attaches great significance to the social relationship, but it gives this relationship its own interpretation. The essence of existentialist individualism is that social relations are regarded as relations of conflict, which draw people together only because they divide them. According to Jaspers, the link between people is communication between lone individuals. In every removal of loneliness by communication there grows up a new loneliness which cannot disappear without my ceasing to exist as a condition of communica. 622. In Jaspers' view, the initial form of communication is a relationship of domination and service. In these conditions the desire for communication is inevitably combined with fear of communication, doubts as to its possibility, etc. Thus existentialism once again expresses the actual contradictions and conflicts of social relations in capitalist society. But it immediately disguises these contradictions by making them an inherent element in human existence as such and therefore indestructible. The antagonism born of exploiting society is held to be the universal relationship between man and man. In bourgeois literature existentialism is often called the philosophy of freedom. Certainly the problem of freedom does occupy an important place in existentialism. But what is the essence of freedom? How is it interpreted by existentialism? Jean-Paul Sartre wrote, "Man cannot be sometimes a slave and sometimes free, he is either always and entirely free, or he does not exist at all." What does this mean? From the standpoint of Marxist philosophy, real freedom is the ability to act on the basis of knowledge of necessity, knowing what one is doing. For existentialism, it is an impulsive, emotional choice. True freedom reveals itself to a person in anxiety, distress, and loneliness. Distress, loneliness, responsibility, constitute, in effect, the quality of our consciousness, inasmuch as this is pure and simple freedom. Consequently, freedom is an unconscious, instinctive act, devoid of any objective content. True, this is not arbitrariness. According to Sartre, a person is an entity and can be judged on the basis of the most insignificant action, no matter how arbitrary it may appear. But for Sartre, the actual shaping of a person and his behavior is a profound mystery. Consequently, the ways of influencing him, of transforming his consciousness and behavior as a free person, also remain a mystery. Sartre combines freedom with responsibility. In fact, he treats them as identical. Man, being condemned to be free, bears on his shoulders the burden of the whole world. He is responsible for the world and for himself as a mode of being. In formulating this idea, Sartre proceeded from the sense of responsibility for the fate of France and all mankind that rested on the shoulders of the French resistance fighters during the Second World War. This tragic situation had a serious influence on the work of Sartre and other French existentialists. It formed the basis of a whole trend of literature of responsibility. But among existentialists, absolute responsibility is dialectically transformed into its opposite, into absolute irresponsibility, because, first, the responsibility of social classes, groups, and individuals is dissolved into responsibility in general, the equal responsibility of everyone, and, secondly, Sartre recognizes no objective criteria of right or wrong action, that is to say, objective criteria of responsibility. The result of all this is that his conception of freedom turns out in the long run to be a meaningless abstraction. Since about the mid-50s, Sartre has recognized the limitations of his conception of freedom and today stands at some distance from his initial position. But what has been said above vividly illustrates the logic of the existentialist interpretation of freedom, which leads to the counterposition of freedom and necessity, to denial of the necessity of social development. An important aspect of Sartre's doctrine on freedom is his atheism, freedom as evidence of the fact that God does not exist. According to Sartre, this only makes man's situation all the more burdensome in that he has to seek support only in himself. If there is no God, we have no justification or excuse, behind us or before us. We are alone and without excuse. This is what I mean when I say that man is condemned to be free. The main conclusion from Sartre's atheism is pessimism because, having lost his faith in God, he finds it impossible to acquire any other ideal. On the other hand, so-called religious existentialism sees man's freedom as evidence of God's existence. Jaspers assumes that absolute freedom does not exist. Freedom is the unity of freedom and duty which stems from a deeper necessity, God. Thus he returns to the traditional religious conception of free will, obeying the divine commandments. Even more openly, Leon Chestov associates freedom with a miracle that lies beyond reason and knowledge, with the faith which, as the Gospel says, can move mountains. But to hope for a miracle as the will of God is an expression of real helplessness and its perpetuation. This makes it possible to say that both atheistic and religious existentialism testify rather to the despair of ideologists who have lost all confidence in the future of their society, than to an assertion of human freedom. The pessimism of existentialist philosophy is further borne out by the fact that its basic categories, death and fear, guilt and anxiety, distress and loneliness, anguish and suffering, are treated as universal attributes of human existence. These categories are tinged with reflections of the real contradictions of capitalism. But existentialism's confession of impotence in any attempt to change the world inevitably repels people who hope either to perfect the world within its existing framework or to destroy the old world of oppression and build up a new one. Whereas the latter rally to the banner of Marxism-Leninism, the former try to rethink existentialism in a positive spirit, turning it into a direct apology for capitalism and substituting for the philosophy of despair and fear a philosophy of the new security, the slogan of which is belief in being. Finally, we have religion, which some bourgeois philosophers still see as one of the convenient ways of escape for the person who has lost all hope of being able to change the world. For them religion is a well-tried remedy, bringing hope and peace of mind and postponing the satisfaction of desire to the next world. 4. Religious philosophy in the 20th century. Neo-Thomism. Contemporary religious philosophy is not something whole and integrated. It is broken up into various creeds and types of philosophical thinking, and its exponents associate themselves with various schools of philosophy. Thus we may encounter Christian, Judaic, Muslim and Buddhist philosophy. Christianity embraces Catholic, Protestant and Orthodox philosophy. Within the framework of Catholicism, there are the neo-scholastic schools, Neo-Thomism, Suarezianism, Molinism, Scotism, and others. In religious philosophy there are also such irrationalist trends as the theological existentialism of Karl Barth, Paul Tillich, and others in Protestant religious philosophy, the existentialism of Martin Buber in Judaism, and Neo-Augustinism in Catholic philosophy. A widespread belief in capitalist countries is personalism, a religious philosophy that recognizes the world as the expression of the creative activity of the divine personality. The most representative school of contemporary religious philosophy is Neo-Thomism, which revives the scholastic system of Thomas Aquinas, the 13th century philosopher. This revival of Thomism was proclaimed in an encyclical of Pope Leo XIII in 1879 and reinforced by the creation of several chairs of Thomist philosophy, the Philosophical Institute in Louvain, and vigorous propaganda of Thomism by all ideological agencies of the Catholic Church. At present the centers for the elaboration of Neo-Thomism are the Roman Academy of St. Thomas Aquinas in the Vatican, the Catholic University at Fribourg, the Albert the Great Academy in Cologne, the Catholic universities in Washington and Ottawa, the Catholic institutes in Paris, Innsbruck, Madrid, Toronto, and elsewhere. In the sphere of philosophy their activity is coordinated by the World Union of Catholic Philosophical Societies. Preeminent among Neo-Thomist philosophers are Martin Grubman, M. de Wulf, Etienne Gilson, best known for their work on the history of scholastic philosophy and the historical substantiation of Neo-Thomism, G.M. Mansur, Joseph Geiser, Jacques Maritain, and others are elaborating the system of Neo-Thomism. G. Gundlach, O'Neill Braining, and others are expounding the social doctrine of Catholicism, and I. Boczynski, Gustav Wetter and others devote their efforts to the criticism of Marxist philosophy. Two trends may be singled out in Neo-Thomism. One of them, Paleothomism, whose advocates call themselves strict Thomists, preserves the teaching of Thomas Aquinas absolutely intact, believing that his works contain the answers to all philosophical problems. The other trend, Neo-Thomism proper, holds to the maxim formulated by Pope Leo XIII, enrich the old with the new, and tries to develop the Thomist theses, which even from the Neo-Thomist point of view are obsolete, by borrowing certain ideas from the philosophy of modern times or from present-day philosophy. But the main content of Thomism, religious propositions on the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, free will, and also certain purely philosophical propositions, remains unshaken. Neo-Thomism conducts a polemic against materialism, subjective idealism, and irrationalism, claiming to overcome the extremes of all the other philosophical trends. But these differences of opinion, with the exception, of course, of the fundamental opposition between Neo-Thomism and materialism and atheism, go no further than the usual disagreement between the stems of idealism. Why has Thomism become such a convenient system of philosophy? What has made it so easily adaptable to the needs of modern bourgeois ideology? To answer these questions we must return to the system of Thomas Aquinas. Thomas combined Aristotle's philosophy with Catholic theology. he succeeded in avoiding the extremes of the irrationalist denial of scientific knowledge in favor of faith and the rationalist antithesis between reason and faith as two independent sources of truth. With notable courage, considering this was the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas declared that in the sphere of human knowledge the argument from authority is the weakest of all. 1 At the same time, human knowledge, from his point of view, is subordinated to divine knowledge, knowledge which, while not opposed to reason, is above reason. Christian theology, Thomas wrote, springs from the light of faith, philosophy from the natural light of reason. Philosophical truths cannot contradict the truths of faith. They are, of course, insufficient, but they also permit of general analogies. Some of them, moreover, anticipate, because nature is the presage of bliss. It is these ideas of Thomas's that form the basis of the Neo-Thomist thesis on the harmony of faith and reason, which sets out to prove that reason is free in its judgments up to the point when it contradicts faith. According to Neo-Thomism, philosophy is independent of science but dependent on religious dogma. Science, on the other hand, has no right to propound and solve philosophical problems, thus exerting a reciprocal influence on philosophy. But what gives faith and religious philosophy the right to interfere in the affairs of science? At this point, Neo-Thomism attempts to make subtle use of the actual relationships between the various sciences. Various branches of science are indeed closely connected, and the scientist working in one field of knowledge must keep in mind what is being said by a related science. For instance, there can be no contradiction between physics and chemistry in the understanding of the properties of molecules, and physics must subordinate its mathematical apparatus to the authority of mathematics, and so on. The situation is analogous, say the Neo-Thomists, in the relationship between faith and reason, theology and philosophy, philosophy and science. An attempt is made to combine the formal independence of certain sciences from philosophy, and of philosophy from theology, with the fact that materially they are interdependent. M. de Wulf wrote that there was as little use in the philosophers trying to overthrow the authentic data of theology as in his trying to overthrow the authentic conclusions of the specialized sciences. The diverse forms of scientific activity were regulated and restricted by the internal subordination of its branches, and to deny these mutual restrictions would be to deny the principles of contradiction and fall into relativism, which is fatal to all knowledge. However, this is nothing more than sophistry. There is simply no comparison between the authenticity of scientific knowledge and the authenticity of the theological dogma, drawn from primitive religious myths that arose in the absence of scientific knowledge. Far from regulating the philosophical conclusions of science, the myths and dogmas of religion should be repudiated by science and scientific materialist philosophy. This is why many religious philosophers, in seeking to avoid a direct confrontation between science and religion, tend to follow the neo-positivists in claiming that religious dogmas belong to quite a different field of knowledge from empirical science and thus cannot come into contradiction with it. 2 Both these precepts, subordination of the content of philosophy and the concrete sciences to theology, on the one hand, and the creation of an antithesis between them, on the other, differ from each other only in form. Their purpose is the same: to preserve religion, to defend its philosophical significance against science and underscore scientific philosophy. At the same time, the difference between these precepts engenders different attitudes to the difficulties that arise in the course of scientific progress. Some religious philosophers make use of science so as to ascend to God by relying on certain scientific hypotheses. For this purpose, everything that contradicts dogma is rejected, while everything that appears to agree with it is seized upon and made use of. Thus, to substantiate the existence of God and the creation of the world, use is made of the theory of the heat-death of the universe, the hypotheses on the finitude of the universe, the difficulties of the scientific explanation of SS. We are no longer troubled by apparent discrepancies between scientific theories and Genesis, for every sensible person realizes that the Bible was not designed to be a handbook of astronomy or of any other branch of science. But is it so? This is in fact just what it was designed for, but science deprived it of that function. Life, the mind, and so on. but the discoveries of present-day natural science testify not to the creation of the world by God but to the internal activity, the self-motion of matter, to the fact that the material world does not need a creator or mover God. No wonder many neo-Thomists, experiencing justifiable doubts concerning proofs of the finitude of the universe based on the idea, for example, of its heat-death, prefer to take a more cautious attitude to scientific facts, avoiding the rigidity of theology. These philosophers interpret scientific hypotheses and facts in the Sie of Thomas Aquinas and the principles of Catoicism. This interpretation is produced by neo-Thomist natural philosophy, which is based on hylomorphism, that is to say, the assertion that all phenomena of nature consist of matter and form, and that form determines matter. Natural objects are arranged in A_hierarchy according to the degree of perfection of their form, the lower rungs being occupied by inorganic bodies, followed by the organic, plants, animals, and finally by man. In society, too, there is the secular and ecclesiastical hierarchy, and above that, the celestial hierarchy. In the view of Thomas Aquinas, which has been accepted by Neo-Thomism, the highest rung in this hierarchy is determining, and so it cannot be represented evolutionally, as the creation of the higher by the lower. Neo-Thomist natural philosophy draws its explanation from a metaphysics, which operates with such concepts as being, act, and potential and essence and existence. Analysis of these concepts reveals the barren scholasticism of the Neo-Thomist doctrine. Take the Thomist conception of being, for example. Plus M in Neo-Thomist metaphysics, the initial concept of being is achieved by abstraction from the whole concrete content of the world. Beyond the limits of the laws inherent in motion and development with which the natural sciences are concerned, beyond the limits of quantity, extent, and space studied by mathematics, there remains a residue. This is being with its very first principles that are common to all rational knowledge. As the most general concept, being can be defined only tautologically, being is not non-being, between being and non-being there is no middle term. This is how the laws of formal logic are deduced as attributes of being. Then come 6 transcendentals, that is to say, concepts characterizing all that exists, ens, res, wnwm, aliquid, verum, bonum. Sometimes, however, only 4 transcendentals, unity, truth, good, and beauty, are used. Since these are properties of everything that exists, they can be applied by analogy, to the most real being of all, God, and serve as his attributes. Inasmuch as they are applied to God only by analogy, we know that they are inherent in God but do not know how they are inherent. Thus Thomism avoids, on the one hand, agnosticism, which denies the possibility of knowing the divine attributes, and on the other, anthropomorphism, which ascribes human attributes to God. This argument is taken not from some scholastic treatise of the 12th or 13th century, but from an article by N. Balthazar, a professor of Louvain University, written in 1914 specially for the collection New Ideas in Philosophy. Here we are dealing with a specifically scholastic philosophy that proceeds from self-evident concepts from which all kinds of inferences are made with the help of formal logic. Neo-Thomism prefers not to notice the emptiness of these arguments, which, as Francis Bacon once aptly put it, are like the thread that the spider draws out of himself. The concept of being is made concrete by borrowing Aristotle's concepts of potential and act. Unlike Aristotle, who believed these concepts to be the expression of real processes of the transformation of possibility into reality, Neo-Thomism regards possibility as the expression of the imperfection of every finite being. Apart from God, which is a pure act, all being is a combination of act and potential. Thus a child is actually a child but potentially an adult. The relationship of act and potential is the starting point for considering other categories: essence and existence, substance and its properties, accidences, formation. Here, too, one is struck by the emptiness of the Thomist concepts. The Neo-Thomists have no idea of the dialectics of possibility and reality, For them these categories become the basis of a religious dualism that contrasts deity and its perfections to the material world as something imperfect. This dualism is particularly striking in the neo-Thomist theory of knowledge, which is usually characterized by two concepts, realism and rationalism. The first signifies that neo-Thomism proceeds from a reality that is independent of human reason. But this realism is at once rendered meaningless by the assertion that the real world depends on divine reason, since it is a creation of God, that is to say, a formation that is ideal in its essence. The neo-Thomists also recognize reality, that is to say, the independence of universals, or general concepts, from the human mind. They take the stand of moderate realism, recognizing that the universals exist before things, in things, and after things. So sensory cognition, whose definite role is recognized by neo-Thomism, is concerned only with the material envelope, whereas the essence of things can be known only by the intellect. Thus the realism of the neo-Thomists is objective idealism. We fare no better with the neo-Thomists' claims to rationalism. The neo-Thomists believe that they renounce irrationalism and recognize the merits of reason and intellect. But Thomist rationalism is pseudo-rationalism inasmuch as it acknowledges the primacy of the supra-rational truth of revelation over human reason and science. Moreover, Thomas Aquinas tried to use reason itself, as far as his limited powers permitted, to prove the existence of God. Thus Thomist and neo-Thomist pseudo-rationalism is wholly placed at the service of religion. By compelling reason to defend faith it also abolishes philosophy as a source of knowledge. Bertrand Russell made the point well when he wrote, "Before he begins to philosophize, he already knows the truth, it is declared in the Catholic faith." The finding of arguments for a conclusion given in advance is not philosophy, but special pleading. Medieval Thomism was the ideological justification of the feudal system. In our day neo-Thomism fulfills a new function as the ideological weapon of the capitalist system. Thomism achieved this transformation by adapting itself, like the religion which it substantiates, to another socio-economic form ion differing from feudalism but related to it by a common basis. No wonder, then, that the socio-philosophical doctrine of neo-Thomism derives from recognition of the eternal nature of private property and the naturalness of the class division of society. As long ago as 1878 Pope Leo XIII declared that the right to own property is inherent in the very essence of man. The Catholic social theoretician Gustav Gundlach writes, "Catholic social doctrine sees, in the institution of private property one of the most essential forms of the organization." Thomas Aquinas believed that there exist 5 ways of proving the existence of God. The existence of motion in the world presupposes the existence of a motionless mover set in motion by nothing. God must be assumed to be the first cause inasmuch as one cannot assume an infinite number of causes. Existing things are accidental, they may or may not exist, but the whole world cannot be such and assumes an absolutely necessary essence. The gradation of degrees of perfection that we observe in the world demands the assumption of an absolutely perfect being. The underlying purpose of all things that exist presupposes that they were created by a reasonable being. These proofs are, on the one hand, based on analogy, and on the other, proceed from the unproven supposition of the impossibility of the self-motion of matter. For this reason they cannot be regarded as proofs. Bertrand Russell, History of Western Philosophy, and its connection with political and social circumstances from the earliest times to the present day, London. Of society. Private property thus acquires the moral approval and sanction of Catholicism. Unable to deny the contradictions in capitalist society which are actually engendered by private property, the neo-Thomists declare them to be a consequence of the sinfulness of individuals, their ignoring of the religious commandments and failure to observe Christian morality. The restoration of justice is a matter for the conscience of every individual. Conscience tells the employer that it is his duty to pay his assistants a just wage and that he has no right to exploit them. It also forbids the employee to do harm to his employer, writes the West German neo-Thomist Heinrich Fock. However, the capitalist exploits the wage worker not because he has no conscience, but because this is the social, economic necessity that prevails in a society based on exploitation. No matter how tender the conscience of this or that capitalist, he is compelled to exploit his workers on pain of going bankrupt. It is this objective necessity that the neo-Thomist moralizing seeks to conceal. Nevertheless, faced with the ever-growing economic and political advances of socialism, the ideologists of the Catholic Church are forced to maneuver, so as not to antagonize the masses of the people with undisguised advocacy of private property. For this reason their social program proposes the idea of the third way, which is supposed to avoid the extremes of capitalism and communism. This is the path of clericalism in politics, of demagogic criticism of monopolies and defense of petty bourgeois property in the economic field. The institution of private property cannot satisfactorily perform its organizing function if private property is not widely distributed, wrote Gustav Gundlach. But to appeal to small-scale private property in present-day conditions entails, on the one hand, sowing petty bourgeois illusions and, on the other, fostering such myths of bourgeois propaganda as the dissemination of property and the Tincums revolution, which are supposed to form the basis of the welfare state. In its philosophy of history, neo-Thomism interprets the historical process in a spirit of fatalism, of providentialism, seeing this as a goal-oriented process of fulfillment of the eternal plan devised by God. So people's conscious activity must be subordinated to the order of divine values, which in its turn is based on the idea that man was created in the image and likeness of God. The real purpose of all this, of course, is to impose on the individual the capitalist social system, thus preserving private property, the market economy and the bourgeois state as the allegedly immutable forms of the organization of society. Already in the 19th century Catholicism condemned socialism and communism as terrible evils and almost death of civilized society. This line of reasoning has been taken up by neo-Thomism, which is a resolute opponent of materialism in philosophy and particularly of dialectical materialism. No other school of contemporary idealism devotes so many articles and books to the criticism of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. It is accused of moral materialism, i.e., sacrifice of the highest ideals to materialist ideals, reduction of all that exists to the laws of the motion of inanimate matter, of mechanicism and a mechanistic interpretation of the theory of reflection, that dialectical materialism's combining of materialism and dialectics is an attempt to combine incompatibles, etc. On the other hand, it is not unusual for the neo-Thomists to try to reach a rapprochement with Marxism, to accept some of its conclusions but only on the condition that they are subordinated to the general religious philosophical orientation of neo-Thomism. This condition, of course, immediately reveals the neo-Thomist intention of stripping philosophy of its material content and subjecting it to religious faith. The position is the same with the social doctrine of neo-Thomism, in which we find a diversity of approach from categorical condemnation of socialism as a Satanical view of the world to attempts at flirtation, stimulated by the increasing influence of the communist world outlook on the masses, and the world socialist system on the development of society. The basic types of modern idealism that we have considered differ from one another. They represent various types of philosophical thinking, ranging from the formally scientific positivist to the irrationalist and religious. They employ various arguments in favor of idealism, and idealism itself takes various forms in their theories. But all these trends, while idealist in character, possess an even more important unity, the unity of their ideological aims and social functions. Hence the possibility of agreements, division of labor, and mutual rehabilitation between them. We have already noted the negation of the philosophical function of science that is common to all the basic trends in modern idealism. On these grounds, religious philosophy and irrationalism quite often agree with the neo-positivist doctrine of science as a system of verified statements unified by the conventionally accepted structure of scientific language. In their turn, the modern neo-positivists are not averse to accepting the constructions of religious or irrationalist philosophy because of their vital meaning. There are also quite frequent cases of a rapprochement or even merging of philosophical schools that arose as independent or in some aspects, even opposed conceptions. And, of course, it is no accident that all idealistic trends today are united in their criticism of Marxist philosophy. However, not a single philosophical system of modern idealism, whether taken separately or all together, gives any convincing answer to the questions raised by social development and scientific knowledge. Consideration of the basic trends in present-day bourgeois philosophy leaves no doubt as to this conclusion. Chapter XXL. Contemporary bourgeois sociology. Contemporary bourgeois sociology presents us with a multiplicity of schools and trends that perform a dual function. On the one hand, they provide an ideological defense of capitalism, an attempt to answer, from the bourgeois standpoint, the questions concerning the structure of society, its essence, and the driving forces and prospects of social development. On the other hand, they seek to furnish a certain amount of empirical knowledge that is needed for the practical management of the activities of capitalist enterprises and groups. The empirical researches of bourgeois sociology have yielded a mass of factual material, evolved technical methods of studying various sectors and aspects of social life, and conducted surveys and observations that are of a certain scientific interest. But, taken as a whole, bourgeois theories of society, their basic principles and general theoretical conclusions have no genuine scientific basis. The point is that the bourgeoisie is not interested today in objective knowledge of the laws and fundamental driving forces of social life because the actual trends of social development indicate the need to do away with capitalist society, which is based on antagonism between classes. In present-day non-Marxist sociology there are certain groups of scientists who are in varying degrees aware of the depravity and inhumanity of many aspects of bourgeois reality, criticize it more or less sharply and show an increasing interest in the Marxist science of society. This group of sociologists includes many scientists of considerable insight and integrity, such as the American professor Wright C. Mills and his supporters, who have in varying degrees shaken off the influence of the age-long traditions of capitalist society with its standard philosophical and sociological formulae. But it is not these scientists who shape the image of contemporary bourgeois sociological theory. Its most typical representatives are sociologists who, despite their claims to strict objectivity and non-committedness, ideological neutrality, and independence of politics, elaborate and defend doctrines that give theoretical grounds for the policy of the imperialist states. Bourgeois social thought today is in a state of profound crisis inasmuch as its most important theoretical and political generalizations do not pass the test of history. It is therefore compelled to maneuver constantly, to substitute one idea for another, which is then proved by life to be as unstable and short-lived as the last. According to the level of theoretical generalization attained, contemporary bourgeois doctrines on society may be divided into three large groups, although we must not, of course, forget that the dividing line between them is somewhat relative. The first group consists of conceptions that attempt to take in the universal features of social life and to formulate all-embracing principles and laws of history. These most abstract social doctrines constitute the modern bourgeois philosophy of history. The second group includes sociological theories proper, oriented not on building systems of world history but on considering social phenomena, mostly those that are inherent in capitalist society. In the third group we find numerous schools and groups that are concerned with the description and elementary classification of social phenomena in narrow, local sectors of bourgeois society. These studies comprise modern bourgeois empirical sociology. 1. The bourgeois philosophy of history. The bourgeois philosophy of history is today, as it was in the past, concerned with the universal principles and methods applicable to the whole of history. The task of discovering the most general features of social development, the driving forces of history taken as a whole is, of course, a real problem. In the 18th century, and the first decades of the 19th, such major figures in the philosophy of history as Montesquieu, Voltaire, Condorcet, Herder, and Hegel reflected the outlook of the rising bourgeoisie, which was interested in obtaining knowledge of historical phenomena. The speculative conceptions and systems of these thinkers, therefore, contained brilliant ideas and conjectures concerning historical necessity, the law-governed character of social development, social progress, and so on. In the 1830s, the old philosophy of history was attacked by positivist sociology, whose founders and their followers made out a case for concrete, positive knowledge of society and rejected abstract historical systems divorced from empirical facts. Although the advocates of positivist sociology had no intention of renouncing idealist general sociological conceptions, the turn taken by bourgeois social studies in the direction of empirical sociology could not fail to weaken the positions of the philosophy of history. The present-day bourgeois philosophy of history has relinquished the rational, progressive ideas of the past. It usually avoids generalizing the actual historical process and builds its conceptions by exaggerating or absolutizing various aspects of reality. This distorts the actual picture of social development, its driving forces and its prospects. Many exponents of the bourgeois philosophy of history, including sociologists, prefer not to display their idealist credo. They propose that we should stand above both materialism and idealism. They reject the monist explanation of history and for the most part uphold a pluralistic view of social life, that is to say, consider the various factors that interact in the historical process as equal and independent principles. In an age when the role of economic relations has made itself felt with such force and clarity, the bourgeois philosophy of history and bourgeois sociology are compelled to acknowledge them. But they see them as only one of the factors, among many others, that condition social life. At the same time, their arguments about those factors being independent and of equal value do not prevent bourgeois philosophers and sociologists from subordinating in one form or another the rise and development of objective economic relations to the spiritual principle. The arguments of the French sociologist Raymond Aron are characteristic in this respect. He is prepared to acknowledge the important role of such a material factor as the productive forces and technology. But he follows this up by telling us that the driving force of historical development is to be sought in the cognitive abilities of the human mind. Elevation of an intellectual elite and belittlement of the role of the masses have always served and continue to serve as the basis for the idealist interpretation of history. The exponents of historical idealism see in the merits or shortcomings of this elite, in its strength or weakness, its intelligence or mistakes, its courage or cowardice, the ultimate foundations of the movement of history, the causes of all major historical events. In addition to idealism, another important feature of present-day bourgeois theories of society is the repudiation of the law-governed character of social development. To the Marxist idea of the necessary, law-governed transition from one socio-economic formation to another, bourgeois social thought for the most part counterposes the idea of indeterminism in the historical process, which they see as a merely accidental connection of individual, unique facts and situations. Defending this view of history, Herbert A. L. Fisher wrote in A History of Europe, "I can see only one emergency following upon another as wave follows upon wave, only one great fact with respect to which, since it is unique, there can be no generalizations, only one safe rule for the historian, that he should recognize in the development of human destinies the play of the contingent and unforeseen." The old neo-Kantian counterposing of nature and society, the first being declared the realm of blind necessity and the second the sphere of freedom, is accepted as a matter of course by many contemporary philosophers, sociologists, and historians of the subjectivist school. The methodological positions of the bourgeois philosophy of history are considerably influenced by Zerationalism. The views of the German philosopher Wilhelm Dilthey are by no means unimportant in this field. Dilthey regarded history as an irrational stream of events without structure or laws. There was no point in seeking these non-existent social laws and trying to explain historical facts on their basis. History, said Dilthey, was not to be explained but understood. The process of understanding was a process of experience. The task of the historian was to relieve as adequately as possible the experiences of the people who made history and to describe these experiences. Liberated from objective laws, history thus became largely a matter of descriptive psychology. Denial of the law-governed character of social development is connected with denial of the possibility of knowing social phenomena, of discovering their essence. If everything in history is individual and unique, what line is the historian, the sociologist, or the economist to take? Not explanation, but merely the description, ordering, classification of empirical facts, the appraisal of these facts from the standpoint of their moral value or on the basis of the thoughts and ideas of the historian himself. The idea that history is mainly the concern of the mind and imagination of those who write history is extremely popular in bourgeois historiography. Thus, agnosticism in social theory has an interconnection with such features of the bourgeois world outlook in the epoch of imperialism as irrationalism, alogism and intuitionism. Many contemporary bourgeois philosophers and historians absolutize the specific features and difficulties of cognizing the historical process. Such, for example, are the theoretical cognitive notions of the French sociologist Henri Marot, author of De la connaissance historique. Every historian, he states, expresses not only his own point of view but also the positions of the social group to which he belongs. But from this correct proposition mistaken conclusions are drawn concerning the impossibility of objective, generally significant historical knowledge. Marot circumvents the truth that the ideologists of the progressive classes, not to mention those of the working class, have been able within certain limits to reproduce objective historical truth. Denying the possibility of objective historical knowledge, a considerable number of contemporary bourgeois ideologists take up arms against scientific foresight, and particularly against Marxist scientific prediction. It seems to me, writes Raymond Aron, a waste of time to try to foresee the future. The future of economic and political regimes depends on such a large number of factors that it is impossible to tell what type of regime will become established in the future. This does not, however, prevent Aron and other sociologists from making their own predictions of what they would like to see in the future. Such predictions include the assertion that the two types of industrial society, capitalism and socialism, must inevitably merge, or rather that socialism must be swallowed up by capitalism. An important feature of contemporary bourgeois sociological theories is their metaphysical, anti-dialectical approach to social development, their repudiation of the principle of historicism. In many of these doctrines, historical cognition is restricted to the study of the structure and functioning of the given social organism, while investigation of the process of its origin, development, and replacement by more progressive relations is regarded as irrelevant. The very same representatives of bourgeois social thought who wish to remain true to the principle of development reduce it to a smooth process of evolution lacking all inner contradictions, any disruptions of continuity or revolutionary leaps. No one doubts, of course, the value of studying a certain social system in its relative permanence and stability. But when it comes to the point of turning this relative stability into an absolute, when the social organism is lifted out of the stream of time, and its inner contradictoriness, its development, its transformation, and inevitable replacement are left out of consideration, all the truth and depth of social cognition are lost. The consideration of any group of social relations in isolation, as something static, naturally rules out all possibility of discovering the essence of these relations, the true laws of their existence and functioning. The bankruptcy of this approach is particularly obvious today, when social reality is torn by the profound and irreconcilable contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the systems of socialism and capitalism. Refusal to analyze reality dialectically makes it impossible to see the driving forces of modern history, the prospects of the development of human society. The work of the British historian Arnold Toynbee, who wrote a study of history, enjoys considerable popularity in the West. One of Toynbee's initial propositions is denial of the unity of the historical process. In his own inimitable form he develops the idea of Spengler, who in the spirit of medieval nominalism, denying the objective existence of general concepts, maintained that copyright mankind is an empty word, and that only individual ethnico-cultural communities actually exist. According to Toynbee, history is the history of different isolated civilizations, which arose, developed and disappeared without making any appreciable impact on one another. But what force conditions the movement of civilization, its rise and development? Such a force is the intellectual elite, the thinking and creative minority, leading the inert majority, which lacks the reason and will to engage in independent historical creativity. Thus, Toynbee, like many other exponents of bourgeois social thought, replaces the concept of the socio-economic formation by the category of civilization, the core of which is the spiritual principle, the creative urge, the totality of specific cultural values. Material production in these idealist systems figures at best as one of the factors of social life, one of the components of civilization. The desire to grasp the specific qualitative features of different civilizations is quite legitimate. But Toynbee tries to make an absolute of these differences and erase the connection between them. There were, of course, in history, relatively isolated civilizations that disappeared without leaving any notable trace in the further development of material and intellectual culture. But these do not characterize the process of the formation of the global, internally connected, progressively developing history of mankind and human culture. Toynbee's conception denies the existence of this universal history, tries to atomize it, to break it down into non-communicating civilizations, to exclude the idea of historical progress as a general social law. According to Toynbee, as we have already noted, all civilizations arise, develop, and reach their peak, then fall into decline and perish. Does this proposition apply also to Western civilization, that is, to capitalism? Judging by Toynbee's logic, one would expect a positive answer to this question as a matter of course. But quite unexpectedly we learn that, while not denying the decline of Western civilization, Toynbee does not regard its defects as fatal. A renovated Christianity, apparently, would make it possible to smooth over social antagonisms, reconcile inimical forces, integrate Western civilization and prolong its existence. Performing a definite socio-political function, Toynbee's conception comes into obvious contradiction with his initial principles. Another major exponent of contemporary bourgeois social thought is the American sociologist Pierre Sorokin. Whereas Toynbee operates with the concept of civilization, the focus of Sorokin's doctrine is the theory of socio-cultural systems. These he understands as super-organic social, cultural phenomena, which unlike physico-chemical and physico-biological phenomena are endowed with meaning and possess a value or standard. If we ignore the meaning, the value of the Venus of Milo, writes Sorokin, it becomes nothing but a slab of marble of a certain geometrical shape. Sorokin also uses the concept of the supersystem, which includes a large number of cultures based on general ideological principles. Human history is the consecutive replacement of one supersystem by another. The difference between supersystems, according to Sorokin, is determined by what they consider to be value, how they define its nature and what type of world outlook is accordingly taken as their basis. The purpose of the supersystem in Sorokin's conception is to oust the concept of the socio-economic formation. It is not hard to see, however, that the attempt to embrace real history with artificial supersystems, built on various forms of human cognitive activity, does not get social science very far. It is still not explained what the real forces are that engender the supersystems, what causes their replacement, and what are the laws of human history. Sorokin devotes considerable space in his work to denying the possibility of scientific knowledge of the future. He maintains that the principle of indeterminism, which in his view has triumphed in the physics of the microcosm, if transposed to history, makes it possible to overthrow the idea of objective laws in historical development and at the same time the possibility of scientific prediction, based on recognition of the causal connection of social processes and phenomena. This creative dynamism of human history, alone, makes the prediction of important historical events almost impossible. However, indeterminism is a belief held by only a relatively insignificant number of physicists. The once current idea of the free will of the electron and similar notions have today been renounced by many serious investigators of the microcosm. So, Sorokin's attempts to use the idealist aberrations of some natural scientists in order to dispose of social prediction are unconvincing. The contemporary bourgeois philosophy of history provides various definitions of the stages, or epochs, in the historical development of mankind, but its exponents are united in their desire to ignore the problem of the prospects of social development, particularly the replacement of class society by a society without classes. Real historical development, which is leading mankind to socialism and communism, is making nonsense of abstract superhistorical constructions, hence the crisis in the contemporary bourgeois philosophy of history. Two contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. Apologetics for capitalism is a characteristic feature of many contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. Even when noting certain negative aspects of capitalist society, they pursue the aim of proving the naturalness and viability of private property relations and thus justifying them. Many bourgeois sociologists are in the front line of the campaign against communism. The old traditional schools of bourgeois sociology, organic, psychological, geographical, etc., are still current today but have undergone considerable modifications in adapting themselves to the new conditions of the ideological struggle. New schools and trends, predominantly neopositivist, have also established themselves. There is a fashion for theories that reduce sociology to the study of group and individual behavior with the help of psychoanalysis. Structural functional analysis has gained a significant place in bourgeois sociology. The theory of the industrial society and the post-industrial society, of convergence of the two systems, etc., are widespread in bourgeois society. These theories are usually based on the conceptions of technological determinism. The term technological determinism is used to denote bourgeois theories that particularly emphasize the role of the productive forces, the role of technology in social development, while ignoring the economic relations, the relations of production. This view is prominently defended in Walter Rostow's book The Stages of Economic Growth, a non-communist manifesto. Rostow's attempt to consider the historical process, its main stages, in their dependence on the level of development of the productive forces is symptomatic. It testifies to a certain reflection of the Marxist conception of social development in contemporary bourgeois sociological thought. But this apparent objective consideration by certain bourgeois sociologists of the achievements of Marxist sociological thought, particularly the economic doctrine of Karl Marx, conceals a denial of Marxism as a whole, its dialectical method, and its fundamental assessments and conclusions. Rostow, for instance, hastens to warn his readers that, unlike Marx, he does not regard social production as the foundation of the social structure. He writes, although the stages of growth are an economic way of looking at whole societies, they in no sense imply that the worlds of politics. This is also true of Raymond Aron and other theoreticians of the industrial society and the post-industrial society, who try to turn the scientific and technological revolution, considered abstractly, into the demonic force of modern history. Social organization, and of culture are a mere superstructure built upon and derived uniquely from the economy. For the cause-effect connections between the economy and social-political relations, Rostow tries to substitute mere interaction or functional connection. At the same time, his arguments concerning the interaction of material and non-material factors, their equal value, end with the admission that the incentives of economic development are people's inner needs, human knowledge, desires, passions, etc. So the emphasis on the role of the productive forces culminates in a thinly disguised idealism as an explanation of the historical process. By removing the question of production relations, the forms of ownership of the means of production, and class relationships, Rostow is able to erase the qualitative divisions between socio-economic formations and, in general, disregard the very concept of the socio-economic formation. Rostow divides all previously existing and contemporary societies into 5 stages: the traditional society, the preconditions for takeoff, the drive to maturity, and the age of high mass consumption. Rostow's traditional society covers 3 different socio-economic formations: the primitive communal system, the slave-owning system, and feudalism. In contrast to the industrial society, the traditional society is characterized by limited production capacities connected with pre-Newtonian science and technology and has no knowledge of machine production. It does not rule out any increase in production, but this increase is very slow and has its limits. If production relations are ignored, it is possible to present capitalism and socialism as varieties of the single industrial society. On the artificial and frail foundation of technological determinism rests the theory of convergence, which has become extremely popular in bourgeois circles today. According to this theory, industrial development leads to the convergence of capitalism and socialism, to their merging and to the damping down and disappearance of the struggle of opposing ideologies. Moreover, it is assumed that the present-day scientific and technological revolution will by itself, without a class struggle, create an abundance of goods for all, gradually solve all social problems and abolish classes and class antagonisms. The advocates of the theory of the single industrial society take such phenomena that are common to both capitalism and socialism as industrial production, similar organizational methods, the role of science, urbanization, etc., and ignore the most essential thing which distinguishes socialism from capitalism: social ownership of the means of production, the absence of exploitation, the existence of a state power that is the power of the whole people. Closer study of the theories of the single industrial society and convergence shows that their defenders are interested not so much in convergence, in bringing socialism and capitalism closer together, as in the gradual absorption of socialism by capitalism. A number of bourgeois sociologists and economists now defend the idea that industrial society in its capitalist and socialist versions is to be replaced by the post-industrial society. In a paper read at the 7th International Sociological Congress in Varna, the American sociologist Daniel Bell tried to present the post-industrial society as something that already exists. If we are to believe his assurances, the post-industrial society began to take shape in the United States in the post-war years. This society, in the opinion of its theoreticians, is characterized first and foremost by the elimination of man and human labor from production, by superpowerful industry, by intellectual technology, and by the highest possible incomes, the guiding role in society and the state being played by the scientific and technical intelligentsia, or rather its upper crust, or elite. On closer inspection it becomes clear that the post-industrial society is essentially only another variety of capitalism with preservation of the state monopoly and other forms of private property and domination of the superpowerful capitalist monopolies and other attributes of developed capitalism. Many bourgeois sociological theories distort the essence of state monopoly capitalism and try to present the process of depersonalization of capitalist property, the emergence 648. And development of state monopoly property as the disappearance of capitalists and capitalism itself. In reality, state monopoly property, the combined property of the most powerful strata of the ruling bourgeois class and its state, fully preserves its exploitative nature, since it is still based on the same appropriation of the results of the surplus labor of millions of hired workers. Thus the separation of the productive forces from the relations of production has become a methodological device for distorting the picture of social development in general and capitalist society in particular. This can be seen particularly clearly from the example of one of the trends of the technocratic theory, whose main spokesmen are T. Veblen, author of the books Engineers and the Absentee Owner, and J. Burnham, The Managerial Revolution. These writers declare that in the United States a peaceful revolution has taken place. This revolution is expressed in the fact that the owners of capital have ceased to control it, having conceded this function to the managers. If these arguments mean anything, they point above all to the parasitic nature of the ruling class in contemporary bourgeois society, which has largely ceased to fulfill any socially useful functions in the process of production and exchange. The fact that to a certain degree there has taken place a division of property and transference of the direct management of production to the managers by no means signifies the disappearance of capitalist property, the power of the capitalists and their corporations, and the domination of such a collective capitalist as the bourgeois state. All these theories which seek to prove that contemporary capitalism has ceased to be capitalism are subordinated to one end: denial of any justification for a socialist revolution, of the need for the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into socialist society. Some bourgeois theoreticians try to argue the proposition that everyone can become prosperous without the destruction of the capitalist economic system in the process of a socialist revolution, by focusing attention on social mobility, on the movement of individuals from one stratum of society to another. A similar interpretation of social mobility is also used to proclaim contemporary bourgeois society an open society, where the rigid barriers between various classes and social groups have allegedly been destroyed. But the existence of millions of hereditary proletarians, of a reserve army of unemployed, of impassable race barriers, cliquishness, nationalistic and religious prejudices, which continue to survive in the most developed capitalist states, offer an eloquent rebuff to the notion of the open society. Besides openly apologetic theories of modern capitalism, bourgeois sociology produces theories whose apologetic aspect is not so obvious. But these theories still perform definite ideological functions, their meaning and purpose being to set up against the Marxist theory their own interpretation of the driving forces and mechanism of society. Besides direct denial of historical determinism, denial of the law-governed character of historical development, we find in bourgeois sociology recognition of the existence of laws of social development in certain narrow sectors of social life. The American sociologist Alex Inkeles, for instance, declares that the prospect for a scientific sociology rests not only on the argument that social events are recurrent but also on the belief that they are regular or lawful. The American economist Hans Morgenthau writes in the same vein, in order to improve society it is first necessary to understand the laws by which society lives. The operation of these laws being impervious to our Preferen 999 res. But the laws which they recognize encompass only limited groups of social phenomena and have no influence to speak of on deep-going historical processes. Inkeles, for example, hastens to warn us about the narrow frame of action of these laws. Sociologists have abandoned the search for a single, all-encompassing theory of change. Instead, they seek to deal with change more concretely, one might say more realistically. At the same time there do arise in bourgeois sociology conceptions claiming to express some of the more general law-governed connections. Thus we find all kinds of laws of the transformation of capitalism, laws of the convergence of antagonistic socio-economic systems, laws of social action, and so on. The British bourgeois philosopher Karl Popper has even defined his own special conception of sociological determinism, which he sets against Marxist historical determinism. The future, Popper argues, cannot be predicted on the basis of history, and so faith in historical missions is pure superstition, because no one can foretell what course human history will take. On the other hand, he goes on, history can record and measure the indices of specific social processes, and in this sense there is a sociological determinism and a corresponding technological prediction. The latter may provide the basis of calculated social engineering, the basis for the improvement or regulation of certain aspects of social life. Thus the acknowledgement of determinism in contemporary bourgeois sociology is kept within the bounds of phenomena that do not directly threaten the fundamental interests of the bourgeoisie. Technological progress and modifications of social relationships within the framework of the bourgeois system, at the same time it precludes the determinism, the objective necessity of the revolutionary struggle between classes which leads to the replacement of socio-economic formations. Accordingly, in contemporary bourgeois sociology there is a tendency that we have already noted to eliminate the principle of development, to replace it with the principle of the functioning of social phenomena. The most significant thing is considered to be not study of the social organism in its emergence, development, and disappearance, but analysis of the functional connections of separate parts of the social whole, the system of balance between various spheres of social life. The theory of social action, evolved by the American sociologist Talcott Parsons and his associates, occupies an important place in contemporary bourgeois sociology. It claims to point the way towards a complete general theory of social behavior, an all-embracing theoretical system of sociology. The term action in Parsons' theory is used to denote man's social behavior, his activity in the social environment. In interaction we find the basic process which, in its various elaborations and adaptations, provides the seed of what on the human level action level we call personality and the social system. The theory of social action expresses the main orientation of bourgeois sociology to discover the methods and means by which the individual would accept reality, in other words, succumb to it, become better adapted to capitalist relations. The theory reduces the whole system of social relations existing in society to four components: actor, goal, means and situation. In their simplest form these elements are restricted only by the first and the last. In effect, this theory substitutes for the real relationships between people in society their ideas about these relationships. The functioning of a social system is said to be a matter of one person's expectations coinciding with those of another. Social relations are reduced to the subjective psychological and moral attitude of one person to another. Furthermore, the individual is regarded largely in isolation from his objective connection with a class, a collective, etc. The wealth of human relations inherent in real society is replaced by sets of relations between individuals. But material social relations often take an impersonal form as, for example, the relations between commodity producers under capitalism, which are expressed through the movement of commodities. Thus the theory of social action, in effect, ignores the most important fact that people's actions are determined by their objective place in the totality of social relations, and above all in the system of production relations. The theory seeks to solve major social problems not by changing objective reality, the economy, socio-political life, but by changing only the subjective aspect, the views, ideas, feelings of individuals, that is to say, as the German sociologist and psychologist Karl Lewin writes, the idea is to change action by changing perception. The states of balance, stabilization, and order are regarded as paramount in the social system. Any social system, writes Parsons, rests on a functional need for order. The maintenance of order in social relations is to be effected by social control designed to safeguard society from undesirable deviations and upheavals. The development of the theory of social action in bourgeois sociology has popularized structural functional analysis, which has become almost the leading method of research in contemporary bourgeois sociology. Structure and function are in themselves inseparable elements of every social system, every social organism. The dialectical method, Lenin said, referring to Marx, compels us to regard society as a living organism in its functioning and development. Point 2. According to Marxist theory, each system of production relations is a specific social organism, whose inception, functioning, and transition to a higher form, conversion into another social organism, are governed by specific laws. As the main categories of the structure of society, historical materialism singles out the concepts of the productive forces and relations of production, material and ideological social relations, basis and superstructure, etc. From the standpoint of Parsons, Merton, and other bourgeois sociologists, the basic components of the social system are values, standards, roles and institutions. The functioning of these structural elements is supposed to form the content of the development of the society. It boils down to the interrelationship between the individual consciousness and the social consciousness, the system of culture embodied in the sum total of standards, roles, and institutions. The mechanism for adapting the individual to the existing, given standards and norms, that is to say, the mechanism for his socialization, thus turns out to be the main object of research in bourgeois sociology. In the first case we have a materialist structural functional approach to social life, in the second, the approach is in effect idealist. As Parsons himself once wrote, it is a matter of such controversies as economic or interest explanations versus explanations in terms of ideas or values. Marxism-Leninism regards the structural functional approach as one of the most essential elements in scientific methodology, but it does not make an absolute of it. does not turn it into the only method of analyzing social phenomena. Besides the processes of functioning, it singles out the processes of inception and development, and the conversion of one social system into another. In bourgeois sociology, the structural functional method becomes, in effect, the chief instrument of analysis of the social whole and the interconnection between its components. Its class orientation is to justify the integrity and stability, the equilibrium of the system of capitalist social relations. The main principle which it preaches can be summed up in the formula, everything that happens in society must happen. For this reason, Parsons and his followers concentrate only on those mechanisms of social regulation that can support and preserve the social system in its given normal state. Thus we have in a carefully disguised form a tendency to defend capitalist social relations. 3. Bourgeois empirical sociology. The bourgeois sociological theories that evolved the apparatus of structural functional analysis have promoted a broad growth of specific empirical studies designed to reveal the behavior of individuals and small groups. At the same time, the development of empirical sociology has been encouraged and stimulated mainly by the practical needs of the functioning of the capitalist social system. The desire to achieve a rational organization of production and ensure maximum profit has compelled the bourgeoisie to employ a vast army of sociologists studying questions of the organization of production, labor relations, and so on. In order to strengthen control over all social life, the bourgeoisie has begun to act upon the information and practical advice provided by sociologists on ways of influencing people's behavior, preventing revolutionary outbursts and upheavals, and so on. These applied, specialized disciplines made their first appearance in American sociology in the early 1920s. The sociologist-philosopher with his generalist sociological systems was superseded by the empirical sociologist whose interests and horizons were limited to the strictly defined and narrow sphere of sociology. The number of sociologists employed by capitalist monopolies and governments and carrying out their direct orders began to grow, as did the number of departments of sociology in colleges and universities. Specialization in bourgeois sociology increased as concrete quantitative methods of empirical observation on the basis of the methodology of positivism were evolved. These were the methods of polls, interviews, surveys, comparison, data processing, selection of facts with the help of various scales, tables, etc. Studies of the concrete methodiques of empirical sociological analysis also began to appear. First in this field was the joint study by the sociologist Florian Znaniecki and the social psychologist William Thomas, the Polish peasant in Europe and America, which gave a detailed account of the methods of studying personal papers, selected cases, and similar empirical methods. The books by Robert Park and Ernest Burgess, written in the 1920s, developed a set of research methods that later were to serve bourgeois sociologists as a model for concrete sociological studies. The American sociologist Paul Lazarsfeld worked out the latent structure, that is to say, the technique of processing quantitative data presented in the form of different factors. The sociologist J. E. Landberg devoted considerable attention to verifying the methods of quantitative data processing with the help of various measurements, statistics, etc. Contemporary bourgeois empirical sociology has dozens of specialized branches. Chief among these are the sociology of social change, social pathology, social institutions, social planning, social disorganization, social control, social structure, social stratification, social mobility, the elite, social collectives, group life, sociometry, urban sociology, rural sociology, the sociology of employment, human relations, industrial sociology, political sociology, the sociology of public opinion, culture, education, mass media, social psychology, ecology, sociology of religion, the family and marriage, leisure, sports, the sociology of personality, crime, criminology, sociology of population, demography, sociology of race and racial relations, ethnic groups and ethnic relations, sociology of the developing countries, and of war and peace. Each of these branches contains dozens of other subdivisions. For example, urban sociology includes town planning, urbanization and planning, and urban ecology. The sociology of personality studies such questions as the personality and culture, social factors in the development and conflicts of the personality, sociological and psychological factors influencing the personality, and the social psychology of the personality. An important branch is the sociology of social problems, dealing with such aspects of the development of capitalist society as industrial and ethnic relations, education, social planning, and war and peace. The object of such research is for the most part to offer practical advice on how to improve the situation, that is to say, attempts to buffer the contradictions of capitalist reality. Industrial and factory sociology performs the practical task of helping capitalist business. The first studies in industrial sociology appeared between 1910 and 1920, but its most vigorous development was in the 1930s, after the world economic crisis of 1929 to 1933. Bourgeois sociologists set about studying the activity of people employed in production, the forms of their relationships at capitalist enterprises, particularly the interrelations between management and workers, and the place and role of trade unions at factories. Hundreds of sociologists are at present employed in this field, and many of them work directly in production as consultants, experts, and advisors. Their aim is to adjust and regulate relations between the worker, on the one hand, and the boss or manager, on the other, so as to achieve a growth in output and a corresponding increase in profit for the capitalist. They study questions of stimuli and psychology of labor, the training of workers, the prospects of developing workers' skill along with the growth. 656. Of industry, the interrelations between workers and supervisors, between trade unions and the management, the problems of unemployment and its influence on the production process, etc. Factory sociology is one of the varieties of industrial sociology. The investigations carried out by industrial and factory sociologists coincide in some respects with the problems of the sociology of human relations, although this field is not limited to industry. It studies the interrelationship between people in various fields of labor, tying them in with the wider sphere of social relations. The problems of group life figure prominently in bourgeois sociology. Bourgeois sociologists refer to the fact that all human life is group life, everywhere people live in association with other people. But instead of revealing the causes that compel people to live in groups, instead of singling out among all the manifold human relations the decisive relations of production, bourgeois sociologists confine themselves to describing various aspects of group life. The problem of small groups of people is studied by sociometry. The founder of this discipline was J. L. Moreno, who expounded his conception in the book Sociometry. He formulates his program as follows. Instead of analyzing social classes composed of millions of people, we are making painstaking analyses of small groups of persons. It is a retreat from the social universe to its atomic structure. Sociometry is an example of the unsuccessful attempts of bourgeois sociologists to overcome the class conflicts of capitalist society by improving psychological relations within small groups and transposing this microclimate of people who are sympathetic to one another, to society as a whole. Bourgeois empirical studies have certain general features. First, they are extremely narrow and limited in character because they usually rely on the polling of small groups. Second, as a rule they are superficial, lacking any power of penetration into the essence of things. Description instead of explanation is a characteristic feature of research in specialist fields of sociology. The American sociologist Arthur Davis rightly observes, from the professional literature on social problems, then, we can readily learn how Jack Doe happened to become a delinquent in his youth, but we will learn much less about the deeper relations of juvenile delinquency to the social structure as a whole. Why does delinquency persist in our society? What interests does it serve? What frustrations does it relieve? Such questions tend to be avoided in academic treatments of social problems. Empirical studies are frequently highly subjective. On the one hand, they see the ultimate explanation of the facts under consideration in man's social behavior, in socio-psychological phenomena. On the other, any interpretations, including economic interpretations, are mostly based on the opinions derived from polling. The narrow empiricism of concrete studies in bourgeois sociology, the minute splitting up of their research targets, the superficial factual description, etc., have been sharply criticized even by bourgeois theoretical sociologists, such as Pitirim Sorokin, Robert Merton, Paul Lazarsfeld, and others. Speaking at the Fourth International Sociological Congress, Robert Merton stated, "Sociologists are busily engaged in studying trivial problems while everything that concerns the really significant issues of human society is left unstudied." Despite the fact that wars and exploitation, poverty, injustice and uncertainty poison people's lives and that of society or threaten their every existence, many sociologists devote themselves to problems that are so far removed from these catastrophic phenomena as to be irresponsibly petty. But the appeal for a scientific sociology organically synthesizing theory and empirical analysis and therefore capable of presenting a true picture of social life, its main stages and prospects of development cannot be realized because of the class position of bourgeois sociology, its limited methodological approach. Bourgeois sociology, both theoretical and empirical, is in no condition to provide an integrated scientific picture of society and its development, or consistent scientific analysis of the individual aspects of capitalist reality. In present-day conditions, the crisis of bourgeois sociology is also expressed in the fact that it is compelled to reflect in various forms the adaptation of capitalism to the new situation, to employ social demagogy and preach the ideas of modernization, growth, and development. But the intricate problems of modern times cannot be solved without precise scientific knowledge of society and social development. Such knowledge is provided by Marxist-Leninist philosophy and sociology. At the same time, Marxist sociologists do not ignore the wealth of factual material gathered by bourgeois empirical sociology in studying separate aspects and phenomena of capitalist society, rather they take it into consideration, and make use of its carefully elaborated techniques and methods. Lenin wrote that when it is a matter of a general theory of political economy, one must not believe a single word of what is written by bourgeois economists, but that when he is concerned with the factual side of the economic life of the capitalist countries, the Marxist cannot do without the studies of bourgeois economists. These words of Lenin's apply equally well to the attitude to be adopted by Marxist sociologists towards bourgeois sociology and its results. The development of concrete social studies on the basis of the theory and method of historical materialism constitute one of the essential tasks facing Marxist sociologists. It is the function of these concrete social researches to enrich Marxist sociology and underscore historical materialism, and by their conclusions help in the practical construction of communist society. Conclusion. We have considered the fundamental problems of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism. Now let us draw some conclusions. 1. Marxist philosophy was brought into being by the fundamental needs of the revolutionary struggle of the working class, whose goal is to put an end to the system of capitalist relations and build classless communist society. It has become a powerful theoretical instrument of scientific cognition and the revolutionary transformation of the world. Marxism was the necessary result of all previous development of progressive social thought. Marxist philosophy has critically digested everything of value that has been achieved in more than 2,000 years of the development of philosophy, of social consciousness. 2. Marxist philosophy, developed and enriched by Lenin on the basis of new historical experience and the new achievements of science, played an outstanding role in the theoretical, ideological preparation for and victory of the socialist revolution in Russia and other countries. Materialist dialectics, which is the heart and soul of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine, was and is a well-tested instrument for the analysis of social development. It helps to reveal the inner contradictions of the present epoch, contemporary economic, socio-political and intellectual processes, and to work out a scientifically based strategy and tactics for the Marxist-Leninist parties, who are leading the struggle of the working people against the forces of imperialism. Armed with materialist dialectics, the Marxist-Leninist parties of the socialist countries trace the general laws and specific features of social development in the conditions of socialism, the specific nature of the interrelations between friendly classes and nations, the real dialectics of the transition from socialism to communism. Knowledge of the laws of socialist and communist construction help to reveal the decisive links in the chain of historical development, to mobilize the masses and make a timely choice of the most flexible and effective forms and methods of directing the country's economic, political, and cultural life at the given historical stage. Moon-lead philosophy is highly significant in the contemporary ideological struggle. Opposing the ideology of imperialism, it holds high the banner of social progress, of genuine and effective humanism, of profound faith in a bright future for mankind, in the great creative possibilities of progressive human thought. 3. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is a specific form of the scientific cognition of the world. Resting on the achievements of science and summing up the development of the world historical practice of mankind, it produces a dynamically developing picture of the world and plays its part as a generalist scientific philosophical world outlook. It supplements many specific methods of the specialized sciences with a general philosophical method, which is equally applicable and necessary to all branches of knowledge, and arms them with basic methodological principles of research. Dialectical materialist philosophy points the way for science to a more profound knowledge of the world. It places no limits on human knowledge, absolutizes none of the achievements of science and proves the necessity of discovering more and more new aspects and laws of the surrounding world. Finally, Marxist philosophy and sociology afford an opportunity of penetrating deeper into the essence and meaning of the current revolution in science and technology, and shows its various social consequences in the conditions of capitalism and socialism. 4. In the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, strict objectivity and scientific rigor are combined with partisanship. The revolutionary progressive aims which it upholds allow it to be quite open in revealing its own class nature, its own partisanship, in contrast to contemporary bourgeois philosophy, which is compelled to masquerade under slogans of nonpartisanship and being above class. Marxist-Leninist philosophy continues the traditions of the militant materialism of the past with its intolerance of all kinds of prejudice. It fights openly and consistently against all varieties of religious idealist, metaphysical distortion of the picture of the world, against the defense and perpetuation of obsolete socio-economic and political systems. It attracts to the struggle all the advanced thinkers of the capitalist countries, who feel grave anxiety for the future of the peoples, for the fate of the world and mankind. 5. A most important principle of Marxism-Leninism is the bonding of theory and practice, the testing of theoretical propositions in practice, the development of theory on the basis of generalization of practical experience. This makes Marxism a living, creative doctrine, implacably opposed to any stagnation of thought, intellectual conservatism, or dogmatism. There can be no dogmatism where the supreme and sole criterion of a doctrine is its conformity to the actual process of social and economic development. 1. The truths of Marxist-Leninist philosophy provide no ready-made solutions either for social practice as a whole or for any separate branch of scientific knowledge. It demands the concrete application of its propositions, taking into account the specific features of what is being investigated. Being incompatible with dogmatism, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism also renounces revisionism. The latter, while posing as creative development of Marxist theory, discards the fundamental truths of the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the basic laws of the class struggle in the capitalist countries, the socialist revolution and socialist construction, and substitutes subjectivism or bourgeois objectivism for the objective dialectical materialist analysisto-social phenomena. The struggle between the forces of capitalism and socialism on the world scene and the attempts of revisionists of all hues to emasculate the revolutionary teaching and distort the practice of socialist and communist construction require that we continue to pay undivided attention to the problems and creative development of theory. Criticism of bourgeois and revisionist attacks on our theory and practice becomes much more convincing when it is founded on the active and creative development of the social sciences, of the Marxist-Leninist theory. 6. The creative application of Marxist-Leninist theory demands that it should be thoroughly understood. Socialism, wrote Engels, since it has become a science, demands that it be pursued as a science, that is, that it be studied. The same applies to all the other components of Marxism-Leninism, and particularly dialectical and historical materialism. One cannot become a fully conscious, convinced communist without studying Marxist philosophy. This was what Lenin taught. To be able to apply the principles of Marxist philosophy successfully in practice, one must study them deeply and systematically, mainly from the source material, in the works of the classics of Marxism-Leninism. Marxist-Leninist philosophy is a major factor in contemporary world culture. It can be said without exaggeration that the degree of a person's intellectual development is today determined by the depth of his knowledge of the philosophy and sociology of Marxism-Leninism, his ability to apply them in building a new world.